Okay, we're live. Hey people, welcome to Candy Franklin's channel. Does it sound like an unusual Candy Franklin? That's probably because it's not Candy Franklin. Although I'd be a dumbass hillbilly today, I'd be a cute one. Whoops, got my watch page open listening. Today I'm a cute little dumbass hillbilly here helping Candy and Matt out getting their hangout going, and Matt's going to talk to us about God and flat Earth. Candy, you got quite a bit of background noise going on there.
I know, I will for a while, I'm sorry.
Is that some 80s music or something, Candy?
Nah, like 60.
What's up, everyone? We are on Candy Franklin's show. I'm trying to find the YouTube video. Maybe it hasn't posted up yet. Let me go look.
Here, I'll put it in the side chat for you.
Okay.
I'll put it in the side chat. And right now it says there's 3 people watching, but I'll be one of the 3.
Alrighty. Let's see here. So yeah, man, I just got done with my portion on the Flat Out Elected live hangout. It was I feel like it was pretty successful. I had a pretty good debate with G Consciousness. I think that I gave him that heat, and he is gonna go to bed thinking about the flat Earth. That's for sure. No denying that at all. You know, that the man doesn't understand what the Bible says. I do believe he is my brother in Christ, but I do also believe that he is not one of the elect, or at least has not had his eyes opened yet to the real truth and the real reality of what we live on, which is a flat and stationary plane, obviously. So he tried really hard. I'll give him that. He tried really hard. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
loud and clear.
yes.
Loud and clear. Who'd you say the chatter was that you got to at least go to bed thinking?
My phone's freezing up real quick. There it goes. All right, yeah, man. We had a pretty good debate. He could not tell me what the waters above the firmament were. He has a very, very, very deep misconception about what the firmament is, and why in the first 8 verses of the Bible it references a firmament, which is the root word, the Hebrew root word, of firmament is rakia. Rakia simply states that it's an expanse or a solid expanse, and the ancient Hebrews and the Hebrew scholars of today all say the same thing. It's a solid structure above our head that divides the waters from above from the waters below. I did not come from a point of knowing. I came from a point of understanding. I do not know what the waters above the firmament are. I do know what the waters below the firmament are. I believe that it's water, but I don't know. You know, there's waters above, there's a liquid, waters above the firmament, and there's waters below. He thinks that the firmament is the clouds in the sky, pretty much. The only problem with that is that the clouds are not solid. They're not firm. And, you know, you got to break down root words. Firmament. It's a firmament. So when we look at the word firmament, we understand that the first word in that word, the first root word, is firm. It is a firm, you know, touch. You touch it, it's going to be firm. That is what the Bible teaches, and I'm a true believer of the Bible. I believe that the Bible, you know, the King James Version, and even I really have a deep interest in the Ethiopian canon. I think that is a great, if anybody wants to look into that, look into the Ethiopian canon, and I believe that there's a lot of truth in there, if not the complete and total truth. So I still haven't received the link. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I'm not finding it. I'm going to go to your channel, Candy, and oh, there we go. I found it. Okay, awesome. Nice. All right. We got Wesley Stace in the house, in the hizzy. What is up, Wesley? And Flat Magic. What's up, Flat Magic? Hopefully we can get some more people watching here pretty soon. Until then, we're just going to talk about flat Earth and the Bible. So my understanding is that the flat Earth is a direct representation of the Bible. I believe that the Bible is a flat earth, geocentric book that is the divine word of God that gives us a basic outlining of what we need to do as human beings on this earth. It gives us a basic understanding of what is under our feet. And it shows us that we are tiny, but we're not specks of dust on specks of dust on specks of dust, more or less like grasshoppers. It's well, Candy, you just left the call. So we got 5 minutes. Yep, you got back in.
No, I'm here under her name. She couldn't get in her thing to go on her cell phone, so she asked me to start this up for you. So as long as I'm here and you see me under her icon, we're good to go. You're not going to lose your show, your stream.
Awesome. So are you trying to get in on this, Hillbilly, or are you just kind of moderating a little bit?
I'm just moderating and helping out. Me personally, I'm won't go down the avenue of the Bible because I require that heliocentrics take their proof off of paper, and the Bible only exists on paper, so I cannot be a hypocrite.
No, I completely, I agree with that point, Hillbilly, completely. It is on paper. The only difference between the Bible and the papers that they go off of is the Bible actually goes hand in hand with what we see in our everyday observations, and that's why I believe it to be the true divine word of God. It says in the Bible, it says that this isn't the complete verse, but in one of the verses in Job, I think it's like Job 27:8 maybe. It says that he stretches the line out over the earth. And to me, that is so telling. That's my favorite one. There's a lot more in the verse, but that's my favorite part of the verse, that he stretches a line out over the earth. I love math. The difference between a circle and a ball is that a circle is only bound by one line. A sphere is not bound by one line. So I started thinking about that, and I was like, wow, okay, that's really powerful. It's only bound by one line. And then I looked up the the geometry to it, and I understood that a circle is only bound by one line. So I went outside and I looked, and I live by the water, so I went outside and I looked at the horizon, and I went and I looked at pictures of the horizon too. The higher you go in altitude, it always rises to eye level, and we only see one line. On a sphere, we would have to see at least two lines. At least we would see the terminator line and we would see the horizon line. Two different things.
Agreed.
And we don't. We're bound by one line, and I think that right there proves a flat, stationary, circular Earth.
Matt, say that again, because my phone was cutting out.
What's the last thing you heard? Because there was kind of a lot of info in there.
I just want to hear the two lines.
Okay, so a circle is bound by one line, and a sphere is not bound by one line. When you go out and you look at the horizon, no matter how high or how low you go, the horizon will remain at eye level, and it will remain flat, and there will only be one line. On a sphere, we should see a terminator line that the sun goes over, where the curve is, and we should see a horizon line like we see now. We should see an actual horizon line, and we should see a terminator line. We don't see those things.
Yeah,
we only see one line. We're only bound by one line, which means that we live on a circular, flat plane. It's not. You cannot have something that's bound by one line and be a sphere. It just does not geometrically work.
So do you know, were you around when I talked about my theory last night that I have now?
No. What's your theory? And you have some background noise, Candy.
I know. I can't help it right now.
Okay.
I'm
Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you later. Well, yeah, I'm just going to wait because but what I do want to say is there's no beginning and there's no end of a circle. So that kind of makes me feel as if we're on a circle too. You know, that's kind of God's thing. There's no, I am the beginning and I am the end. So we have no beginning and we have no end. He is the beginning and he is the end. You know?
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And you can see that one horizon line from a 360-degree view. So if you take and you're looking straight ahead of you, and you do a complete 360, you will see that same horizon line the whole entire time. And you won't see more than one horizon line. You will only see one, which represents us being on a circular flat plane.
This is what pisses me off when people say a flat earth. Oh, you know, there's mountains. No, we've never seen these things before. Do you see the mountains? Well, not yet.
Okay, we have someone in the chat saying his name is Ishra Dunn. I'm pretty sure. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Ishra says not circular, no circle, circle BS lie. It's flat but not a circle. Okay. So how would you what shape do you think it would be then, Ishra, or however you pronounce it? Sorry. If you want to go ahead and respond in the chat, that'd be fine. It's flat but not a circle. I mean, it might not be a circle. I believe that it is a circle. I believe it's flat and stationary and more than likely a circle.
Wait, God said he sits upon the circle of the earth. So where's the circle?
Circle like globe. What? Circle like globe. No, see, I just explained, Ishra, that the difference between a circle and a globe or a sphere is there's a very definite difference in between those two things. A circle is bound by one line, which would be our horizon line, which we see it no matter how high in altitude you go, no matter how low in altitude you go. It's one line. We see the horizon line. A globe or a sphere is not bound by one line. It's not. That means we should be able to see more than one. You could call it a horizon line. You could call it a terminator point or terminator line. It's not. A circle and a globe are two completely different things.
A circle would be two-dimensional. A globe would be three-dimensional.
That's a way simpler way to put it, Hillbilly. Exactly.
Yeah, you can say it's not a circle, meaning a globe, as long as you specify three-dimensional. It's not a three-dimensional circle.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. And Joey, man, he's under the account Aaron Mizumoto. He is a freaking rock star, man. That guy right there can I would hate to be a globe earther trying to go up against him in a debate because he.
I just added him to this call. I just added him.
Yeah, I saw that. I would hate to be a globe earther going against him because not only is he a man of God, but he is a very intellectual person and he's very good with his words. A lot of respect for that guy.
You can hear the honesty in his voice. There's no doubt about that. Even if he would happen to make an error, which I've never heard him do, you could bet that it was an honest error. You can hear the honesty in Joey's voice.
Yeah, he said the glow. This guy, I don't know what he's trying to get at. I'm in flat Earth since almost 3 years. Globe lie, circle lie. Well, I do want to say that's awesome that you're in the flat Earth movement. That's awesome. But I don't know if we're not living on a circle. I think that we are living. Whatever we're on is definitely circular in nature. I believe just because of what my eyes tell me. As far as the horizon line looks, I can look at it from a 360-degree view. I can, it always rises to eye level, and it appears to be circular. Definitely appears to be circular. But I could be wrong. I mean, the Bible does say that and God walks in the circuit of Earth, on the circuit of Earth. And I don't know if you've ever seen a NASCAR track or a race car track, but they're usually circular.
You'll see that mountain.
And they call them circuits.
I climbed that. Isn't that Chimney Rock right there? I climbed that mountain, yeah.
Oh, that's what's up. That's pretty.
But the Bible also says that God sit upon the circle of the earth.
Yeah, he sitteth upon the circle of the earth. Yeah, and that's what kind of determines for me. It's definitely a circle. But just because, man, I truly believe, and you can call me biased, or they can call me whatever they want. I'm okay with it. It's I truly believe that the Bible is the inspired word of God, and I can't find any contradictions in it. I can see how people have used the Bible in certain sects of the church have dismayed it and tangled it up and twisted the scripture up. So I do believe that there's a lot of shadiness within inside the Christian belief, but I don't believe that the actual King James Bible or any ancient Hebrew Bible, the Torah, all of it, I believe that all of it is the inspired word of God, and we should probably take it seriously.
Right. I agree. and I'm the same way. I stand on all my beliefs, the firmament, the earth, the pillars, the four winds, all of it. I get all my knowledge from the Bible. And like I like what you said a while ago, how you have
Losing
I can't hear
Candy.
you, Candy.
Yeah, we're losing you. You're robotic.
Candy. Fix your
Hey, welcome to
connection, maybe you want to restart. Reload.
welcome to the panel, Sperkino.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, Sperskimo? How are you doing today?
Not too bad. Just want to talk about the this dome, and if there is a dome, how do we suppose these people, the ancient people, knew about? What would make them suggest waters above the dome? So that's interesting. Nobody talks about how they would have known, how these ancient people would have that kind of knowledge.
Well, have you looked into any of the were you finished? Did I interrupt you?
No, go ahead. I'm just
awesome. So I have you ever looked into the ancient megalithic structures that we can't even recreate today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can we're on the same page when it comes to the ancient people that lived on this earth. Definitely had a technology that we don't have, and they definitely had an understanding of the natural energy of the earth that we just don't have. I do believe that.
Yeah, of course. This is what people don't want to speak about, or because of course we want to think that we are the most intelligent, the most advanced. So the thought of ancient people being able to do anything that we can't, that notion is impossible. So people don't address it. But I think we should highlight that more and try to find. I mean, I'm not saying that we will find the answer, but try to find a possible solution of all these megalithic monuments.
Yeah, no, I agree with you completely, man. And I think that the reason why they knew this is because in the time that the Genesis account was created, which was pretty much before any documented history that we have. I don't even think we know who wrote. I think maybe it was Moses, but I don't even think we really know the true author of Genesis. But I think that they mostly got it from the creation account. That's probably been the same creation account since the beginning of time. I believe that we all came from Adam and Eve. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I mean, we had to have started with two people. We have had to have, just the way reproductive systems work. I do believe that it was Adam and Eve. I don't believe that obviously it wasn't evolution. Obviously, we didn't evolve. If you believe in a flat Earth, then there's no way you believe in evolution, and there's no way you believe that we evolved. So there had to have been some sort of intelligent designer, or God. So my thing is, this is where in Jesus Christ comes really strong, is because if we can all agree that there had to have been an intelligent designer, do you think that he would just leave us here without saying anything to us, without giving us we're his children, he loves us, do you think that he would just leave us here without giving us any sort of guideline or a book to give us advice and tell us what the truth is, especially when he gives Satan dominion over this earth? Do you think that Sperskimo? Do you think that the creator would just leave us here high and dry? I can't hear you, man. Are you talking?
I was going to say, I'm not hearing nothing either, but I didn't have the hang of it. I don't think it, personally, I hate to make statements of fact when it comes to spiritual or religious beliefs, but there's no doubt that something had to create us. And to think that somebody would walk away from something that took so much effort to do, no, I can't picture that. It looks like we just had an interruption by means of cell phone service there, people, if you guys know what I mean. Normally, when one cell phone user will drop, the other one drops too, both Candy and Matt being on cell phones. Welcome back, Matt. Welcome back, Matt.
Hey, continue what you were saying, Hillbilly. I totally missed it, man.
I was just trying to elaborate on what you was trying to get for chemo to add to, and I was going to say that I hate to make statements of fact because prior to coming into flat Earth, I did openly admit I am agnostic. Although I do wonder if the voices I hear within myself, for example, when I do something bad, I feel a voice in my gut. My gut turns. When I do something good for somebody, I feel a different voice in my body. It's in my upper chest. It feels warm. It feels good. I can
Hey,
actually
Candy,
hear.
excuse me, Hillbilly. Hey, Candy, can you mute real quick?
Oh, I thought I was. I'm so sorry.
I can
Sorry,
actually
Hillbilly.
hear. I can actually hear myself talking to myself or feel the gears spinning in my head sometimes when I'm deep in thought on a particular subject. So these voices that I've just described, pain in my groin as I watch another guy rack his private areas. All of us guys and girls know how we experience somebody else's pain. That's a voice. When you do something bad by accident, you get that twisted feeling in your gut. That's a voice. Do something good, you get that warm feeling in your upper chest. That's a voice. To hear the gears in your head turning or your own voice in your own head as you're deep in thought, that's a voice. Is that the creator? So I want to think that if that's the case, whoever would put so much effort into all the beautiful things we see around us, whether it be just seeing two ducks swimming down a canal, a plant popping out of the ground, or the birth of my very own child, nobody would walk away from that.
Oh, I agree with you completely, Hillbilly. I agree with you completely. And yeah, and like you said, you agree with me that we had to have had a creator. A common sense tells us this. Like you said, that gut feeling, that intuition that you get whenever you do something wrong or you do something that's bad. That's that common sense of good and evil that everyone shares. I believe that certain people have a higher sense of good and evil than other people, though. I believe that there
You
are.
hear me now?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, do you hear me? I
Yeah,
was
we
just
can.
testing.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right.
Awesome.
Oh, sorry, I'm not listening. Yeah, carry on, unless you're asking me something.
Yeah, I was just asking you if you believe that we were created by a creator, if there was an intellectual designer, and if you think there was another part to the question. Hold on. And if you believe it, there's an intellectual designer, and if you believe that he would just put us on this earth without any form of guidance or something to let us know who he is.
Yeah, of course, we were created by God. In terms of communication and contact, it depends how. Well, Hillbilly just said that when you have, well, I don't know, but you're saying voices or feelings, that's God. Because you can also have what you might call negative thoughts or feelings. Some might say that is God. So, in terms of communication, how I'd have to think about how you would define communicating with God or something.
Well, yeah, and I don't think I think that what I'm trying to say is not necessarily like a one-on-one communication, which I do believe you can get through the Bible. I do believe that God talks. He talks to me through the Bible. I know that whenever I read it, it's completely he talks to me. Hey, I'm gonna have to get out of this call real quick. I'm receiving a phone call. I will be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. You got anything that you'd like to add in his absence, Chemo? Go for it. Like I said, this is not my particular subject of interest. I'm just helping Candy and Matt out. So, by all means,
I'm not necessarily talking about religion and God. I'm speaking about how these ancient people would know that there's a donor. How they're able to build these things. How they're able to understand the stars when we're not supposed to. So I mean,
how do you know we're not supposed to, though? How do you know that wasn't intentionally removed?
What, you think there are people with that knowledge today that can still build pyramids?
you,
such like. Yeah.
do you not believe that there's not technology and history being withheld from us? You know, here in the United States, we got a prime example in our true educational system. We had a course called civics, to where most people could achieve a regular uh, uh, K through 12 education, and they could walk out with the knowledge to defend themselves in a court of law. They understood each and every right. Civics is no longer taught in school. There are some schools that will still offer it, but it's not by means of mandate. Back in the day, it was mandated that all kids attending an education system took civics, and there you would learn how to. And we all know, we all see there's an attack on our rights. Best way to remove rights is to get you to forget you ever had rights.
Mm.
And that's what I think, you know, possibly could be going on with the Bible. So that's why it's been or rewritten so many times. What is the need to rewrite something, to make a remix?
No, I know, but I mean, for me, it's not more of, even if man did write this book, how did they know the things that they know? Isn't that more important than if it was just written? I mean, if I could write stuff today and tell you, you know, 2,000 years later what was going to happen, or whatever the time was, isn't that more like, how did you know that? Or do you think it's possible for people to predict and guess that kind of?
It's said to be.
You know what I mean? So it's not about. Yeah, there's a lot of like predictions and things that happen that man would never be able to know. In fact, we don't even really know it now, but they know it. We're still trying to find out if there is a dome, and they're sure that there is a dome. So what does that mean to anybody? You know what I mean?
We're so many times removed from us. Those who doubt will always doubt, because they ask that very question: how do we know what we've been told is accurate? That's what you got to rely on. Welcome back, Matt. Just seeing you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. My girlfriend called me. I had to take care of business for a second. You know, gotta respect the woman. But
man, gotta have his priorities. Behind every good man, you'll find a good woman.
Yep. What is it? Behind every good man, you'll find a great woman.
Yeah, that's why I always say I bought Mom a house. She gave me a home. I bought her some food. She gave me a meal.
Yep, exactly, man. My girlfriend cooks for me, and it's the best thing ever. Nothing like a home cooked meal. But you asked what that meant to me, or what would that mean to me, or just to anyone for schema, and I'll tell you that it means that they knew for sure, and that we don't know now. I believe, like we were talking about earlier, that they had a technology that we don't have now. I believe that before the flood, when a lot of the books that speak about the flat earth in the Bible and describe the earth, I believe are pre-flood books. And at least the first four are pre-flood, I believe, or at least Genesis and Exodus, or at least Genesis and Exodus. And I believe Enoch is also a pre-flood book. Not Exodus, I'm sorry. There's a couple other books I would have to go through that I look through, that I have written down, that I think are pre-flood books. But when we look at Enoch and we look at Genesis, especially Genesis, we see that these people were they we're copies of copies of copies. Whenever you put a copy on a copy machine, you take the copy and then you put that copy on a copy machine, then you try to copy that copy. That's all we are as human beings. So I believe that the first ever human beings on this earth were probably way smarter than what we are. They were probably they probably had all the technology that we have plus more. And before the Great Flood, I'd have to say that they probably had better technology. They could build better things. They probably used metal. They probably had electricity. They probably had everything, I believe. And I don't believe it was through the same source that we generate our electricity from. But I do think for a certain fact that they had a higher understanding of the physical and natural world than we do today.
I think they had a way of harnessing electricity out of the air. What Nikola Tesla tried to re-engineer. You know, there's claims that the pyramids were able to produce energy by sunlight and atmosphere.
Okay, you hear me now again? I had to reload. Blow me microphone.
Yep,
All good?
we can hear you.
Alright.
Let's
I
see
mean,
who else joined us too.
We got Rio. We got Rio in here, man. He was on the last hangout with me. Rio is an awesome guy. He's a great Christian. How you doing, Rio?
I wouldn't go that far as to say I'm awesome or a great Christian, but I am certain.
Well, to me you are, brother. To me you are,
I
man. That's my opinion.
I appreciate that, and I'm certainly trying to get back on board with how things are meant to be, I suppose.
And yeah, you're a new flat earther, aren't you?
Yeah, I came across this concept. It's been about a month and a half to 2 months now.
What really did it for you, Rio? If you don't mind me asking, what really did it?
Well, let's see. I've been looking into this mass deception now for over 10 years, starting with, I think for many people, it was September the 11th, not buying the official story. And then from there, it went to genetically engineered everything, and fluoride, and the stratospheric aerosol injection chemtrails, and the groups of people that are behind the conspiracy. So I've been onto this for a while, and I came across, while I was browsing YouTube, I was seeing flat Earth this, flat Earth that popping up everywhere, and you know, at first I put it as I put it to the back burner, like I don't know about this. I'm not even gonna bother looking at it. It's probably one of those psyops, one of those controlled opposition things, and I never really even entertained the idea ever in my life. I mean, I know that throughout education, we had been told that, oh, they used to think that the Earth was flat, but then, you know, these people came around, started talking about, oh, no, it's a globe, blah, blah, blah. So I never really considered it again until, you know, it popped up, and I finally broke the ice, and I clicked one of the links and started watching a video. And I think what has got me onto this is the identification of the deceptors, those that were the deceivers. The you know, NASA has lied to us, presenting us information that's not accurate and manipulated. And you know, I've known for a while the talk about NASA being, you know, the moon landing being faked, and again, that was another thing that I'm just thinking, okay, that doesn't make any sense, but it may make sense. But at any rate, you know, I came across a video, started watching the information, the ideas behind it, and you know, it just really hit me as like, oh, yeah, this is it. This is definitely happening right now, and there's just no turning back, it seems, at all.
Oh no, you definitely won't turn back, my friend. It's a great knowledge to have. It's a great thing to know. And I'll tell you, whenever I first got into flat Earth, and this probably it's going on 6 months now, and which is crazy. Time has been flying by, at least 6 months now. And I will tell you that I was very upset when I first found out. I was upset, but at the same time, I was sort of relieved. I'll tell you why I was upset is because I can't name one person that likes being lied to. I just can't. I don't know anybody who's like, yes, please lie to me. Please let me ask you a question. Please tell me a false answer. That's what I wanted. Whenever I found out that I was being lied to, I got livid. So I started researching it hardcore. I was whenever I first got into flat Earth, I had a abscess in my groin. I've been in martial arts my whole entire life, and I contracted staph infection in the gym, and I do jujitsu and stuff like that. So, you know, you're rolling around with people, and, you know, you get their sweat all over you in certain spots, and I got staph infection. So I had an abscess in me, and I got medical leave off of work. So while I was on this medical leave, I was looking and I was just researching everything. I was in great pain, and anytime I have like anything going on in my life that's kind of hard, it always brings me back closer to the Lord, because I always know that it's, I will always find rest. I will always find comfort in the presence of my Lord Jesus Christ. I will always find that. So I started praying and stuff like that, and obviously I can't even walk, so I'm sitting there and I'm on my phone looking at YouTube, and I find out the flat Earth, and I look into it, and I got so livid. I was so angry, and now I'm not angry anymore. I'm angry in the sense that I'm angry for the people who don't know and that are still deceived and that haven't even been brought to the flat Earth knowledge. But it ignited a flame inside of me. It made me care more, if that makes any sense. It brought me closer to God. This is probably the longest I've went just like on a daily basis praying and just trying to get closer with God and trying to make my life better, trying to become a better person. And I honestly have to give that to flat Earth, because before, even just 6 months ago, man, like I was just a completely dumb person. Like my friend told me about the dome. He came over, he told me about the dome, he showed me a video of it, and that's kind of what sparked my interest. But I was sick at the time, so like I just, man, whenever he showed me that and I looked into it, I just went head first. And yeah, you won't get out of it. It's not something that you can it's a truth that you just can't deny once you know it. It's something that's evident.
I can't say that I was upset to come to this conclusion. I have gone through, I guess, states of depression because I was upset about 9/11 and the atrocities that like my tax dollars are going to pay for. And I think I went through that type of upset feeling earlier in my truth-seeking time. I think finding the flat Earth has been more of, I guess, a reward. It was more invigorating. It was just like a truth that, like you had said, brings you closer to God, even if you're not living the most righteous path. I mean, I'm not, a wicked type of person, but I have definitely not been, the best type of person in my day. But since I've been truth seeking, it's I've been gradually trying just to make myself better. My habits falling away, and trying to educate my family, my friends in what I've been seeing. And that is probably the most difficult task, because we have all, not everyone, but the majority, have fallen victim to this deception, and all these deceptions. And it's sad, because looking back, it's just like, how did humanity become so naive to trust these groups, these entities that, I guess, for lack of better terms, would be considered false idols or false prophets. Everyone's falling into the Scientology type of aspect, thinking that science is the only way. And
So Billy, sorry, can you give Jimbo a wrench?
You say Jimbo?
Yeah, Mr. Jimbo. Yeah, hey, I completely agree with you, man. Speaking to family and friends is a really, really difficult task. Every time I talk to my parents, I tell them the earth is flat, and that our Lord Jesus Christ is the one who told us this, and that we need to, my mom is a professing Christian, my father is too, so they don't accept it though, even though the Bible's a flat earth book. It's very hard, but at the same time, you got to think, my dad was born 3 years before the moon landings. So like, that was like, and then my grandparents, that was like the accomplishment of, their generation was the moon landings. So, which is a hoax. And to tell someone that their generation lied and that they were deceived by their own generation is something that is really hard for them to accept. It's like, admitting that you're wrong. A lot of people just don't like doing it. And it's a pride issue. I don't believe that that a Christian who believes that the earth is a ball, I don't believe it's a salvation issue. I don't believe they're going to hell because they believe that the earth is a ball. I do believe that they've been deceived by Satan, though, and we should definitely pray for them and try to give them the truth every chance we get. Because as far as I know, if there's a God, a good, a God, which obviously our God would be good. I believe that my God, Jesus Christ, is good, my Lord and Savior, and he's good, he's righteous, and I believe that there has to be an opposite, which is a devil. So that leaves us with a heaven and a hell, and I'm just going to go with what the word that I believe is the inspired word of God says, and I'm going to try to follow that, and hopefully by following that, which I know by following that, I'm not going to go to hell. So, that's my biggest motivator, is not going to hell. And my second biggest motivator is trying to wake up my friends and family who have been deceived by by these perpetrating Satanists.
Yeah, an easy way to kind of, I guess, provide some sort of validity to our creator would be just to identify the opposite that exists on this earth and what those people pray to. What kind of, I mean, they've been exposed. I mean, we know that they're worshiping something that's it's spiritual, but it's not good. I mean, obviously, look at what they're doing on this earth. The earth has been ravaged by humanity for, it's just starting at the Industrial Revolution. Just taking the oil, taking the genetic structure and makeup of plants or seeds, and altering that, playing this role of, oh, God created this. Well, I don't know. We can play this role. I mean, now they're messing with the weather. They've been doing that for over like 30 years or something. And, they're really creating a toxic environment for people, and that benefits their deception. It creates an issue for people to be able to critically think and to be consciously clear. And we forget easily who we are and where we came from and what our purpose is. I know I have. I don't know. I don't remember before now. I don't. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I do. But it feels like there's far more to reality and existence than this realm.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, man, it's just a matter of, if it's, to me, it's not a salvation issue. It's not at all to me. I don't believe that it's a salvation issue. I don't. Like for instance, the dude who I just got done debating, G Consciousness. I do believe he's a Christian. I believe that and I know we actually agree on probably a lot of stuff outside of flat Earth. And it's really disheartening to meet other Christians that just completely go against the word of God by believing in these Baphomet worshiping satanic cults that have given us this round earth heliocentric model. If you look at every single account, almost every single account, I'm pretty sure it's every single account of an alien abduction, quote unquote alien abduction. They're all they all hate the Bible, they hate Christianity. It's always some spiritual a cult against Christianity. Everything in this world is inspired by Christianity, in my opinion. It's everything, the hatred and the hatred for Christianity, and the love by Christianity. I believe that it is our true earthly guideline to get us to where we need to go. It's a flat earth book. All of us are flat earthers. We know the earth is flat. If we know the earth is flat, and we know the book that was written thousands of years ago, and these in different books were written thousands of years ago, and in a lot of people, a majority of the people around the world, all and when I say around, I mean around the circle. I don't mean around the globe. Okay. So whenever all these people around the world, they all not all, but most, a lot of Christians believe that the Bible is the inspired word of God. And when we look back in history and we look at the ancient cultures, they all account for pretty much the same exact historical events that the Bible accounts for. The Great Flood, Abraham being, the Muslim religion, supports the fact that we all come from Abraham. As far as what we are now, we all come from Adam and Eve. There's just certain things, the ancient Sumerian text, the Epic of Gilgamesh. There's so many different ancient scriptural texts that tell us where we are, that tell us what happened, and that tells us the natural world that we live in. And the thing is that it matches up perfectly with what we see. The Bible and what it says matches up perfectly with our observations. And to me, that is a validating point to believe in the Bible, and to know that the Bible is the inspired word of God. But God does not try to trick us. There's no trickery involved. Satan is the master of deception. That's why, and he is the one behind the globe earth heliocentric model. He is the one behind the occult, the worship of Baphomet. He is he in my opinion, he's the originator of the Muslim religion. He was the spirit that possessed Muhammad in the caves, and gave Muhammad the ability to write out the Quran. So I believe that Satan is the great deceiver, and it says in the Bible that God gave Satan dominion over this earth. In other words, Satan is the earthly god. In other words, that's why America, you go to Washington D.C. and I can speak on Washington D.C. because my whole family is from Washington D.C. So I've been there. I used to go there almost every single weekend to go visit my grandma and my mom, and I believe me, I've been to every museum there. I've seen every monument. I know, and every single one of them is all Baphomet worshiping, satanic, all satanic. And I promise you, if Satan is real and they worship Satan, God is real. The God of the Bible is real. If our government, the people that rule this country, that in my opinion rule the world, the Catholic Church, they all, which rules our government, whether anyone wants to accept it or not, the Rome still rules the world. That's I don't even think that's debatable. They still rule the world. Rome is definitely in charge. The Vatican is definitely in charge still. Everyone answers to him. So when we think about these things, we have to understand that if there's if you want to do like Eastern mysticism, if there's a yin, there's a yang. And I believe that if there's a yin, there's a yang. If there's a good, there's a bad. So if we know that Satan's real, and we know that these people dabble in black magic, we know that these people dabble in the occult, they do children sacrifices. Our government, our high ups in our government, the Skull and Bones, it's all Baphomet worshiping Satanists. That's what they are. They all worship the devil. And if they worship the devil, I'm not worshiping the devil. I'm worshiping the God of the Bible, because the God of the Bible tells us about this devil that these people are going to be worshiping. It tells us about these false prophets that are going to come out and try to claim the truth. And it tells us about all of these people that are going to be deceived by the devil. So me understanding the Bible has little to do with whether it's true or not. I think that the Bible is absolutely true, and it's never been proven wrong. It's never been contradicted. And I don't think anybody can contradict it. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Pope. He, just his physical image alone looks very evil in itself. I mean, it's like you look at those controllers. I mean, like Henry Kissinger and Rockefeller. I mean, these guys that have lived to be a certain age, they look decrepit. They look like they're infested with the wickedness. I mean, we understand what they've done throughout their lives. Not entirely, but the things that are obvious. I mean, they're obviously not good people. I mean, they're looking after themselves and their family, and this great conspiracy that's been going on for centuries.
Well, I can tell you this, that that no vicar of Christ, he's not the vicar of Christ, and no vicar of Christ would wear a phallic symbol on their head. They just wouldn't. So and that's what the Pope does. Look at his hat; it's a phallic symbol, and it's just it's evil. And like that's what I said. So if there's a yin, there's a yang. If we know, and this is in Hillbilly, I know that you're not a very religious person, Candy. You are. I don't like to call it religious, but let's be real, guys. It's a religion. It is. We believe it. I say that a lot. I believe it. I do. I don't like the word religion. I don't believe that Christianity really is a religion. I believe that it's the truth. But just for easygoing purposes, we can call it a religion. So
Mind if I
I know
cut
that.
in just for a second, though?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
To me, I got a different definition of religion because I am religious. What religion is to me is to practice what you preach, no matter what you're preaching. Like I preach, we are legislative slaves, so I try to live to the best of my ability as a free man. I speak freely. I live whatever I preach. Now, the spirituality is what I would define what you're defining religion to be.
Yeah, I can definitely vibe with that. I agree. I don't I guess I could consider myself a religious person as well. I do because I believe that religion is a set practice. It's a set belief system, and that's what that's what I do. I believe in the Bible. I practice what the Bible preaches, and at least I try to, as much as and I believe that I'm in a constant battle of my flesh and my spirit, and I feel it every single day. And just like you were saying earlier, Hillbilly, you hear that gut instinct. I don't believe that that's necessarily God. I believe that it comes from God, but I believe that that's our own spirit. That's your spirit telling you. That's the battle. That's the battle of the flesh and the spirit. It's such a powerful thing. The battle between the flesh and the spirit is what we go through every single day. It's the reason why people who call themselves Christians still believe in the heliocentric model. That is the reason.
Okay,
that is the only reason.
Sound better?
Yeah, way better, Candy.
I had to get out of the car with him. We're finally at the job site, so. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'm sorry.
A good example of that gut feeling, I've experienced that myself, and that came at a time where I had a piece of paper in front of me and a pen in my hand, and I'd gone through testing for the military, and I was surrounded by suited individuals that were looking at me in this way that reminded me of vultures or something, waiting for something to die. And I had the pen in my hand and was prepared to sign this piece of paper that I barely read over, and I got that gut feeling, that burning sensation in my gut, and I didn't think about anything. I just dropped the pen and I said, I can't do this. And I walked out. I will never forget it. I don't know where it came from, but it was there, and it definitely changed. It changed my life entirely, because before then I had not been enlightened to the grand conspiracy, to the way the world is going, and and what's going on. That was right after 9/11. I hadn't even fallen upon any information that would suggest that 9/11 was done by somebody else other than what was being told to us. So that was a defining moment in my life when I was about 23 years old, I think.
Yeah, and I believe that is a perfect example of the battle between the flesh and the spirit, and that's what we go through every single day. For instance, whenever this is kind of a dumb example, but I'm going to use it. I don't care. For me, the battle between the flesh and the spirit, for me, sometimes it's just as simple as, am I going to go work out right now? My flesh is like, no, man, you're sore, you're tired, your arm hurts, your face hurts, you got punched. You know what I mean? Like, just chill, don't go. And then my spirit tells me, you need this. This is something that you need. Your body needs this. Your mind needs this, Matt. This is what you need. And I believe that that's not God telling me that. That's simply my spirit telling me, listen, Matt, in order for you to have a good mental health, you probably need to go exert a little bit of physical energy, my man. And that, to me, that's the battle between the flesh and the spirit. It's also, I have a, and I believe that smoking weed is perfectly fine and stuff like that. And sometimes I have a problem with wanting to smoke before I go to work. And I don't like smoking before I go to work because it kind of takes my mind off of the job, and it kind of takes me away from what I'm supposed to be. It kind of distracts me. It's more or less something that helps me after I get off work. But sometimes I just really love to smoke, so I'll just be like, hey, I'm going to smoke before work. But my gut instinct tells me, Matt, this is not a good idea. Don't smoke before work. You're going to go into work stoned, out of your mind, and you're not going to do a good job. So that's a battle between the flesh and the spirit. Not saying that smoking weed's bad, because I smoke weed, but sometimes it's better in moderation, and I shouldn't smoke weed before I go to work because it does alter my mind.
But I think you're missing the point then of what people without religion or spirituality want. It's to do what thou wilt. So if you feel like smoking a joint before work, there should be nothing stopping you. You shouldn't let these these feelings and emotions stop you from having a good time or living out what you want to do.
Well, that's what Aleister Crowley would tell you, but I disagree with that. I do understand what you're saying, though. That's what, but do as I will. That's added. I'm pretty sure that's like almost word for word out of the Satanic Bible.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is
do as I will.
Political Billy will say, we don't like religion. I'm not interested in religion, and So this is what I'm asking. Do you agree with we should do what we want, Bill? We should do whatever we feel, whenever we feel like it. And, forget religion. We don't need religion. We don't need any books. We don't need any creators. We are we can do what we want.
Go ahead,
that's what free will is. I mean, it's.
I'm asking Bill Billy. Can I get in just I want to hear.
Can I get in just
Yes.
All right. How about we look at it in this manner? Do as I will in a safe manner out of respect for others, as I would want others to do safely in my presence.
Absolutely.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's in the Bible, Hillbilly. Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
That's exactly why Matt doesn't want to get high, even though before work, because he knows although one want is one thing, respect and safety is another. Although we want to live as a free man, we don't have the right to do that at the expense of others.
So what is that phrase then telling us to do? Why have such a phrase? Why would we tell people do what thou wilt? Do what
we should.
Go ahead, Hillbilly.
We should, as far as throwing a seed in my backyard and letting nature take its course in producing a marijuana plant, I should be able to do that. But to indulge that marijuana plant when I know I'm going to be around others operating heavy machinery, and that indulging in the marijuana may not have me fully in 100% capability where I'm aware of what's my surroundings and I mess up and I hurt somebody. No, then that very same thing that I had the right to do just became something that was wrong.
So who is the authority on this then, Billy? Who would say to a person, well, you should do this and you shouldn't do that. You can do what you want, but do this and this and this. I think
there's a right time and a right place for everything.
You are your authority.
I absolutely agree with that. But what we're being told is we're not being told do what you want under the right conditions. We're being told do whatever you feel, do whatever you want, whenever you feel, however you feel. I know that you're saying now, we have to be responsible. But the whole idea of do what thou wilt is without responsibility.
Where are you getting that statement from, Mr. Schemo?
That's what I was wondering.
Like, who was telling you this, bro? Because I know for a fact, I just looked it up. It says that in the Satanic Bible, do as thou wilt, from Aleister Crowley.
No, I'm saying we're hearing a lot of people that they tell us, live how you want.
Yeah, they're getting that from the Satanic Bible, my man.
So my point is, those who agree with that idea, my point wasn't it's the authority on that idea. Who's going to decide what we should and what we shouldn't do? Okay, we can do what we want, but we can't do this. We should respect that, but we shouldn't respect this. And this is why I think we're going to get the confusion, because people will decide, well, I want to do what I want to do. Why should you? If I want to harm you, why should you infringe upon my rights if I want to go and do whatever I want to do?
Well, that would work in karma almost, because if you do unto others as you would have done unto you, well, that would suggest that, okay, you would go and hurt somebody. Well, I guess you like to hurt yourself. And that could be either you hurting yourself or the circle coming back around after you have performed the action. And everything that we do is based on intent. Okay, so it's like I want to do something, and that's it's either a good thing or a bad thing, but it's my intention. So say, okay, so the United States goes into Iraq to disarm, weapons of mass destruction. Their intent was good. However, it was based on a lie. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I intend to help liberate these people, but it's not. But it's not your business. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with you personally. So everything that we do is based on our intention. I'm sorry, I can't really get a good example, but
I'm not disagreeing with you. Don't get it. I'm speaking for the people who are against religion and spirituality. Where do they draw the line? Who is, what is your authority? So, Billy's saying, well, that's my idea of how we should operate in a society without religion, is respect others, be responsible, but at the same time, do what you want.
Well, we have free will to choose to do what we want, but we know that there are consequences with every action, whether that consequence comes from somebody.
Well, it comes from the law, doesn't it? The law says, do not do this, do not do that, and if you break the law,
wait, which law? Which law were you talking about?
I just said, like, the police.
Okay, so we're talking about human-made laws, which a lot of them are the same.
Man-made
right?
Laws.
So a lot of those laws are kind of based in God's law. If you murder somebody, you're going to get locked up or equally murdered or whatever. Or if you steal from somebody, you're going to get locked up.
How about being like, it's just about finding out whose rules should we live by. So if I'm being told to live by my rules, like I am God, so I should live by how I see fit, then I will do so. If I'm told to live by, man-made rules or God-made, what? I'm trying to find out the middle ground.
Well, man-made and God-made are not the same. But again, this is based almost strictly in theoretical, because the proving of God is difficult. I think that has to come from you as an individual, personally, and your understanding of reality. Not yours specifically, but us in general as an individual, and having that connection to something greater than ourselves. And that doesn't mean government or a religion or a false prophet or a prophet in general, but discerning the difference between what's right and what's wrong, I think is built into us 100%, and we can be tarnished and swayed from that truth and manipulated very easily. But I believe it's built into us, the understanding of what right and wrong is.
Well, again, that boils down to what is wrong. What is right for me could be wrong for you, and this is where we're leading to. It's going to be.
I understand.
I think there is a absolute fine line between what is right and what is wrong, for anybody. Obviously, going and killing someone is wrong. Going and helping a homeless person who is down on their luck.
Hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish for just a second. Hey, let me finish for Schema. Let me finish, bud. So if you go and help a homeless person, then that's probably a good thing. So I believe there's a very definite line between good and evil. Now, for the individual, if you say, oh well, to me it's okay to go and hurt you, that's just your own flawed way of thinking. I wouldn't be able to tell you anything else, because everybody else will tell you that's wrong. I don't believe do as thy will. I believe do as thy commanded, and the commandments are very clear. Don't steal, don't kill, don't worship any other gods, don't perform adultery, don't covet. There's plenty of commandments. I believe that those are great guidelines, a very simple guideline that we can all go across. So, Schema, you're a flat earther, right?
Can I just ask, isn't your happiness the most important thing, or do you think other people's happiness are the most?
I believe that if my happiness isn't affecting, if it's not affecting anyone else in a negative way, then my happiness is most important. But I don't believe that I am more important than anybody else. I don't have that type of self-righteous mindset. I believe that I am equally as important or less important than everyone else. I don't believe that what I dignify as right or wrong has any say on what is actually right or wrong. I don't believe that's a part of the individual. I believe that's a part of the whole thing.
That's difficult to.
Yes, I am a flat earther, 100%.
It's difficult.
No curve.
I'm sorry, Spurs. It's difficult to address that if our happiness is most important, because we would be thinking about our happiness here on Earth, and you would have to truly believe that there is something beyond this that we would be experiencing after, and being able to. We do, of course, want to be comfortable and happy in our physical lives, but to what cost? I mean, if you think about it, I struggle a little bit. I struggle here and there, but I know that there are people that are far worse off out there in this earth, and unfortunately, the country in which I live in is promoting that suffering to other people. And whether or not those people, what their religious beliefs are and whatnot, as far as I'm concerned, nobody in the Middle East has ever attacked me, and nobody in China has ever attacked me. And whether or not they're doing it indirectly or directly, and whether it's financial schemes or war outright. I mean, it's a very complicated matter, and I understand the confusion, because I'm confused as well, and I think everyone's confused, and that's part of the problem on this earth, where things have become chaotic because we don't remember the source of where we come from, and that's why there is this great conflict of interests, and this being able to identify what is evil and what is good and what is right and what is wrong. It's almost intuitive. You have to be we have to be balanced in ourselves, and and know that we have ourselves done wrong. I've done wrong. I haven't been perfect. No, far from it. But I have tried very hard to do unto others as I would have done unto myself. But then again, I've thought about that saying as well. Like, what if somebody likes to hurt themselves or likes to do wrong unto themselves? Well, then they're going to do wrong unto others. So it's very difficult. And then, having to defend yourself from being physically attacked, and then you eventually perhaps killing somebody. I mean, that's difficult to deal with, but you are defending your physical well-being. And it's very confusing and conflicting, and I totally understand this conversation it's boggling minds for sure.
Of course, that's why we're here, to boggle minds, because people don't think about, I don't know if they are thinking or if they're not thinking. A world without religion. Let's suppose okay, we granted their wish that nobody believed in the Bible, nobody spoke about religion. What kind of world do they think, or does anybody think, we're going to live in if people are doing what they want? We know the mental state of people, how they operate, and they're very sad, depressed, and they're bored, and they'll do anything to please themselves. So people are pushing this idea. We want people to do. That's how it seems. That's just how it looks.
Let's think about too why people have become bored and need some sort of form of entertainment. I believe that has a lot to do with the generations being, generation upon generation being manipulated into how they should be living, because we used to live very simply. We would have our home, have our land, grow your own food, take care of your family, socialize. Maybe you'd go to church or something. But things were simple, much simpler back then. I don't know exactly specific dates, but now look at today. We are living in a very toxic world where we are surrounded by fluoride and the stuff they're putting in the atmosphere with the planes and the chemtrails. We're surrounded by mental stimulations and mental toxins that include, like pornography and other manipulations through media and the television. I mean, we are literally living in a very toxic world right now. And so I believe that that has a huge effect on how people live their lives. And again, going back to basically forgetting who we are, that has a huge role to play in it, just living in this toxic environment.
No, yeah, I mean, and it seems to, it's going to even get worse. It looks like it's going to get more toxic because we've been warned about how, every generation, they get worse, more violent, more aggressive, more angry, less caring about one another, which is what we're seeing today. People don't trust each other. People don't want to conversate. This is where people do the conversation.
That's really funny that you say that, though, that people don't trust each other, but they're so easily trusting government or trusting their proclaimed leaders, but we can't trust everyone on an individual basis, like similar to what we're kind of doing now, just to be able to engage in these forms of conversations where somebody might be, say this chat was larger and there was a troll or whatever, or a shill, and say that we were in real life, not on the web doing this. I mean, if I were speaking in a form that would be radical to that person that was working for the other side, my life's in danger. I mean, we've seen that, whether or not these heroes of ours over the past decades have actually died or were just kind of put away somewhere, like John Lennon. I'm not going to say he's a hero, but he definitely wanted to speak out against things. Martin Luther King, I feel like JFK was trying to enlighten us as to what the heck's going on, behind the scenes. I mean, there are people that have literally been outspoken and then been silenced. I mean, so yeah, but again, it's funny that people are so easily trusting of government and religious leaders and these other forms of leaders, but we're not able to trust each other on an individual level.
Hey, Hillbilly, can you send or Hillbilly or Candy, can you send Dim a link? He wants to get on the hangout.
Then who?
Dim.
Sorry. Again, this is what I predicted.
Hold on.
Just for excuse me. I checked out his channel. He's a questionable chatter.
Is it Ben Dover?
Do you guys know him?
Oh, I know Dim. Yeah, he's on Flat Out Elected all the time, and he's an awesome person.
Okay.
Who is
awesome.
Okay, so I've kind of predicted the path of flat Earth and the way it's going to go. So, which is why I haven't really spoke about religion a lot, because it's going to come out anyway. We're going to go back to the evolution creation debate, stronger and more in depth than ever before. People kind of thought, debate, years ago. So this is going to be huge. People will be drawing out all kinds of stops to prove whether it's evolution or creation. I think it needs to be spoken about. If we don't want a world with religion, then what kind of world? Like I said, we spoke about do what thou will. That is what people do. If you look at the emos, the rock and roll, they literally do what they want anytime. That's the society people want to live in. This whole idea, and every empire that's fallen, past from Eden, Persia, all these great empires have fallen because they were secular without God, as far as I understand. And this empire that we're in now is going exactly the same way. We're becoming more and more secular. We know that Babylon is falling, and this is the reason why, I think.
Candy, if you can hear me, I muted you because your background audio is overpowering the speaker's mic.
People are becoming. We've been warned about people becoming lovers of themselves. Now, if I'd have heard this 10, 15 years ago, lovers of yourself, what do you mean? I can't imagine people just loving themselves. But we see that now, selfies everywhere. People go to the most dangerous spots to take selfies to show they can get love and likes and whatever, you know. So this is what people want. This is the days we're living in, this self-love. So the warnings were there, but people just obviously didn't listen. And they just fell right into the trap of, you know, how do I look? You know, like me, add me. And, you know, that's it's gonna get tenfold. Just imagine when our children grow up, you know, they've grown up with phones. They're growing up with technology.
Schemo, do you now what are your beliefs? Do you believe that there's an intellectual designer?
Yeah, there's a creator, obviously created this place. Absolutely, 100%.
So do you think that that creator, do you think that he would, or do you think that he did leave us some sort of information on him, or do you think that he just left us out here high and dry?
Well, no, I think he left the Bible.
Oh, so you do believe that the Bible is the word of God? Oh, awesome then, awesome man. Because for a minute there, I was like, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Schemo. Like, are you saying that you believe it or you don't believe it? Now, okay, now we're on the same page. Okay, so pretty much you're being the devil's advocate in this argument. I understand now. And sort of saying, well, what if these people believe this? How would we go about going about these arguments, which is going to be brought up. I agree with you on that. It's going to be brought up regardless. So I think with the "do as thy wilt," that's definitely an Aleister Crowley quote. He is the creator of the Satanic Church, the Satanic Bible. He and I believe his daughter is Barbara Bush. I mean, the resemblance is uncanny.
No, I believe his daughter is Marina Alkovich or whatever. I believe that's his daughter.
It's like Pete Shea said, it's not what people will talk about, it's what people won't talk about. So people won't talk about do what thy will. People won't talk about Aleister Crowley. People won't talk about the Luciferian agenda. So, you know, it does make sense that people, you know, you can find out why what people refuse to address. Go there because I'll either be exposed or say something I shouldn't. Yeah, people are not talking about, they're taking us in a different direction. They're just saying, you know, you just live how you want, live this love, this whole idea of this love. This is supposed to be natural, innate. So why are we being told to love when we already know how to love? We know how to love each other. So yeah, it's about what people don't speak about, which is what we're finding right now in this arena.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how. I don't really know how people can even know the Earth is flat, and not believe in a creator. And then on top of that, how can you? And if you do believe there's a creator, I'm not talking to anyone specifically, just in general. If you do believe there's a creator, then how could you believe that our creator would just leave us high and dry? Obviously, there has to be some sort of truth. There has to be some sort of something that he left us to let us know that he was here. And if we look at what, you know, we can go through all the religions, we can go through every single different culture, and there's only one, in my opinion, that lines up correctly with what we see in the natural world, as well as what we feel in the spiritual realm, and what matches up to our everyday lives. I mean, the Bible is just so pinpoint accurate. It is absolutely just, it's, if you deny it, you just haven't, you don't understand it, you know?
Yeah, of course. But you were talking about a circle. I think we have four corners. It speaks about the angels standing at the four corners and releasing certain things. And then we look at the different races. We see 3 or 4 races. We see black, white, Arab. I don't know if you want to say Asian. So it seems 4 corners, 4 races, everybody trying to find out whose God is correct. You know, you have the Egyptian gods, Greek gods, so many different gods, everybody trying to claim that their God is correct, right? I mean, here in Europe, we have like Thors and Greek mythology. Can't quite remember what it is. So I think, yeah, everybody's trying to find, you know, you got the Muslims saying it's their God, you've got Buddha. What sets the Christian God from every other god is that Jesus is still alive. Yes, he rose from the dead. Buddha is dead. Allah is dead. Krishna is dead. Jesus is still alive, and this is the whole point of why people kind of why we believe in Christianity, right? But like I say, it's what people don't want to speak about. So, I mean, that's why we don't really talk about religion too much, because it is a touchy subject.
Yeah, exactly. And I said intellectual designer. Somebody called it out. I meant intelligent designer. Sorry, I've been on these hangouts since 12 a.m. So I'm a little tired. If I say something that doesn't make sense, just correct me. I'm not going to get offended. Yeah, I totally meant intelligent designer. I did not mean intellectual designer.
I was just.
I think either phrase is good though.
I was just thinking a little bit more about the do what thou wilt thing, and it just kind of came to me. You know, I guess it also depends on how you want to be perceived by, you know, your fellow man and, you know, by our Creator. You know.
Hey, one second. I just want to say what's up to everybody in the chat and all, because I can't get in the chat because I'm working. You guys are in my pockets. So hello to everybody who's here on the panel and in the chat. I'm sorry I have a lot of background noise. I'm listening and I'm trying to chime in when I can, but it's really loud with the beeping and the slamming and the drills and the hammers. So
be sure to focus on your work. Don't have them.
Yeah. No, I'm just cleaning. I'm cleaning. I'm scrubbing floors right now. That's all.
All right, Cinderella.
Yo, big shout out to Rob. He's the man. I don't know if Dim ever.
I thought I added him.
Dim, I don't know if he ever got in. I don't know if anybody ever sent him the link. Dim, if you want to go ahead and clarify if you really want to get in on the hangout or not. If you do, I'll have Hillbilly or Candy. They will send you a link. I have no problem with Dim getting on here, man. I thoroughly enjoy his input.
So add me on Skype and I'll send him the link.
Yeah, so Dim, if you want to send Hillbilly or send Candy a message on Skype or on Google Plus or on their YouTube Messenger, they'll get you that link, bud.
You know, I mean, it's not like, I mean, I ask non-religious people to show me their path. Show me if, okay, so you believe the earth is flat. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we don't buy evolution. Okay, that's good. So, you know, show me, let me understand how you see it. Is it aliens? Did we just, you know, come out of nothing? You know, there doesn't seem to be any response. It's just what I think. It's you know, just do what you want. Just it's your God, you're the creator, and that's the path that they seem to go down. Don't talk about it.
Well, yeah, Sperskimo, and the reason why is because they've been fooled by Baphomet worshipping Luciferians. That is exactly why they think that way. It's not because that's their natural way to think. It's because they've been told that it's okay to do as thy will. That is why they think that way. It's literally I wouldn't call it demonic possession. I would call it demonic oppression. And it is literally they are oppressed by mainstream media, you know, any sort of the pop culture, mainstream music. Mainstream news, all of it. That is what we're manipulated by. We're controlled by it, oppressed by it. Every single human is, I believe, we're all oppressed by the deceiver, by these demons. And you know, if you know the truth, then like you do, Sperskimo, and like I do. And I don't necessarily think that I'm all knowing. I know I'm not all knowing. I know that I don't know everything. I understand the Bible, though. I'm not all knowing. I'm not God, but I do understand the Bible and I do understand the truth. So necessarily, do I know the truth? I believe I know the truth, but I know I understand the truth. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that absolutely does. And, you know, I feel like there's a lot of people out there that try to draw conclusions and definitives, and those people, I mean, you can take what you want from them, but I don't think anyone that draws a conclusion or a definitive answer to, you know, stuff that is just absurdly ridiculous to conceive. I mean, just fathom the absolute truth behind it by anyone. I believe that they're very deceptive, and just be careful of those definitive conclusions that people draw on things, because, like you said, man, we don't know everything. I don't think anyone knows everything, and anyone who does believe that is fooling themselves and the people that are listening to them.
Remember when I was cutting out in the car and I said I'm just going on mute from now on? That's what I was saying, Matt. Like, I'm stealing that from you. Like I did the first 8 chapters of Genesis, and it's worked so well for me. I love that you said that. I have an understanding, I don't have knowledge, because that is what people don't realize when you're talking to them. Oh, you think you know it all? No, I don't know it all. I understand what the Bible is speaking to me. Huge difference.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
Hey, if somebody wants to take over the conversation for just a minute or two, I'm going to go ahead and get dim this link. Just give me 1 second, okay, guys? So if anybody has anything to say, go ahead.
My bad. I thought Candy was working on that. I went to his channel. He did not have an
button. He didn't send me a message on Skype, so I don't have his contact, and I can't send it. But
I don't want to go into Candy's private messages, so if he wants to go to my channel,
go ahead.
If you want to send a private message, I can get him the link that way, but he has no way to send a private message to his channel.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't care if he sends it to mine. You can get in there. I don't care. I don't have nothing in there.
Nah, that's cool.
So, do we have any opinion on the latest video by a certain on Europe for Europeans? Do we agree? Do you think? Do we understand his message? Does it seem, or is he?
What video?
The Mark Dubé, the recent. I'm not Mark Dubé. Oh, geez, Eric Dubé.
Eric Dubé. I didn't watch it yet. I saw it.
I saw an IPS video on it where he was talking about, how kind of it draws that definitive line of not understanding the concept of certain things and behaviors, I guess. Nazis and the Jews and that whole thing. I mean, who can really say what actually happened there? I mean, who can say that Hitler was not planted there by these establishment globalist type of people? I mean, I can't really use the term globalist anymore, but I feel like Hitler might have been one of those planted dictators to draw up some sort of fervor amongst that area, and then to create this issue where alleged 6 million Jews died, so that we can all just live in this perpetual tear-jerking mode of oh, we have to just do whatever now for the Jews to help them because 6 million of them died in World War II. I don't believe that actually happened. And, as far as Hitler, I mean, if he was organic, he was definitely extreme. However, I do believe that he may have been acting on behalf of the German people and understanding that the bankers were causing deterioration and instability within Germany, like the bankers and the banks do now here in the United States and pretty much all over the world that has not developed their own independent financial system. I mean, so look at what they all control. Look at what these people control. They control the financial markets. They control the food. They control the water. They're poisoning the air. I mean, they're poisoning the soil and, helping Monsanto with their aluminum-resistant GMO seed. I mean, these people are all in collusion. I mean, it's an absolute fact. And so to get back on the Hitler and that video, I watched a little bit of it, and then I watched IPS did a thing on it and suggested that, that's just it's kind of not racist, but it's kind of creating a more of a hate type of feel. And I do agree with IPS on that we need to broaden our spectrum a little bit to be not acceptant of certain behaviors, but to accept people no matter what their religion is, type of thing, or their belief system, to help and not save people, but to lead by example, I guess. I mean, that's difficult for me to explain, but that's kind of my perspective on that.
Interesting. I kind of think they're both not just them, but are doing the same kind of thing. In flat Earth, the most important things in flat Earth, I mean, I might be wrong, it's just what in flat Earth is who built this place? Is there a creator, or is there not? That would be the age-old question. So everything else, all the other kind of conspiracies where we've got IPS talking about, religion is this, and then we've got Eric talking about, Hitler did that. This is not going to get us any closer to finding out what we want to know. What we were talking about people being able to do things in the past that we are unable to do today. Enlightening, higher self, or whatever you want to call it, deeper understanding. Taking us on, paths that are just, I would consider mainstream. You would have those either or, whether it's a globe or not. But before flat Earth, the biggest argument was, is evolution true or is it creation? So I still think that's pertinent right now, that's what we're trying to find out, because if there is a creator, that kind of changes everything. If people like Hillbilly, doesn't want to hear about religion, if there were other people who don't want to talk about spiritualism, well, he'd want to know. People would want to know if there is a creator, then we need to get down to business, not focus on, these mundane little things that have kept us. We've been arguing about these things for, the longest time. Is religion false? Is it real? It's an age-old argument. Is it the Jews? Is it not? It's an age-old argument. But it hasn't really taken anybody. It's just divided people. But if we all were to focus on if there is a creator or not, that would settle it. Is it flat or is it not? That settles it. And then you can kind of move forward. I think the whole idea is we're being held back at every possible turn. But, again, I reiterate what Pete said. It's about what people do not talk about. When people do not speak about certain things, you can see that not going to go in that direction. So for me, the most important thing is not about the Jews. The Jews would not be important if we find out there's a creator. What else? Or the religion. Well, that will be important or not important if we find out there's a creator. Yeah. So what I see. I don't know if anybody's watched my video. It talks about the divide, and I see that happening right now. Because it's gonna if he follows through with this, it's people newcomers join Flat Earth right now, and they see certain people speaking about their values and their beliefs more than Flat Earth. It's more important than Flat Earth. Then it's just going to be get 2 steps back.
What do you mean?
And not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we're not addressing is there a creator. That should be.
You said a divide.
That should be the number.
You said a divide. What did you mean by that?
A divide. Yeah, that's what will happen. That's what we're going to see happen. So-called leaders will have so-called minions or followers, and they will separate all the people who are interested in Flat Earth. So if you're interested in Flat Earth, they want to speak about Flat Earth. Just keep it on Flat Earth. If you've got proof or a board, let's talk about that. I don't really want to go into all this because I don't know if he understands. Well, he clearly does that. that's what will happen. You'll cause a divide if you start talking about your opinions and your value, especially if you're, I mean, I'm not saying that you can't talk about your opinions, but you know, with great power comes great responsibility. So if you're at the top and you have followers, then they're going to follow you. So if you're doing a certain activity, and to follow that, and those who are on the other side will say, well, I'm not going to follow that.
Yeah.
But we all want to know the main thing. Is there a God? Was this place built? How did we get here? These are the things that the scientists are trying to answer. But instead of us trying to answer it before them, these guys that are trying to find out, you know, the so-called answers, because we would be considered more spiritual. So we get given direction, just like a movie. Directors come in, take them down this path, take them over here. Okay, cut that out. Stop talking about that. Take them over here. You know, and you know, a lot of these shows seem to be like rehearsals for something. I don't know what. Something is coming. I don't know. That's what I mean by the divide. We're seeing it right now. The divide. You know.
Hey, real quick, Spur Schemo, want to give a shout out. We got Dim on the panel now. Finally got my man on here. What's up, Dim? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
I'm doing just.
Can you guys hear me?
Good, man.
Hey,
yeah, we can
Dan.
hear you just fine, man. Loud and clear.
Okay.
Hello. I never met you before.
How you doing?
Them.
Hello.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I talked to you first before on P Mars panel.
Yeah, I've been on a couple of them. I've been on
Me and Jibby.
too.
No, I was talking to Spurs. I think that's where I was going to talk to him before. But no, I've never talked to you before. I don't think I've talked to Rio before either. Maybe
Hey,
I've seen him
Candy,
on.
Candy,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a break for like maybe 10 minutes. You guys, I'm gonna stay on the panel. Just if you ask me anything and I don't respond, it's because I'm away from my phone. Go ahead, you guys can take over. And yeah.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say anything in particular. Dan, you probably got something to say. Right?
Sorry about the noise, y'all.
Damn.
Candy, I went ahead and muted you. Sorry about that. That was squealing real loud.
It's a lot of scare tactics too for like what you're talking about, movies and media and CIA. It's all CIA backed. Like NASA got started by like the government. They didn't get started by the people. The people didn't start the rocket program.
It started by the Nazis.
Well, our government went over there and took war criminals and then brought them over here, and they started NASA with them, with like Werner von Braun and all of them. Yeah, they're Nazis. Yeah, but I don't actually think they were Nazis. I think they were like double agents. Like they were acting like they were for Germany, but they were taking all the secrets and stuff. And then when we finally went over there to go to war with them, then we actually got our people and brought them back with the technology, and then they started NASA. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, what I'm finding is, you know, they're coming into flat Earth. They're realizing that they've been lied to their whole lives, lied to, and they're just acting like, yeah, I know it's flat. You know, there should be a reaction. I think because people are not reacting in the right kind of way, they have to kind of push the people. You know, so not enough people are getting to flat Earth quick enough. So let's bring out another video. You know, they're not fighting as, you know, they're not infighting as, you know, as they're supposed
Right. There
to.
has to be accountability for the mess that's been created. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Accountability by police and judges and Congress and lawyers and lawmakers and the president. Just all of them. All of them need to be held accountable. I feel like if you want to be president, as long as you get a free house, a free meal, a free car, and like, I don't know, you get to be president. I think that should be enough. I don't know. That's just me.
There's no validity in presidency anymore. I'm starting to come to the conclusion that all government is just a form of ideology and deception, and drawing us away.
Right.
It's drawing us away from understanding self and the source of us.
The best strong clue, and I can't figure out for the life of me why people don't wake up and see it. When an individual has the ability to raise 150, $200 million to support the campaign trail as they go down prior to the primaries, then on into the generals, the millions upon millions of hundreds of millions of dollars that they're going to spend for a job that pays, what is it? I did know at one time it's a little under $9 million for an 8-year term. Who in the hell is going to do that?
It's $800,000 a year, I think.
They got expenditures they got to add into it too, though, that they get allotments and
Right.
expenditures. But
They get everything free.
oh yeah, but when you're going to spend $200 million for a job that's going to have a net production of $8 million, $9 million, if I have the ability to raise that much, what in the hell do I need such a chump job for? That's chump change, 8 million to 200 million. It ought to be a damn clue. The Electoral College was a useful thing back in its original creation when we didn't have communications that went across the plane in fractions of a second, where it was designed to protect people from their own ignorance. Oh, Johnson, that sounds like a good name. Let's vote for him. I like that name, Johnson, not knowing what he politically stands for. Now the Electoral College has outfulfilled its purpose, but yet still allowed to overrule popular vote if needed. Big electoral systems that's got faulty elections documented not on just general elections, but midterm elections since the year 2000, starting with hanging chads, and we're still going to utilize the same technology in 2018 and 2020.
It's because if they're not elections, they're selections. And people don't understand
Exactly.
that.
Both sides are paid for, so no matter who wins. Yeah.
There's no doubt that there's no difference between the R and the D other than a letter in the alphabet in Washington. Can you find it in Main Street, USA, the difference between a Democrat and a liberal? Yeah. Can you find it in Washington? In title only. We've seen how Congress has been permitted to go around and not even show up to vote on legislation with the excuses, well, I had to be here on the oversight committee, or there's an investigative hearing going on. Hey, these people got but one job. Why bust it all up like that? Nobody should be able to vote for nobody else the way we witness Congress do. One senator going around hitting 10, 12 voting ballots. Well, how does one out of 100 get 12 damn votes? What's fair, equal, and balanced about that? We're told that we live in a country of freedom, but when you try to exercise freedom, we all know Fifth Amendment is a freedom, right to remain silent. Try utilizing that very right and see if you don't get it for obstruction of justice.
Because you must be dumb if you think you are free.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we are free. We have free will. We can do what we like. Just know that there are consequences to those actions. However, however, even if our intentions are good and our actions are good, they'll still make up reasons to subdue you because they don't want you to be good. They don't want you to be on the righteous path. They don't want you to be benevolent. They don't want you to set up shop on the corner of just whatever street and hand out good organic food to people that may need it, or promote consuming good organic food and promoting, get the fluoride out of the water. They're going to shut you down, and they're going to make up any excuse they can because it goes against what they desire for society, and that is obviously not a good thing. When you have people telling you what to do, controlling you, it's like I'm sick and tired of people coming at me like, oh, the experts say, and the official narrative suggests, and it's like, I don't care. I don't want to be forced fluoride to myself, my family, my daughter. I don't want to be forced GMO food. And the
FDA regulation says.
Yeah, and then they point out to the Centers for Disease Control and the FDA, USDA. Oh yeah, all these official groups. Yeah, well, I don't know them. I have no idea what their intentions are. I've never met them. I haven't had a conversation with them. All I'm getting is this regurgitated rhetoric suggesting that they are experts in this field and I should just listen to them. Well, no, because I can think critically myself. I use my intuition to the best of my ability right now. And I know that I shouldn't be consuming, bathing in, or surrounded by fluoride. And these are things that we can fight a lot easier than, say, the chemtrail issue. I mean, it's pretty ludicrous that not everyone is aware of to that issue, because they could be putting anything in the tanks that they are and dispersing anything into the environment. Anything. I mean, we already know there's aluminum in there for sure, barium, strontium perhaps, but biological agents. What's this Morgellons disease? What is this artificial intelligence that apparently of nanotechnology that is being dispersed, that's allegedly being dispersed? They can put anything in that, and it's not enough people are. I mean, this is a total attack on people, everyone, the environment, humanity, an attack. They are not benefiting us. They're not blocking out the sun to prevent global warming, which again is a farce as well in itself. I mean, it's like this place is run rampant with the work of the wicked ones. And until the benevolent, the righteous, the good doers, until we rise up against it, there's not going to be any sort of like goodness left on this earth. And maybe that's just the ultimate goal. I mean, who cares? We're not supposed to be in love with the earth, as far as I can tell what the Bible has said. We're supposed to be preparing ourselves for the next step. This is, of course, in the theoretics of the practice and the religion and our spiritual beliefs and whatnot. But I would like to leave behind here some sort of goodness and reason and common sense that seems to have completely abandoned human consciousness, except for those of us that choose to be conscious of things and want to do well upon each other. Because that's living the right path as far as I know.
Can you share my screen? Just a second. Sorry. Carry on. I just wanted your opinion on the meaning of this word. Can you share my screen, Billy?
See it? Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it. Okay. So this is like Valentine's Law Dictionary. So this is what it says. Yeah. The public are. I don't know if anyone can see that.
Like rats.
Well, this is how they define the public, the general public. So it says belonging to the entire community. Blah blah blah. So the people, the public, blah blah blah. So the vast multitude. Okay, so this is the main point. The vast multitude, which includes the ignorant, the unthinking, the credulous, who in making purchases do not stop to analyze, but are governed by appearance and general impressions.
Yeah, so, that's like holidays and shit. Like useless things to spend your money. We pay for everything. Like everything. We pay for the NASA stuff. We pay for the laws that have been put in place. We pay for the cops, the prisons, the government. We pay for every aspect of all of it. But yet any invention that's made up, we don't get. We get it sold to us. Any cure for any disease, the billionaire patents it. It gets sold to us. So they, run some kind of scam.
When we talk about like a ball earth, flat earth discussion, I think a lot of flat earthers don't consider themselves consider themselves as the general public. You know, we are people who can think outside of the box, and a lot of these people who are defending this ball, these people would say we are part of the public, but you know, unbeknownst to them, they are the ignorant, the unthinking. And you know, I think that's what they're missing. They're missing that they're not actually understanding or seeing things clearly, and that is the problem.
I don't think they're ignorant. I don't think anybody's ignorant. I think it's just that it's like cognitive dissonance, like, you know, in a way. It's like they're so stuck to this theory. They're like, how could that be? You know what I mean? It's like Mark Twain wrote, it's so much easier to convince somebody of something that's false than to convince them that the false thing was false. Like,
That's what Mark Twain said.
Yeah, once you convince them of something false, it's so hard to convince them otherwise. Basically. Hitler also wrote, once you repeat a lie, or actually it wasn't Hitler, it was one of the propaganda people, that once you repeat a lie so many times, it becomes the truth. So. And that's how it works. Like, they repeat the ball thing in schools to all children, like NASA, through the schools, through like so the science and the history, we all know is fake. Half the other stuff is fake. I don't even know, like, unless you actually know someone that actually studies certain things, like for like that's their life thing, like they study stuff, you won't really know anything, because the scientists for them lie. Like, they'll tell us, like, the periodic table has this, this, and this, and these do this, this, and this, and we might see a little reaction to that. But the end result is they know way more than we do about what they're showing us. That's what I don't like. And we pay for everything. We pay for all the foundations, the research, everything. It's just crazy. How people don't like, they don't demand accountability or proof or receipts, or like, where's the proof of this? Where's the proof of this? We pay for the internet to be like a guy made in his basement. Then a billionaire, Bill Gates, wins, you know, killed the guy off, took his invention, made it his, and sold it to us. That guy made it in his basement to be free for everybody. The internet and Wi-Fi is supposed to be free, just like water and electricity. You know, we pay for all that to be furnished. It should all be free. We shouldn't pay every month for water and gas and all this shit. You can't even plant a garden in Miami. You can't even dig further than 10 inches or 12 inches in the sand or dirt in Florida. You can't even collect rainwater. That's illegal. It's crazy.
It's crazy, man.
Yep. Pay to live. That's the system they have us under. Everything we do is paid for, and you have to use the Rothschild banking system money to pay for it.
It's still a slave system.
It is a slave system, absolutely.
Ended, or supposedly ended. It didn't actually end. They just made it for everybody.
Yeah, it was perpetuated.
Yeah. Quite right. But like I said, we're going to see a lot of. They're going to do their very best anyway, not to speak about the creator, if there is or isn't. You know, they're not going to settle it either way. I mean, so if there isn't a creator, they're not going to address that. If there is, they're not going. You know, in order to, because if you try to address, you know, there is no creator, you might end up in turn proving there is a creator. So that's probably why they don't want to. Because a lot of people who try to debunk the ball ended up proving the ball to themselves, right? So the same thing is, you know, if people try to debunk, you know, and say, look, of course there's no designer. It's still random. It did happen by accident. It just happens to be flat.
It just...
we're going to have a whole new science. Completely new science book.
The ones that said it was a ball were back in the 1500s. You have to realize these people didn't have planes back then. They could only see 3 miles in front of themselves. They can only do the calculations we could do with the pen and paper or on the dirt and with the stick. they didn't have any special stuff. They couldn't even fly up to see anything or see further other than going on a hill or something like that. You know what I mean? So they can only use their eyeballs to see. So if Copernicus said the Earth was this big or whatever, and he measured some kind of little shadow that was peeking off of a well, you know what I mean? How come that hasn't been overturned since the 1500s when we've got 9 billion people in China and how many ever billion people here? You're telling me that one guy for all these years has been smarter than all these billions of people that couldn't come up with a better theory? Or like Newton with gravity, that's a theory. Or Einstein with relativity, and all this. It's all theories. It's theoretical science.
The idea of the whole war was to discredit the Bible. That was that was the main goal. Look, God got it wrong. Man gets it right. We can, tell you how everything works. Therefore, all this religion is complete nonsense. And now, people are kind of forgetting that argument. People are just trying to say,
man is here. When I look around, and like when I was a kid, I was like, okay, is there something, in my brain, there's something that made me because I'm here. Something that made my mom and dad and them whatever, all the way down the line. Something like put the ability for us to be here. You know what I mean? So that's a clear fact. How can anyone deny that? I mean, that'd be the stupidest thing in the world. How could you, like, if you can see your hand and you can talk to people, you're here. So maybe you got here. So I mean, there is a creator. That's not like no ball, no donut, nothing anybody says would cling me to a fact that there isn't a creator.
Yeah, but I try to understand the point of view. There is no creator. That's what I want to get at, so I can see. You see?
Stupidity.
Can I chime in just for a second? Please, can I try?
Yeah.
I've been back here quiet for a long time.
Sorry.
If there is or isn't a creator, truly isn't the problem. By means of them hiding the Bible or trying to destroy the Bible with the globe. What the problem is the corruption. I think no matter whether you believe or don't believe in the Bible, there was a time when man did not have the wheel. With technology, I wouldn't want to give up today's technology and live like a cat or a dog or a duck or a frog or anything like that. But you ever wonder why our life is not as free as that cat or dog or turtle or whatever animal you were observing? With technology, there will come the need for bigger workforces to create that technology that we so heartily enjoy today. But the corruption of the receipt of time, hence a fiat system. The corruption of the fiat system is the problem. The corruption that comes with whichever way they are directing us. And as we look, whether there is or is not the creator, we're forgetting the bigger question behind why is it even a question? Why are we not living free like the dogs, the cats, the wildlife in the woods? That's the way we were intended to live, just like them. There was a time when man became evil and he wanted to overrule another person. So that's a man question, not a spiritual question.
Well, I mean, that was the thing originally. What you just said, man was able just to live. Yeah, that what you're talking about was happening. People were building, growing, living, having families, whatnot. And then one day someone decided, I want to control that man or that family. I want him to work in my house or in my land, but I don't want to do it myself. This is where the problem, arose. Selfishness, these kind of feelings. So mean, the whole idea that we don't live free is because
the word profit in general.
Well, the reason why we don't live free is because we sign over our freedom. Nobody doesn't just take it. You know, we're not in a country, you know, there's countries where they just take people's freedoms. We willingly give to the government, and then we complain about that we're not free. Yes.
Well, it's through fear. You know how they got their fear tactics, right?
Yeah. However they got it, but we still willingly.
Listen, though, that fear controls like money and all kinds of stuff that you wouldn't even really think about. Because like if you get somebody scared enough, they'll sell their stuff. They'll jump off a building. You know, Orson Welles did the thing about the aliens coming, and a whole bunch of people were like killing themselves and stuff. And it was just on the radio. He just had a fake radio skit back in the day. And he said aliens are coming.
What my point is, you can't escape the fact that, you know, Christians will call it sin. I don't know how you would describe that emotion of when man is. So I don't know how the non-spiritual person would describe a person.
A bad person.
Right? So I'm trying to say that there's no getting away from it. If you're non-spiritual, there's no getting away from the fact that your idea of wanting to live a good life, somebody in that paradigm will always want to do bad. And the non-spiritual person won't understand why. Why does he want this man to work in his garden? Why doesn't he just do it himself? Why doesn't he dig his own backyard? Right? And that's where the problem will lie. So if you have a generation of people not understanding why another man wants this other guy to work, you know, on his land, that's going to be that problem will perpetuate. That will be the cycle.
If they had no choice but to do it themselves, if no one would do it for them. If there was no such thing as profit, nothing but like, hey, if I can do this, you can do this. And some guy's like, hey, will you do this for me? Be like, no. See, that's where the word profit comes into play, because that man gets you to do it by saying, hey, I can give you something that's imaginary if you actually give me breaking energy.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, that's what we're saying. So,
right, debt. The debt doesn't exist.
Yeah, but hold on. This is my point. So, listen, that's the point. You either step into this, you know, profit, you know, where you're going to have commerce and making money, and understand what it comes with, that you're going to have backstabbers in this realm. There's no two ways around it. And this is the thing, you can't, this is why I think in scripture it says you can't serve two masters. So for the people who are yearning for peace, love, and harmony, but they also want, again, I'm not saying that technology is bad or wrong or whatnot, but I'm just saying it's the point that we want this technology, but we also want love, peace, and harmony. How can we mesh the two? Is it possible to merge the two, you know, and, you know, without people going back to their original selves of being selfish and emotional and high, you know, and people not understanding, well, why are you acting like that? Why are you being in this way? And again, like I said, spiritual people will understand. They are being attacked by something that, you know, that we can see, we can understand. But again, on the outside, you won't, you know, you're questioning it. Why is he, why did he just do that? Why are they doing that? And so it's about serving I understand what you're saying, Billy. I hear that. I hear people want to have growth. You want to have, you know, to be advanced. But advanced against who? Are we talking about advanced against third world nations, advanced against your neighbor, which is what we're finding? You know, I have a better lawnmower than you, yes, or something like this. What is it? You know, does it have any value? When I think of technology, I just think just to better mankind as we progress to what is inevitable anyway. Not to the way I see technology, the way I see man trying to take technology is to advance themselves. To advance themselves, as in, you know, we will find the key to life and the reason why. So if flat earthers who, you know, believe in technology think, you know, that kind of way, then, you know, again, that's something that needs to be discussed, because are we still going to find the elixir of life, so to speak? You know,
we probably shouldn't worry so much about total technology, but like for like a little answer to your thing, like different kids like to do different things. Like you'll see this group of kids and you'll be like, oh, I love to cook. I love to do this. I want to do. You can like you can let people build stuff and make stuff. I mean, kids love to create. If you actually let kids create and teach them how to, they would create this stuff for free on their own, and it would be free to everyone anyway. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be go take over this third world country to make your stuff. You know what I mean? It'd be everyone making it for each other. Like my kids would make it, or I'd make it, or we'd make it together, and then like if it works, just give the idea to everyone too. They can make it too if they want.
Be like, look what I've just done. Do you want to try this? Do you want to share this? So, I'm not against technology in any kind of way. I think it's good that we are, we should, because we are in a creation, God allows us to create things also. So that I think that's the idea. That's why we are creative. That's why you have some people who are very creative and are outstanding. It's like, wow, how did you design or create that? Yeah. So, because we are in the image, so we kind of do the same kind of thing. We have compassion, love, and care, and share, and do good. And so if God creates, we would create. We kind of do the same kind of thing. So I think technology is useful. It's good. It's helpful, but people kind of, they're in love with it. I can't explain. They think it's their savior, so to speak. It's going to save them. Yeah, so I don't know. Something along those lines.
Oh, like a
people
time.
Want to be saved. You can either think that you're going to die. So you die, and that. So even if you're on a flat Earth still, you can still be in the mindset. Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask if they think that. That's that mindset of, well, once you die, you die. Is that thought still relevant now in the flat Earth? So if you're a flat Earther, what's the thought behind that? Do people still believe in science?
I think it's something to do with energy. If your soul is energy, you can't really kill energy. It can probably come back, or it does something, or transfers. You know what I mean?
What do you think, Candy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. Did you hear what I was saying about upgrading the technology?
No.
Okay, so every single year we get a new phone. We upgrade all of our technology very religiously. All of us do. So just like with science, everything's meant to be tested. Everything's meant to evolve. Everything's meant to be upgraded. Everything. I mean, hell, they're making artificial intelligence with human faces on them. Think about that. So why is it that the globe can't be tested? I found a huge problem with this. Why is it that after 500 years of one person saying that this place is a globe, why is it that can't be upgraded? That can't be looked at. That can't be tested in any kind of way, or else it's a crime.
Well, they've tried, I think. I think they've tried and they failed miserably. So, instead of being the bigger, like people say, well, why don't you admit you don't know? Say you don't know. Instead of a story, and that's what we get. Instead of NASA telling us,
and it's even harder to admit that you're wrong.
Right.
So,
it is.
That comes back to when they say, why would a lot of people don't know they're lying. A lot of these people are doing their job. They're getting statistics. They're doing readings. They're doing math problems. But it's not really getting to a result that they think it is. You know what I mean? But they're actually, like, there's people that work for NASA that actually think they're going to space. They 100% believe it. They get a reading and it's a program. You know what I mean? It's set up to keep a reading back. They're going to get a reading back on a meteor, this planet, or that 28 planets, or a dot on the sun, or something. You know what I mean? They're going to get crazy readings back. So they wholeheartedly believe that they're, oh, we're going to space. I can see it on my monitor. I work at NASA. That's because they're compartmentalized. They all think that.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. Yeah, absolutely.
So when all those people believe that they work for NASA, you can get a lot of people to believe, even, and then until the ones come out that are high up or find out, to tell us, that's when we actually find out, hey, and they get us thinking like, whoa, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, because a lot of people will say, well, flat Earth won't change anything, because they don't see the change. They don't see what will. They don't see the. Mm-hmm.
All the spokesmen for NASA are theoretical astrophysicists. That means these guys are theoretical, meaning theories or not knowing. It's just a guess. Astro, meaning stars. You can't touch the stars or do nothing with the stars. So how can anyone on this planet be an astrophysicist? How's that even possible? And these are the spokesmen for NASA. They're not even real scientists, none of them. They're all theories.
Thank you. That's what I say, astrophysicist. Because that's the physical world. How is it that exists? I do not understand that, and I never will.
Right. So what you're saying the same thing I was saying. How can 9 billion little kids not come up with a better theory, or us, or anybody else on this planet? You know what I mean? That's just the amount of people in China that I keep repeating, because they got a lot of people. But there's America, Russia, India. There's everywhere. Like all these people, they only got a group of 3. Are you kidding me? The technology. The technology that we think we know, like you said, they keep getting like a new iPhone or whatever. That's nothing. That's nothing compared to what we should be doing. We went backwards in technology. We already had the motor that you just crank up and you drive around, the first Ford motor or whatever, and it worked on steam. We already had water-powered stuff. Now, I want to know why we stopped using that when that has the capability of hydropower and, electricity and all that for hydrogen. And then we went to gasoline. I find that weird. But the technology, like the Egyptian technology, we can do that. It's all just mimicking nature. If you're sitting in nature and you pay attention, you'll learn any technology you need to know right in front of your face. It doesn't get any better than nature.
For my final exam for my technology class last year, so I'm studying computer engineering, and so we had to write a paper on something that had to do with technology and the environment.
Breaking up, Candy.
Dropped.
You cut out, Candy. Say it all again.
I wanted solar power. Like, solar people had these crazy ideas that they were thinking of, and I had something that would help the environment, and she said that was not good enough. I had to pick something else to do my paper on. Like, what? I didn't know about flat Earth then. It wasn't last year. This was January of 2015, and I became a flat earther in June of 2015. So,
what was your paper on? So, what was your first idea for?
Solar powered road panels. It wasn't actually my idea. I can't steal the idea. It was something that I've seen on YouTube. It was a really good idea. It would be very expensive, but road panels.
I got an idea along those lines.
Yeah, it's
no, I didn't see
cool.
that one, but when I was younger, I thought drunk drivers, I seen them wreck stuff. I was like, why don't they make bumper cars more magnet? Because you're not magnets away from each other. Magnetic balls all down the road in certain distances, shorter than a crossing each car. And even in
Dan, can you get closer to your mic, please? You cut in and out a little bit.
You could mix magnetic particles into the concrete and into the paint or onto the poles, or have a rubber bumper around cars. That way, if you did wreck anything, it wouldn't hurt anyone really, just besides whiplash maybe. You know what magnetic stuff in the street.
Because nobody's going to buy a car that they're not in love with the way that it looks. So they're not going to lose money to save lives. That would be insane.
Like a bumper car, have a big, like tire, or big bumper all around your car, and a big bumper all the way down the road, like a rail. And no one would ever be able to crash into anything or off the sidewalk or nothing. Each lane have its own little bumpers or little, you know. Actually, you can even have magnets in it and have a magnet under the car. Flip the switch, like a North Pole and a South Pole. As soon as you flip the switch, it'll like pull you. You be in like little tunnels.
They're not going to give these public, Dan. This is the thing. We've been left. We've been resorting to nothing but, fantasy and imagination. They keep showing us little, models of what the future could look like. Blah blah blah. But that's just even the public, because remember, we're unthinking, we're ignorant, and
yeah,
we get fed little. In order for what you're happening, this whole system has to fall. So that means that the people. So we know what technology is available. So we know what we're capable of at this point. So if we were given, when I say license, I don't mean given a license, but if we were just given, like Bill was talking about, just to be free to do what you want, people would get together and create and design all kinds of wonderful and weird contraptions. If you look in China, that there's no limit on what they invent. They've got an invention for everything. So they're not being held back in terms of creativity. Somebody has an idea, no matter how ridiculous it might seem, they're given the green light. And not only that, it's produced. We can buy it. If you go to China, you can get those what we would call crazy inventions.
Right. But would you want to live in China where you can't have more than one baby and where the government controls every aspect of everything? So China's just like America. When all these people make their crazy little inventions, the government takes it over and they get the production of it.
I'll have 2 babies now. The law's changed.
Oh, they can now? Oh, that's crazy.
I saw an article that says they've raised it to 2.
But you see what I'm saying, though? They're controlled over there really bad, even though they get the ability to make stuff. See, I wouldn't want that either. Oh, come on over here to our facility, kids, and make all the stuff you want. But then when you leave, we're keeping it and we're going to sell it back to you for billions of dollars as you grow old. No, that's stupidity. If you make it, it needs to be given at your price or your idea of what you want to do with it. And if you want to give it to the world, say, hey, man, buy me a house and the whole world can have it. You know what I mean? I don't want nothing crazy. Make sure I have a car till I die. Fuck, I wouldn't care. If people were like that, it wouldn't be bad. Everybody's just too greedy.
Well, I think the only way, I think there's been times throughout history when you may have had like an honest king or an honest queen where, they wanted to improve the people, or even a president or prime minister, possibly. So I think, the only way that can happen, again, like what I said, is that this system either has to fall or we have to vote in somebody who is incredibly honest, who would allow people to...
Voting doesn't work.
Voting doesn't do anything. People have to change their attitude and desires in life.
I have never voted.
This desire for everything to be convenient, this desire to have everything that they want at the drop of a hat, it's difficult to explain. It's just we have to change our desires. And again, we're all, like a lot of people, most of people on Earth are caught up in the idea, the concept of evolution, that we are a cosmic coincidence. So sure, maybe you do live only once. However, how do you want to live? Are you living for yourself entirely as a whole, or are you going to behave in a certain manner that suggests that you are conscious of everyone else's existence here as well, and you don't want to see others suffer, because we are here suffering, but it's to different degrees of suffering. Everyone suffers in their own way, and other people suffer more than others, and that's a lot to do with the cause of the people that we choose to follow, these governments and these militarized ideologies. So people have to change their desires of life and what they want, in order for anything to change. We have to change ourselves, be the change you want to see in the world. And again, and this also goes back to do unto others as you would have done to yourself. I mean, do you hurt yourself? I mean, like it's a very complicated issue, and we can talk about this until the freaking earth dissolves, for all I know, and we would never resolve these issues. But it's like, what do we want? Do we want to have peace, tranquility on earth, or do we want peace within ourselves, or do we want to potentially see what's beyond this? I mean, this is a very complex issue. There's no doubt about it.
Have you ever thought about the Rambo complex that they show on Hollywood and stuff? And I think that's a big problem too with kids and stuff. They always think they have to do everything like take it on yourself. Oh, you against the government, or you against this. No, if you guys would stop and think, you're the 99%, damn it. There's no way what you want done cannot be done if you want it done. That's what has to be explained to them, not these movies like Rambo and the one guy can fight the whole army by himself. You know what I mean?
So it's almost like, the ones that kind of speak up, speak out are the thinkers, are like the guardians. So I guess it's kind of, when you do see people talk, speaking about the truth, I think it's innate in us to, want to protect our fellow man.
And if we all stand together, we are the army.
There's a common something out there, whether it's
the truth hurts. That's what people have to realize, especially the haters and NASA and scientists and theorizers and just whoever wants to be stupid. Yeah, the truth hurts, but it's the truth.
The truth does hurt, man. Truth, it depresses me. I mean, it depressed me for a long time. I had to rise up above depression, and the depression was partially my own doing when I started looking into things. I mean, it's like, holy crap, this is what's going on, and wow, look at what my actions here, subtle as they may be, have done to people across the pond. Or I mean, yeah, this is the awakening. With the awakening comes depression, because then you realize that you have been lied to. You realize that you are naive. You realize that you are ignorant. You realize that you are not knowing of everything. Mm-hmm. So it is depressing, but at the same time, you rise above that like the phoenix, and you become a greater version of what you used to be. And I believe that's for lack of better terms, an evolutionary stage that everyone must go through in order for things on Earth and in society to be far better than what they are now.
Mm.
I got a picture of hillbilly stuff on my screen. That's funny.
Hey guys, just checking in with you guys. I am listening. I'm still here. I am preoccupied at the current moment. Just letting you guys know I didn't forget about you, and I am enjoying this conversation.
Is my icon taking focus or something other than when I'm talking?
No, I just touched it, and it like popped up big. I was looking at it. What about like the JFK stuff, like the JFK speech? when he come out and said that? Do you think that was scripted for him to do purposely, so that like they could fake his murder and like send everybody a message?
That's a good question, because yeah, because I mean, he basically laid it out there that there is a shadow government, and then almost instantaneously they took him out. I mean, yeah, I mean the whole world is a stage, literally and figuratively, apparently. If the Earth is flat, you know what I mean. So I mean, they create.
I'm not sure yet.
What's that?
Still not sure if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not going to say from my own visual experience.
There's been no curvature so far.
Yeah, there's right, exactly. And actually, I was looking out the other morning at the horizon as the sun was coming up, or coming over, and I didn't see the sun yet, but I looked over to the other horizon and it was lit up. Which leads me to believe that it's literally just floating above the horizon, and it's projecting its light across.
Of a flat Earth that you're still wrestling with. I don't want to be seen as an idiot. And I know what flat Earth implies a person is. No, I mean just be confident.
Well, I know it's not a globe. I'm pretty sure it's not a square. It's a plane. That's all I can really think of. It's a plane. So it is flat, but it's not flat to the to the nth degree or whatever.
At least mountains, yeah.
Yeah, it's got terrain. I mean, it's just that
flat as far as, let's say, from England to America.
Flat as far as it's
flat.
It's not a big ball.
Between me and you is completely flat. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the Earth. Oh, yeah, the water is totally like a friggin' about as flat as it could be, man. Absolutely.
Right. Well, there you go. There's your answer. So yeah, just be sure, be confident. Man. There's no. I know a lot of people are not sure. Like it's like, well, if it's flat, then it means this, and it's.
People have been fired.
Flat.
People have been fired from work for saying it was flat.
I heard that yesterday. Somebody on one of the Hangouts said that they just got fired because of that. I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I think you can sue them. That's freedom of speech. You shouldn't be able to fire someone for that.
Well, technically, when you're involved in a corporation, the laws differentiate. So, I mean, the corporation then has control over your speech. Unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Sense.
Unfortunately,
you're over your rights.
It sucks. Yeah, I mean, it's totally ridiculous. But
the Bill of Rights. Think about this real quick. The Bill of Rights. If I give you a bill and you're at my table and I'm the waiter and you're ordering food and I give you the bill, what do you have to do when you get the bill? You have to pay me, right? So when I hand you the bill and you sign it and pay me, you see what I'm saying? We have a Bill of Rights. So who do we owe our bill of, who do we owe our rights to? That's kind of like a weird, we have a bill of, why would we need that?
We don't need it. They proclaim that we do to make us feel like government gives us rights, which is what they're educating the children about, by the way, right now. The government gives us rights. And, if you are a God-fearing, faring individual, then you know that your rights come from the Creator, and that's it.
Right. You shouldn't need proof or any crazy stuff like that, or a bill or something handed to you. Have you guys ever watched JFK videos?
Yeah, I've watched a few.
Okay, do you have an idea who did it in your mind?
Well, we don't.
Of the culprits?
Yeah.
I
get it.
The money lenders.
Wife.
I think his wife did it.
I think yes. Listen.
That's interesting.
Because Aristotle Onassis was with her before JFK. JFK took her. She left a little life of crime and wanted to go straight. And JFK had enough pull and charisma because he became the president. No.
Stop and look
She
at
was
the.
messing with Aristotle Onassis. JFK got her. They were like bickering. They were rivals because of her. She was like in the middle of them. He was in government. The other dude was a fucking big time kingpin. Yes. And then she went with JFK. Me and Mauser were talking about it. Is she went with JFK, and then he messed around on it with Marilyn Rowan and like 2 or 3 other ladies. And once she found out about it, she got mad. And Aristotle Onassis talked to her, and then like it looks like she pulled something out of her skirt and shot him with it, and then threw it on the car to the FBI agent. That's what I saw.
Go look at the replay again and look at the body motion. The body motion shows you the trajectory of the bullet. We know that we got swiveling points in our hips, we got swiveling points in our necks, and when a blunt force hits you, you have the opposite action. Her hand was nowhere close to the left side of his head. Whoever the shooter may have been was definitely to the forward and to the right as we watched the replay.
What'd she throw in the back of the trunk when she jumped up?
I think she was going to the back of the trunk, first of all, to get the CIA agent who should have been at his duty already on the trunk.
The car's bulletproof.
Sir, I didn't interrupt you. Where the CIA agent should have been, and then she seen the brain matter and she grabbed it. Hell, who knows what was going through her head? But as we watched the video, the trajectory had to come from the forward upright.
All right,
Forward right. That would be the grassy knoll. One person that we can prove says he was confused about his whereabouts on that very day. How could you make a press interview and say you was in New York City when you heard the news, but yet there's a picture of you outside the
Hey, Hillbilly, can you mute Candy?
What are you talking about, George Bush?
Yeah, George Bush Sr.
All right, forgive me for interjecting real quick, but
let's just one last quick point. Let's not forget the Warren Commission was getting unhampered assistance by the CIA until George Bush Sr. took over the CIA.
yeah, we can discuss the conspiracy behind JFK all the time, and we would get nowhere. We know that it wasn't who they said it was, just like 9/11. We know it wasn't who they said it was. So unfortunately, discussing this now defeats, I believe, the purpose on building up towards, a better future. I mean, we can discuss this and we can theorize about it all the time. I'm not suggesting that you're wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that I believe this is beating a dead horse at this point, and continually to live in the past, knowing that we've been lied to about that and pretty much everything else. We got to move forward. I mean, we can argue about this, but I think that just creates problems that we don't need to, be discussing. There's like bigger issues right now in the now, the future, the present. I'm being sprayed on by freaking chemtrails right now. I got fluoride in my water. It's just, yeah. So it's just like beating a dead horse to me. I mean, like 9/11, I mean, I was on that for so long, and I just feel like, well, there's no point in trying to prove.
Would you agree with this is what's bringing us chemtrails and all the poison and the fluoride in the water is just an extended arm of the arm that pulled the trigger during JFK?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I do not discredit that at all. That's I mean, that's the control grid. That's the establishment. That's the slave masters, those, of course. Yeah, it's the same thing. But, how, I don't really want to argue or debate it, but I'm just wondering, like, how is, we're not going to find one individual or one group of people that are going to responsible, and we're never going to be able to bring them to judgment. I don't believe that's our job. Life is crazy, man. This is getting nuts. Like, we are living in some seriously intense times right now where this mass deception is completely being unveiled. right now, and I believe that the flat Earth is just like this grand thing. It's incredible. I mean, yes, 1500, like 500 years ago was the time when the globe was introduced, and before that, it was everyone thought it was flat. Everyone knew it was flat. So just the fact that it's taken us 500 plus years now to figure it out, that they lied to us 500 plus years ago about it, and then been building upon that lie by bringing in NASA, to create theatrics for everyone so that they can, quote unquote, prove that the Earth is a globe and we live in this infinite vast space and whatnot. I mean, yeah, we're living in some crazy times right now, and we got to figure out solutions. I mean, if the solution isn't just going right to Christ, which I think it might probably be, because I'm not religious per se, but I do feel that this deception is by wicked people who praise wicked things and are worshiping wicked things. So if the wicked is there, then obviously the good is there as well. And so I think it's not as much we're trying to save people, but I think we are trying to save people. Not everyone's going to be saved, though. Not everyone's going to turn around, and that's disheartening, but that's just reality. And so we can debate all these topics all we want, but to what conclusion?
Well, eventually somebody might hear us and tell them, "Hey, get mad. It's okay to get mad. You ain't got to be violent with it. Just get mad for a cause."
Oh yeah, you get mad for sure.
Love the fact that you're mad over something, over your kids like living better, or not getting fluoridated or not getting sprayed. You know what I mean? Like you can,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's the that's kind of like the knee-jerk reaction once we have become enlightened to the deception is, yeah, you get angry, you get really pissed off. You look to point your finger at something like, who did this to me? Who did this to us? And it's crazy because we've only been on Earth now. Everyone on the panel, I would want to say 50, 60 plus years. I don't want to speculate on age differentials here, but like 100 years, per se. So before we were here, what the hell was going on then? Like how it's crazy if you go back into time to think about how we got to the point that we are now. And they literally were attacking the children, the minds of the children. That was their target. Every generation, it was always go after the children, because you build up the future once you build up those children into that type of belief system. And
that's their army also. That's their like police force and their security.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Do you say like the army, the military in general?
Yes, when they teach those kids and indoctrinate them,
yeah,
a lot of them have like Stockholm syndrome, and you love your captors and all that.
Sure. Yeah, they break down the individual that enlists, and then they build them up into what they want. So they remove all of your ideological and perspectives on reality. They remove those things from you, your beliefs, and then they build you up into something else. And whether they're doing that using hallucinogenics or other drugs or something, I'm not sure, but that's their methods. Those are definitely their methods, and their methods are to attack the next generation so that they can keep recruiting their minions of whatever they're worshiping.
It's easiest to hypnotize people that are willing to be hypnotized, and if they're not willing, if they don't want to be hypnotized, then you have to implement some kind of drug.
Are any of you guys watching the chat? This I know I don't want to give them any what's it called? Shoot, I can't even think of the word right now. I don't want to give him any light, but this Fred Jones character, he's just going off and off, and he's driving me nuts.
About what? What's he saying?
Oh, he's a total troll, man. He must be getting paid for this, because like he's
somebody in the chat.
Yeah, I mean,
He's being more or less
this is his
polite
latest.
about it, but he's being repetitive in his
Yeah,
arguments
it's
about
the repetition of.
Yeah, I can
No, you
handle
don't.
this.
You don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to knock him out. But he's saying flat earthers are terrified of the reality that we are but a speck in a vast godless universe. I hope I have seen a few more from the flat delusions. Oh no, he said goodbye. He's out. So, but he's probably
Bye-bye. Later, baby. Hasta luego, amigo.
Tell him to teach that to every kid coming up in every generation of his bloodline.
Yeah, right. Just teach it. Keep it in your family.
You know, people like that just, I mean, if you're going to disagree with us, then disagree with us. But if you got some shit to say that nobody wants to hear, don't say it.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I'm just going to chime in here real quick, is that how can he save somebody in a godless universe? Like, what are you saying?
I would say, swing.
Hey, Vinny.
Yo, Vinny. Hello.
Hello, Vinny.
Wow.
What's going on?
I'm gonna.
Vinny, I got the prettiest icon you ever did see. Are you ready to see it?
Is it really pretty today?
Good icon, Vinny.
I just had the door closed because of all that dust.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off of here now, but I really appreciate the conversation and whatnot, and I hope to be back. And I gotta go play daddy now. So I wish you guys all the best and a good day and peace.
God bless you, man. I appreciate you coming on and chatting with us, bro.
Hey, thank you very much. All right, take care, everyone.
Yeah, you too, man.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
No, it's kind of childish the way he would make that last comment. It has to go politely, but yet makes a personal attack. When it goes to say, we're terrified, why are they terrified to address the fact that water only measures flat? They're the ones terrified to that very argument for over 2 years that I know of.
Yeah. Like yesterday, remember I told you that I know way out here 12 miles away from my home. And when he asked me what I've been doing, I told him, he was like, well, wait, let me get this straight. Like, you think the earth is flat? It's not a globe, but I'm pretty sure it's flat. Yeah. So then we got into it. And the first thing he asked me was, what's your main thing that makes you think that? And he's a plumber, okay? He's in here plumbing. I said, have you ever seen curved water in your field of work? Ever, once? Well, then he subscribed to my channel right after that.
That's funny. You should have said, have you seen water go uphill?
Yeah. Well, I picked up a cup. They thought.
You're breaking up.
No, I think she goes in a dead spot of that apartment or wherever she's in.
Wrong satellite. I just came back from a live feed from the Netherlands. They're programming children right now. So I posted, there are more than 1,300 children watching. I posted everywhere. The aarde is plat. The earth is flat. Google it in Dutch.
Cool.
They're programming children. They're showing the map, where to go, how the globe works, and the blah, 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 blah.
Getting desperate now, Vinny, ain't they?
Sorry?
They're getting desperate now. Normally
it's on TV, and now it's live on TV, but it's Wednesday, midday, it's afternoon Wednesday, so all the children are free, and they're all on the internet now, so they know they're on YouTube. So what they do is make a live stream and pretend they are protecting sharks, but they're still showing maps, how to go where, how to go there, showing the globe, showing all kinds of things, all fake. It's programming. The children really think everything is real. What's happening there? So
Yeah, you should
I've
see,
been
man.
spamming.
You should see
They're running
the
out of time, Vinny. They're running out of time, mate. That's why.
Yep.
you should see the schools in America, man. They're so bad, dude. They're so bad. My little sister and my little brother, they go to, they're in grade school, and they're so bad. The programming is just absolutely horrible. It's very sad to see.
It's kind of funny once you realize how they programmed you by the delusional East and West. Uh, it's easier to see how easy it was for them to get away with it. Like for example, if you would ask people on the 40th degree north at New York City, what country, if you went across the Atlantic Ocean, is due west of you, well, they would say Spain because they know it's on the 40th degree north also. But if you fly due west, you won't hit Spain. You'll keep on going and eventually come across the equator. So no matter whether it be the round map or the hoax of the globe, if you was to think about what's due west, we're programmed to think, okay, Spain is due west of New York City. No, it takes constant correction to get to Spain. Although if we was to draw parallel lines on the flat map or the latitude lines of the globe, they come out to the same overlay. It still takes constant correction to get there from what we know true east to be. I may have been saying west before, but I meant to start out in New York and go to Spain, so it would be to the east. Yep. I guess somebody else caught me. Parlor caught me, didn't you? Caught myself before you caught me, or caught myself before I know she caught me. So that's just how easy it was to get away with it. Jaron did a great video on it. Antonio Suarez and myself did it in one of our hangouts. I can't remember if it was mine or his. And I showed a display of it yesterday on Camtasia, how you still get the same effects as according to the flat map and the equinox. If we were to agree that the equinox, the zenith point, is on the eclipse or on the equator, and you get 12 hours of sunlight and 12 hours of darkness, that must mean you got 180 degrees to cover from zenith point to zenith point. Well, that's not truly due east or due west to you neither if you start from your original location and draw straight lines to the equator. Anyways, I think everybody must have stepped away. So since I am the proxy host, let me just keep on rattling until some people step back. Don't know where Matt went. People,
I'm back. I've been chiming in every once in a while, Hillbilly. I've just been enjoying y'all talk, man. I've been on a hangout since midnight last night, so I'm kind of like in and out,
Okay, I did edit the description down below. You'll see that Matt's channel is linked in the description if you guys want to happen to go over and check out his channel, possibly subscribe. We want to thank Candy Franklin for bringing us this hangout today. Although she needed just a little bit of assistance, I'm more than happy to step up because it's not about me, it's not about Candy, it's about the truth and letting people have a place to speak their opinion. So please, by all means, if you're not subscribed to Candy Franklin, take this opportunity to go down and do that. And since you're so close to the thumbs up button, go ahead and click it. Show the trolls they can't outnumber us, even though they get more than 2-1 votes.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to know how it works, like flying on a flat map, tell them just to go play GTA.
When you get a little far away from your mic sounds tinny. You gotta get in the habit to get a little closer to your mic.
Does it sound better now, or?
No, it's still sounding tinny. Maybe I was wrong.
I don't know. But yeah, like GTA or whatever, it's It's like a flat map, like the way you fly and everything. I just don't understand how a globe moving 1,000 miles an hour at a runway coming at you on a spinning, wobbling globe, you'd be able to land right. I don't see how that would work.
Well, I think there's a lot of arguments to make that prove that we're not spinning in bus relativity. If relativity is a fact, it would be provable. They keep on trying to give you examples by getting on the bus. I hate to sound repetitive, but get on that darn bus and throw that ball the moment you leave the bus station and not have it arrive to the front of the bus until you get to the second bus station. Then you proved relativity, then you got a legitimate argument. Until then, airplanes were designed to fly through an atmosphere, not get pushed backwards in one direction of an atmosphere, do not have no effects to it as far as north or south air travel, and push it in westerly travel. We're seeing three different observations for the same application. That is physically impossible. If we look at as to they want to say relativity. Well, relative to the Earth is why you can't figure it out. But they want to ignore Einstein's greatest rules. Inertial frame. You need that inertial frame. You have to be stationary. Your measuring points has to be stationary. Therefore, point one, the takeoff point, when it starts, when the flight starts, that point cannot be moved. Although the alleged spinning globe is said to be spinning away from that point never moves. That's the inertial frame. That's Einstein's science against Einstein. And then the ending frame, it has to be where the plane landed at, and that's where spot B was after the duration of the flight time. And you'll see that all flights that say claim to go westerly can only observe to have easterly movement to them by inertial frame of reference. Ha ha, Einstein, bitch slap you with your own inertial frame. Now, being the fact that we cannot prove that airplanes, fixed wing aircraft, can fly backwards in a replicated simulation, hence an air tunnel. If it cannot be recreated in an air tunnel, then it cannot be recreated in reality. So either A, airplanes can't fly, or B, the Earth does not spin. Well, we know airplanes can fly, so it only leaves B.
Come on, hillbilly. Airplanes can't fly.
Oh, somebody dropped just about the same time Spurkino dropped. Yeah, airplanes can't fly because you can't have one or the other. Either one is true or the other is true.
Well, it's obvious that airplanes can't fly. Come on, hillbilly.
Oh, what the hell Teabag would put transgender out there for? I don't know. Oh,
He's a robot.
Because I'm sporting candies on. Okay, now I get it. That's what I get for being the proxy host. I said it to Candy. It's the cutest little icon I did ever sport around.
Yeah, I think it fits you nice, hillbilly.
Hey, no problem. Like I said, it doesn't have to be at my channel. We just have to be discussing what we hold near and dear to our hearts, and hopefully it leads us to the truth.
What about if you go real fast in a sports car, like how they say, whatever, but you they see the I don't even want to call it G-force, but the force of your cheeks moving and stuff if you go fast enough.
Stop and think about that. Say you're a car going through a 30-mile-an-hour curve, but yet when you approach, you're going 55. You proceed through that curve at 55. chances are, since you haven't doubled the recommended speed, you will navigate through it, but you will feel the forces upon it. Now, you take your speed and you look at the overall radius of that curve. Now, a question. When you're simply walking at 3 miles an hour and make an abrupt right hand or left hand turn, on what application would there be more G forces? The greater speeds over a longer distance, or the less speeds over a much shorter distance? I'm going to go with the conclusion walking and simply turning right would apply far more G forces to you than you would in that car going 55 miles an hour, because the overall distance you traveled, right? So,
well, you're supposedly going 1,000, so yeah.
Well, being we can prove movement, hence the car, and we felt G forces, how come we cannot feel the G forces in a greater application, yet a slower speed? Hence, walking on a spinning earth, unless the earth is not spinning.
It's not spinning.
You can have slower speeds but greater forces, and here's an example of it. Right? Would we agree upon that?
Yeah, I agree with that. Why does everybody think that gravity is a fact when it's a theory? That's another thing. Everybody argues that gravity is a fact. I'm like, no, it's a theory.
I don't call gravity a fact, and I don't think any heliocentric, once you push their back to the wall, will call it a fact neither. They'll admit it is theoretical science. If you put their backs to the wall, they will admit it. They don't want to look that stupid.
Right, and the base principle of that is, if that's the theory, then you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Then how can anybody be right or wrong over that? How can they keep arguing the fact?
But the problem is, yeah, the fact there lies the problem. After they admit it, it's theoretical science. They'll still try to utilize a theory to prove another theory to be fact. You can't do that. That is pseudoscience at its best.
What about the two opposite forces, the gravity on Earth supposedly, and the vacuum of space reacting right next to each other?
Well, I cannot find any example in reality where I can replicate it. It takes a solid barrier and a container. I cannot go to the gas station and shoot the air hose off the nose off into thin air and take that air home and put it in my tire. But I can take a container, a portable air tank, shoot that air into that container, build up pressure, and we can prove there is positive pressure within Earth. I can build up pressure and take that pressure. Also, the same to be with a vacuum. I cannot have a vacuum unless I got a container. But then again, the vast amount of area that we're talking about here, maybe there is some other sort of strange phenomena that's creating that super vacuum. But still, it's physically impossible to reproduce the separation of the two without a solid barrier.
Like an electrical barrier or something.
Well, I wouldn't call an electrical barrier solid.
Or magnetic.
Yeah.
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 Like electromagnetism or something, maybe. Nikola Tesla said.
I think there is a neutral point. There's a neutral point of magnetism that creates like a jellified no passage. That spot to where you can push one magnet with the other magnet when you got the same poles in line, as long as you can keep it balanced to where it doesn't flip over to the South Pole or whatever. That balancing point there, that's that gelatin point.
Well, if you take a magnet and make it into a strip and fold it to where it almost touches itself, like kind of like a C or an egg shape, and then put a pin in there, the pin will levitate, and you can't push it left, you can't push it right, and you can't push it down or up. I mean, you can, but it'll bounce right back to the middle.
Creates its own buoyancy.
Yeah, if that pin represented the line of Earth, like the metals and the earth and the stone and the minerals and stuff, like at that pin, if you turn that on its side and made the pin flat, it would have the same effect. You couldn't go right, left, up, or down too far. That would be the effect of the gravity that we think is gravity. That would be that right there. And the weight of something or whatever would actually hold it down, and the buoyancy and stuff like that.
Charlie thinks that he got me. No, Charlie, it's a positive pressure. I said a negative pressure versus a positive pressure. Even though when we get in higher altitudes where the air pressure is less, it's still positive. I'm sorry I had to get out the crayons and connect the dots for you.
Also, temperature has a lot to do with stuff too. People don't realize. Like hot and cold.
Hillbilly, what the globe heads will say, they'll say, well, technically, and I've had them come at me with this, which it doesn't even really matter because what you said still stands, is they'll say technically space is a zero pressure system, not a negative pressure system. The same law still applies. Just for anybody Glober out there that thinks that the same law doesn't apply, it still applies. Cannot have a negative or a zero pressure system coexisting with a positive pressure system without a solid barrier in between the two. Because if the solid barrier wasn't there, they would oh, I'm so tired. They would equalize each other out.
Yes, Charlie. The positive pressure is made by a fluid. The denser the fluids, the lower they'll hang due to the buoyancy factors are not there to allow them to achieve altitude. That's why you'll have a greater pressure closer to sea level. Unless the globers are dumb enough to try to say that the air is not a fluid, but yet they have to admit aircraft work by fluid dynamics. Hey, you guys get that? Fluid dynamics. That's how they achieve loft for an aircraft. So air is a fluid. Fluid has moisture. The denser the moisture that the atmosphere or air is, the lower it'll hang due to the density factor of buoyancy. Buoyancy forces. Globers are easily dismissed.
He doesn't even. I don't think he understands what we're trying to say. Charlie, you're talking about within the positive pressure system. We're talking about the difference between the atmosphere that we live in, the air that we breathe, the positive pressure system that we live in, and the void they call space. That's what we're talking about. It's there's the two different things, and they cannot coexist without a solid barrier in between them. So think about what I just said. Maybe go back and listen to it. Go back and listen to what Hillbilly just said, Charlie, and then maybe you can understand.
Charlie's now admitting, yes, air is a fluid. Now, go look at any chart of how fluids work by means of density. The oil versus the water versus honey. Those are all fluids too. The density of the fluid will determine where they accumulate. Hence, greater pressures, lower pressures, but still positive pressures, not positive versus negative pressures like we're talking about. They're still positive pressures, Charlie.
Yeah, exactly, Hillbilly. You're exactly right. Those are everything he's talking about is existing within the same pressure system. What me and you were talking about is the difference between the positive pressure system and the negative pressure or zero pressure
Yeah.
system, and the barrier that has to be in between those. And that can be confusing for some people who don't understand that concept. But think about it like this: if I have a vacuum cleaner and I turn my vacuum cleaner on, I'm gonna have suction because the hose connecting the bag and the vacuum cleaner to the suction port is that's what's containing it. That hose and that bag is what's containing that suction. Now, if I take out that hose and I turn on the vacuum, it's no longer going to suck anymore because that solid barrier is not there. It'll equalize it. So it might pull it up, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's just going to get thrown back out into the air because it didn't equalize. It didn't have a place to get put. That's the difference. Is so if you have a positive pressure system, like a positive and negative pressure system, like a vacuum cleaner that we all have in our houses, you cannot have that vacuum cleaner work. It will not work without a solid barrier inside of it containing that vacuum.
You got to have the chamber to direct the air flow in order to create the vacuum. There's no doubt about that. Now, Charlie's trying to say what I heard is that you can't have a pressure difference without a barrier. The question was presented, the space versus Earth's atmosphere. Do I have to get out a pencil and crayon again, Charlie, to tell you in your model, space is said to be a vacuum, hence negative pressure. Earth is said to be a positive pressure in both models, not just yours. So, if I had to go back and connect the dots for you and each and every one, this may not be the chat for you, Charlie, because that's the last time we get the crayons out for you.
Yeah, Charlie, don't make Hillbilly get the crayons out on you, man. Don't make him do it, Charlie. Come on.
Get the crayons out, put it in his hand, show him where dot one is, and show him where dot two is. Then literally drag their hand across the paper to try to connect the dots as they try to go to every direction but dot two.
Yeah, and then you can give him a sticker and a lollipop and pat him on the head and say, "Good job, you learned something today."
That's how silly it's getting anymore.
Yeah, it's hard to even take a lot of them serious, and I don't even it's just they don't have an explanation for anything. They only have theories that are founded on nothingness, literally a vast nothingness of nothing. We all come from nothing. That's what they think. It's retarded.
Here's a new one. So let me ask you a question first. How many flat earthers do you know makes the claim the sun is stationary?
I can't even think of one.
Okay. We got a glober who made a video, claims he's going to debunk an eclipse on a flat earth, and he gives us demonstration of a stationary sun by his own admission and his own demonstration of how the eclipse would work with the stationary sun or over a flat earth. Why would they even present that argument? No one makes that claim. He presents that argument so he can debunk that argument to make himself look better. That's the stupidity we're up against. He's
Yeah,
got to
I don't
make an
even.
art. He's
I
got to
don't even.
make it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Hillbilly. No, you got it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say he's got to make his own argument so he can debunk his own argument unless somebody can show me a flat earther that makes the claim the sun is stationary.
Yeah, and no flat earther does that. So, I mean, the thing is that the sun and the moon appear to be the same size in the sky. Especially if you look through a solar lens. That's actually something I'm going to do. I'm going to compare them. I'm going to get a camera with a solar lens on it, and I'm going to take a picture of the sun. I'm going to take a picture of the moon from the same point, and I'm going to compare them and see if they are the same size or not. Because I genuinely think they're the same size. I believe that they follow a similar circuit. But I think the sun is probably what's leading the moon. But I think that they work independently, if that makes any sense. So the sun doesn't affect the moon, and the moon doesn't affect the sun. They work completely independently from each other, as well as night and day work independently from the sun and moon. That's why sometimes during the daytime you can see the sun and the moon in the same sky. It's because night and day work independently from the sun and the moon. And also the Bible clearly it says that in the first 8 verses. Dude, like the first chapter of the Bible is all flat earth. It's all flat earth. Especially the first 10 verses, it's all flat earth, man. That's all it is, dude. It's complete flat earth knowledge. That's all it is. It talks about how night and day work independent. Well, it doesn't say night and day work independently. It just says he created night and day. And then it goes on, and I forget which day he created the sun. Maybe it was the third day. He created the sun. I know on the first day he created night and day. He created the earth, the waters, and night and day in the first and second day. And he created the firmament in those days in the first and second day too. I think he created the sun and the moon in the third or fourth day maybe, but they all work independently from each other. And that's what people fail to understand. That's what Globers fail to understand. How can we see a sun and the moon at the same time in the day when the moon is supposed to be on the other side of the globe, so to say? So it just doesn't make any sense.
Wondering about that. Okay. The sun comes after the creation of day, but as we know, day is a representation of light versus dark. Night is a representation of dark. I can see where, being that the moon does present its own light, where maybe we got the definition of night wrong. So if we got the definition of night wrong, maybe we got the definition of day wrong because, as the Bible just indicated by your words there, the sun comes after the creation of day. That would be impossible, as we know day to be nothing more than a word for daylight.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what's so astonishing and almost phenomenal about it is the fact that we do know that we don't have to have a moon to have a nighttime. And we think that we need a sun to have a daytime, but I don't agree with that.
Can y'all hear me?
I think that, yeah, we can hear you, Candy. I think that we have a very, very, very minuscule understanding of those celestial bodies. And it's going to take a lot of research and a lot of hardcore experimenting to figure out. But I know for a fact that the moon does not dictate night. I think we can all agree on that. And all darkness is an absence of light. So you could say that the sun dictates day, but it doesn't dictate day. I believe that we live in a realm, and night and day work independently from each other in a cycle, and that's just the way God made it.
What would day mean then? Or maybe you just went through it and I was brain dead there, having a brain fart reaching for my joint. But what would day mean to you if it's not a representation of light?
Well, I think it is a representation of light, but I don't think that that light is necessarily dependent on the sun. Which I don't think I could prove scientifically. I'm just going off of what the Bible says.
Not to be bringing it back up, but there's another reason why before I entered flat Earth, I may not have had the exact same beliefs as far as being agnostic, but that's why I'll try to always keep my arguments agnostic anyways. Can't come past it. It can't be proven.
Yeah, exactly, and I understand that, Hillbilly. That's just my personal beliefs. Like, I understand. That's why I said. That's why I made it clear I couldn't prove it scientifically because I can't, and I know I can't. But I do believe that is a fact. Now, what I can prove scientifically is that night is not dictated by the sun. All night is an absence of the light. That's all darkness is. It's an absence of light. So, and I could definitely prove that there can be darkness without a moon in the sky. Actually, it's kind of weird. I haven't been able to. I've seen the moon one time in the past 2 weeks, and I go out every single night and look. I've only seen it one time in the past 2 weeks, even on a clear night.
I've seen it the other day when it was storming. Had to look through the storm clouds to get a break to see it, and kind of ironic. The reason why I went out to see it is because for the first time ever, I think I've actually witnessed what appeared to be the sun poking through the clouds because those were storm clouds. Since I seen that, and I said, well, hell, it looks to be awful low right now. Wonder how low it'll be tonight. And the same storm clouds are still there. But what was that, like 3 or 4 days ago? Funny how you don't look for things until you become a flat earther to see if you can find confirmation of previous claims already made, such as the sun peeking through the clouds, which appears to have clouds behind it, clouds in front of it, and you can just see the bottom part of the ball. Yeah, ironically enough, it's been in the flat earth for over a year and a half now, and I will go out and I make sky observations and I try to keep them all back in my head as I'm just traveling from point A to point B and not really thinking about flat Earth, but look off. And yet, that's when I seen that for the first time. Some people will make the argument you've seen it because you wanted to see it, just like we make the claims of people who claim to see curvature from high altitudes. No, you wanted to see it, or you're not realizing you're looking through a convex
lens
window. Yeah. So if that's true, how's come it took me over a year and a half to see what I wanted to see? If I truly wanted to see the sun at that perfect opportunity to where it looks like it's got clouds behind it, clouds in front of it, I can only see the bottom half of the ball. Why couldn't I see that the very first time I went out and wanted to see it? I made true observations and never ruled it out. Now, the other day, I confirmed it. Okay, now I can throw faith into these pictures when they show you sun with clouds behind it.
I'm so mad y'all didn't hear what I said all that time.
Nope, didn't hear a word.
What'd you say?
Man, I said so much stuff, it wasn't even funny. Matt, you were talking about something about the Bible. I was going off of that. Man, I'm so mad now because I've been sitting here trying to connect.
Hey, well, give us a recap of what you said, Candy.
I'm trying to remember now. I got so mad. What were you talking about in the Bible a few minutes ago?
I was talking about how God created light and day independently from the sun and the moon.
Okay, so God created night first, right? Is that true? Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm not too sure what you could. I'd have to go. I'm so tired right now that I can barely even speak straight.
Your delay was so, I mean, your response was so delayed that I was about to get mad and throw my phone or something. No, I wouldn't throw my phone, but I was about to get mad, like I thought I disconnected it again. But yeah, my point of asking that is, you know, all of us flat earthers, we stay up all night. Most of us are night people and not morning people. And so I was wondering, I mean, not all of us, but like most of the spiritual people that I've come across, we all are night owls, you know, for lack of a better word. We stay up at night and tend to want to sleep during the day. So somebody else, I can't take credit for this idea. Somebody else brought it to me. I just can't remember who it was. It kind of makes sense to me, you know? Who knows if it's right? It's just an idea. That maybe we were supposed to. I mean, it sounds crazy, but so does everything else we talk about. You know?
Oh, well, I don't think the flat earth sounds crazy at all. It might sound crazy to someone who's never had eyes to see or ears to hear, but I think that anybody who goes outside sees a flat plane, flat horizon. Anybody who gets in an airplane sees a horizon at eye level completely flat. So it's just like, you know, it's only crazy to people who've been indoctrinated into the Baphomet worshiping Luciferian cult heliocentric model. That's the only time it's crazy to people is whenever they are so indoctrinated under this Luciferian ritualistic just cesspool of false knowledge. It's ridiculous, man. It's such an insult to my intellect to even. It's embarrassing that I believed I lived on a ball for so long, because now I'm just like, wow, I literally ignored my everyday common eye observations my whole entire life until 6 months ago, and now I'm just like, what? Like, I was that dumb? Now I'm calling myself dumb. I was dumb for a long time believing this stuff. I was indoctrinated. I thought I was smart. If you told me you believed in a flat Earth, 6-7 months ago, I'd have called you an idiot and told you to F off, But, flat Earth has honestly changed me in a lot of ways. It's been helping me get closer with God, and it's been helping me in my walk of truth and in understanding of the world that I live in.
Absolutely, me too. In so many different ways. Like, I can't say that I ever needed confirmation about God, but it has helped.
Yeah, I think the problem most people have is just the indoctrination. Getting past that indoctrination is the biggest point. And for some people, it takes just as much as just watching one YouTube video.
Can I put it on the floor? Is it safe?
Some people
I got in
just
trouble yesterday. My dad.
So yeah, pretty much, like, for some people, all it takes is a YouTube video with a couple different evidences to prove to them that the Earth is flat. Other people have to go out and debate people and do experiments themselves. And other people, all they have to do is pick up the Bible and read the first chapter and understand that we live in a geocentric, stationary, flat Earth. It's really not that hard to comprehend. And it's even easier to comprehend once you understand that you can trust your eyes, you can trust your vision and in what you see. It's not, your eyes are not lying to you when you see a flat horizon. They're just not. They're not fixing the curve, I promise. What do you think, Hillbilly?
No, I like to stick to mean sea level to prove my argument about flatness, because I makes a claim that there's not one measurable inch utilizing mean sea level in a working application to prove any curvature at all to sea level. So if any baller can prove me wrong, and we'll have a certified person there. Why we perform a sea level observation and measurements where we utilize state of the art equipment and a tape measure. Let the tape measure tell you. Eyes can have optical illusions. We can be tricked with trickery. We can be or trickery of words. We can be tricked with trickery of sleight of hand, and those are all optical illusions. There is no optical illusion to sea level that proves Earth is on a flat plane by the mandatation of the application of water or fluid dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jamie Brown said, I don't need a Bible to confirm what my senses tell me. I agree, Jamie. You don't need a Bible to confirm what your senses tell you. You can just walk outside and look. If you live near an ocean, go to the beach. I agree with that. You don't need a Bible, but a Bible does confirm what your vision, what your senses tell you. So you can always fall back on that. It does confirm it, buddy. Infinite Plant Society. He said World War III will allow them to lock up all the flat earthers. Hey man, if I get locked up with all the flat earthers, I'm cool with that. Yo, y'all are my favorite people.
Just a real quick joke, real quick. Karen Bay, you like the avatar? Take a picture. This is the cutest you'll ever see me, man. Sporting around as a proxy host today.
Yeah, I was watching that I think it was maybe yesterday, the hangout with IPS and Pillbox, man, and those two guys, they're so funny because it's like we're all on the same team here, but we just have little tiny disagreements here and there. And like IPS, he's an awesome guy. I love watching his live hangouts and his videos and stuff, but just because we don't agree on our religion and stuff like that doesn't mean we're not on the same team or we're not fighting for the same cause. And I think that that's something that we need to stop in the flat earth movement, is the division between our little tiny discrepancies in our models. I do believe there's a dome over us, and that's just what I believe. I don't really care to prove to anyone because I've proved it to myself. And it's what I believe. It's in the word of God that I feel is inspired. So I think that everyone just kind of needs to accept, but you don't have to believe what other people believe. You just have to accept it as what they believe. It's that's simply it. There's no right or wrong answer to something we can't prove.
Hey man, unfortunately, that phone call I got is going to pull me away for like 20 minutes to a half hour. I'm going to leave the name logged in, but I'm going to give you control powers. You try to get somebody in here to talk with you or something. I don't know. But till
yeah, I'll get somebody in here.
All right, I'm going to give you control powers, and unfortunately, I got to step away. Some sort of proxy host I am. Host and leave.
Well, whenever you get back on here, it's we'll see you then. All right, Hillbilly.
All right, giving you control powers now.
I'm on my cell phone though, so I don't know if that affects anything.
Okay. Well, if you need to do a share screen or something, you would have needed them. But I'll be right back as quick as possible. It's my daughter calling. You can't say no to your family. You know how it goes.
No, you can't. Go take care of business, Hillbilly. So is there anyone out in the chat room that wants to get in on the business? So yeah. Be nice, Derek Nelson. Infinite Plant Society, I have to disagree with you there. The Bible is not a trap. It is absolutely not a trap. It it absolutely describes what we see in our everyday lives. I don't know how you can disagree with that. It's absolutely a flat Earth book. I'm trying to go up and read because I asked a question. I didn't see if anybody answered me. Yep, I agree, Paul. Paul, I can't pronounce your last name. Sorry, bro. Do your own research before you subscribe to a belief. Absolutely, do your own research, but don't hate people because of what they believe, and don't talk down to people because of what they believe. Accept what they believe for what they believe, and move on with your life. Do your own research. Yep, Turbo. Yep, destroy the globe model, then get concrete answers. Absolutely. Spurskimo, yep. That's what everybody should do, man. They should all just accept this Baphomet worshiping Luciferian doctrine that, you know, it condones killing babies and all that other good stuff. That's just so positive. That's what we should. That's what we should let these people do. That's what we should tell them. Yep, believe that. Yes, all roads lead to Rome. All roads. We are still under control of the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican. They rule the world, and if you don't think so, do your research. IPS, yes, absolutely. Hate the globe, not the globey. Okay, Paul. I'll make an exception there. Yeah, you could talk down to the NASA Satanists. I agree with that, but not the people who think NASA is real. They're just deceived little sheep. I do not know where Candy is. I don't know. Wizlaws, why would somebody ban you? Let me go up and look. Oh, okay, I see. Gotcha. Lou Tao. Very soon, there indeed is a pre-trib, mid-trib, or post-trib rapture. I believe they will use blue beam holographic warfare as a cover up, and that the programmer will make his simulations the disappearance of millions, their clothes left behind. I think that if there's a rapture, that I believe that everybody has to, if you're born into this world, you have to die. So I more or less I'm on the side that you'll probably just drop dead and your soul just go to heaven. That's my theory on it. I don't really know. Don't quote me. Spurskimo, your sarcasm is good and I understand it, but man, come on. we show respect to the Globies, but they keep calling us names. No wonder some of us get fed up and throw it back at them. Hey, I will tell you, Jamie, I am guilty of that. I have definitely been called names and then shot back my ignorance at them. Back, we all make mistakes. We're all humans. Lou Tao, man, you're a really bright guy, dude. Like I've been reading your comments, man, and you shout out to Lou Tao. I hope that I'm pronouncing your name right. But you're really bright, bro. Everything you've said, I completely agree with, man. You're awesome, dude. In Ireland, they found a mass grave of babies near a woman's home run by the church. That doesn't surprise me, not even a little bit. Well, if you look at the Roman mythology and Greek mythology and those ancient pagan religions. I mean, it's all about child sacrifices and it's all about sacrificing humans. So yeah, and that's all the Catholic Church is an off branch of Roman mythology. I think even IPS can agree with me on that. Yeah, I think that the people, some of the people who invade the chats are paid trolls, but I think some of them are just sheeple. I don't think that they I think that they're just repeating words and things that have been told to them, and that's about it, man. See, the thing is that no one can give us any provable or testable curvature. We can't prove any curvature. You can't find any curvature. Water will always remain flat and level. You know, that's just the fact of our reality that we live in, this sick paradox that we're all stuck in. The only way out of that paradox is Jesus Christ, people. Are there signs and wonders in the heavens above? Yes, yes, absolutely. Or did you ask me why? Okay, I thought that was part of your name. Is that part of your name? Yeah, blue sky water. Why? Yeah, yeah, definitely. They're for signs and seasons and and stuff like that. For Skibo, you're killing me. Paul, I disagree with you. I think the Roman Catholic Church or Rome is Mystery Babylon. And if you do a little bit of research on that, you might agree with me. Look up the seven hills, and just look at the Pope, for instance, man. He's the king of Babylon, dude. That's what he calls himself. He wears a phallic symbol on his head, calls himself the vicar of Christ. Dude's a joke. Yep, the truth will always become popular once it's shown. I do agree on that now, Paul. Does anybody want to hop in on this chat with me and give me some company, man? Give me something to talk about. Come on, people. Don't be scared. Yeah, I can vibe with that OBL music. I think America is an off branch of Rome or the Catholic Church, so it could be considered part of Mystery Babylon. I think they might or they probably are all one of the same thing. Yes, Rome is the lady in red that rides the beast. Absolutely. Rob, you're funny, bro. Hold on. We got a Glober, I think. A bullet proves curvature. A gun set stationary that is fired through multi-target shows the bullet going up. Then, as velocity is reduced, starts to arc down. Oh my goodness, man! I don't even want to reply to that. That is the most retarded statement. So you're saying that if there wasn't, I don't even know how that can prove curvature. How does that prove curvature? That doesn't even prove gravity. It means that you shoot a bullet off because it's going really fast when it exits the chamber of the gun. It's obviously going fast, and the more friction the wind resistance that goes against the bullet, it's going to pull it downwards. That doesn't prove curvature. That just means that the bullet falls, man. That's all that means because it's losing velocity. All right, the Morgal said Rome cannot be Mystery Babylon as it was around during biblical times. Mystery Babylon is America as it wasn't discovered for thousands of years. Well, I think that we're kind of saying the same thing, Morgal. I'm saying that I believe that America is definitely a part of Mystery Babylon, but it is not the Mystery Babylon. I believe that that's the Catholic Church. That's just what I believe. I think that it's the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church. All roads do lead to Rome. All right, Lou Tao made another comment. Elon Musk rise within the Luciferian system. Many are starting to see him as some sort of technological savior. Boring company, SpaceX, FakeX, Tesla. His days from PayPal to the present. Yeah, he's definitely a Luciferian. That's no joke. Yeah, Rob. I know you weren't joking, but that was still funny. We do Babylon. That's funny. Yes, Yes, Morgal, exactly. Exactly. Vatican is the whore of Babylon, yes. Dave High 108. Fractional reserve banking is probably a Babylonian war technique. City of London is banking center. City of London is sort of today's Babylon. I don't know about all that. Maybe. I'd have to look into what you just said. I'll read that again. Let me. Yeah, I agree, Morgal, too. I think that we're saying the same thing, just in different ways. Okay, yeah. Spur Schemo is definitely just being sarcastic. Don't take what he's saying seriously. He doesn't mean that. He does not want you to go look for the light in Lucifer, I promise. Jack all trades. Are you a Glow believer? What's your story, bro? I don't know you, man. You don't have any content on your channel. I don't really know you, so I don't know if anybody in the chat can vouch for you and prove that you're not a troll, you're not someone trying to snipe the hangout. Then I have no problem talking to you, bud. Excuse me. Everything you don't understand equals Lucifer. No, but everything that is against God and evil in this world, yeah, I that is Lucifer. Yeah. What's up, Dave Hinkle? I agree. Yeah, we can set aside the differences. I'm all about that, man. I'm all about setting aside the differences. So does anybody have any questions? Anybody want to ask me anything or um anything you'd like? Doesn't really matter to me. There's no God, so chill out. Well, you can believe what you want to believe, Clive. That doesn't really conflict me, my man. The spirit of Rome existed before Rome through Kemet back to the first world empire after the Great Deluge. Babylon, over 80 languages spoke of one person, Nimrod. Yep, you are right about that, OBL music. He is Baphomet, Baal, Nimrod. All of those are the same thing in my opinion. God made weed and saw that it was good. Seriously. Hey, dude, I can vibe with that. Do I have to know you? Oh, I'd like to know you, or I'd like someone to be able to at least verify who you are, man. You ain't got nothing on your page, Jack of all trades. I just, I don't really trust it, man. And this isn't my channel, so I can't really, if I don't know you and nobody can vouch for you, buddy, I'm just gonna have to, keep you in the chat, my man. But you can definitely ask me questions through the chat if you want to. Yeah, and there is no curve at sea level. Yeah, Karen, you're right. There is no misunderstanding. I think the only one who has a misunderstanding is the person who think that there's a curve at sea level. The Flat Earth Conference is not off, dude. You're talking out of your butt, man. Come on, be quiet. Oh, it's all good, Rob Dizzle, man. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. Yeah, Turbo is hilarious. He's been cracking me up this whole time. Please read up for my question. I didn't even. Okay, hold up. maybe a better example. Question would be a laser pointer placed stationary and set level. Would it not change as the target is more back change, aka move higher on it? I don't even know what that means, my man. I don't even know what you're trying to say. That didn't even make sense. Yeah, Clive, you're talking out of your butt, dude. You can look it up right now. Look it up, man. The Flat Earth Conference is definitely on. No, I don't only want to talk to those who agree with me, man. Dude, I was literally in a debate with someone like 3 or 4 hours ago. I don't have the energy to sit here and debate with anyone. I don't really care to prove anything to you. That doesn't really matter to me, jack all trades.
Yeah, we're not here to prove anything to anyone. I didn't ask for proof from anyone. I basically had to go look myself, and that's the way it is with everyone. If you want to know something, then you have to be willing to go look it up, go look into it, and be open-minded and have a debate within yourself, because that's where you're going to come to a conclusion on what's going on. It's not going to be from your external world. It's not. It's going to be from within you. The truth is within you, and you will find that if you want to go look for it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not, and he says, I only want to talk to those that agree with me. That is the most ignorant. I mean, you obviously don't know me, and you obviously have never listened to me talk on any sort of panel, because I'm totally open to talk to people who disagree with me. But see, the people who disagree with me that I like to talk to are people who are verifiable, who actually have content on their channels and aren't, accusations that you can detect curvature at sea level. My eyes don't detect curvature at sea level because there's no curvature there. Just like there's no curvature when I'm 35,000 feet in the air in an airplane. Just like there's no curvature when I'm on top of a mountain, dude. There's no curvature. Okay, I agree. You got to be at least, I don't know about 7 miles high. You at least got to be 60 to 70,000 feet in the air before you're supposed to see the alleged curvature. But we have a high altitude balloon footage over 20 miles high that shows a flat horizon at eye level. Jack all trades. So why don't you look into those? Actually, my picture, my icon is that's actually the top photo. It's probably hard to see. It's an icon. It's 20 miles high in the air. The high altitude dog cam, and it shows a flat level horizon at eye level.
I came across this website that's Earth Curve Calculator. How do I how do I share this with the chat without it being blocked?
What'd you say, man?
I came across a website that is an Earth curvature calculator, basically using mathematics to determine how much curvature you're supposed to have.
Yeah, and it's 8 inches per mile squared at sea level. So when you're observing the form, see this is an argument that a lot of flat earthers really kind of screw up, is because it's not detectable. You can't, the formula changes the higher you go. So it's the formula 8 inches per mile squared is only when you're observing from sea level. So the higher you go, the more curve you should be able to detect. The higher you go, the more curve you should see. In other words, the lower you are, the less curve you should see. So, if we're in an airplane at 35,000 feet, it should be way more than 8 inches per mile squared. It should be, at that point, it should be a way different formula. I'm too tired to try to get the formula right now, but it would be a completely different formula than 8 inches per mile squared. That's only it's only good at sea level. That's the only time you can use that. So if you go to the beach and you dig a hole in the sand and you get down to complete sea level and you're looking at the sea from sea level, that's whenever you can apply the 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah, Karen, I can't do anything like that because I'm on my cell phone. Hillbilly should be back shortly, and as soon as Hillbilly gets back, he'll be able to hop on there and do this. Yo, Issa, send me an email to the flat earth dude at gmail.com. No spaces. The flat earth dude at gmail.com. I'll get you that link, my man. Okay. Yep, the more God, the higher you go, you need to subtract your apparent distance to the horizon from the equation by 8 inches per mile squared, starting past the point your apparent horizon starts, and your line of sight should become tangent to the curve. Yeah, exactly, the more God. So pretty much it does the formula changes the higher you go. You got to add stuff and you got to look at it differently. I'm way too tired to even get into that right now, though. That's something you have to do on your own research. Or just type it in the chat if you have any questions or you have any discrepancies, and I'm sure my flat earth family will take care of you and give you the information you need. How deep is the ocean if we can only dig 8 feet down? That's a good question. I don't know. It is all about angular resolution, which you are ignoring. Okay, so that's not what it's about, because we can get from a different angle, we can get higher, we can get lower, we don't see curve, bro. Like no matter on, we can use water as a level. Like that's a fact, bro. Like you can, they use sea level as a means for measurement, bro. Like that's, level is level. There's no other way to determine that, or say it. No, Rio is a flat earther, Dave. He's a good guy. And not saying you have to be a good flat earther to be a good person. I'm sure there's a lot of good people who are globe earthers. Infinite. So how deep is the ocean still? I just said, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not all knowing. All right. All right, yes, I'm about to check. Issa, I'm not seeing that email, my man. Here, just in case you might have spelled it wrong, which I doubt you did. It could just be taking a while to get to me. So that's my email, Issa. Got you, got you. I should have you on Hangouts, Issa. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, bro. I'm about to get you in here, Issa. My phone's being retarded. Yeah, I'm not finding you. Is there any way that you can hit me up on Hangouts, Issa? Oh, I got it, Issa. I'm finna get you hooked up, bro. It just took a minute to get to me. I think I already have the link.
Funny.
Yo, link sent. Link sent. Issa. Link
Y'all
sent.
still here, huh? Is Issa in the
Yeah,
chat?
we're still here.
I'm sending Issa the link right now, so Issa will be in here in a minute. Too.
I already sent it to him, Candy.
Oh, you're awesome. I just saw his message, so I just picked up my phone. Look at what the five-way did to me. It was like in this hand, and I was scrubbing with this hand.
What'd you say?
Oh no, I'm bleeding.
Oh, don't.
I might die.
Oh, don't die. Don't do that. Put pressure on the wound.
Nah, it's just a little tiny dot. I had a five-way in my left hand, and I was scrubbing with my right hand, and I just collided. Numbing. Woo! Over. Well, I'm telling you the truth. Can y'all freaking hear me? Somebody unmute and answer me. Is Hillbilly still here? Who's all here? Can anybody hear me? Screw y'all. Matt! Rio!
Probably all in bed.
Well, they're all there. They're just unmute.
Sleeping.
Yep. Up all night. All right. Well, I bet Issa will talk to me when Issa comes in. There's my buddy.
Word up. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, good shit, man. I'm happy to see Rio and the Flat Earth dude up in here. Word up, boys.
Word up.
Yeah,
Yep.
man. Good shit. Thank you, Candy.
Yeah, man, you're probably gonna get my email in like 5 seconds, Issa.
All good. Yeah, no. I messed up because I had the Flat Earth dude and not the first one. So,
Yeah,
no,
man.
I got the email though. I sent you one back.
Yeah, no. You know what it is? It's I tried to join with that link, and for some reason I think some of the links, if they're done in a certain way, they won't work on the phone. So you got to get added to the call.
Oh, gotcha.
Hey, Candy, you might want to mute.
Oh, yes, so sorry.
The real bounce? I hope he's all good. Hello?
Yeah, no, I think Rio is one of them people. He's gonna sit there, he's gonna listen for a second, and then he's gonna come in with some knowledge, man. Rio's the man.
Yeah, no. Rio came Rio actually what made me wanted to come in was you were talking about the Earth curve calculator. And it's funny because I've often said to these guys, I'm like, why aren't you guys trolling the Earth curve calculator? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because those guys got it wrong. That we're zooming in past what they propose to be the horizon.
Did you just say to troll Earth curve calculator?
Well, yeah, like
That's awesome.
because what it is that a lot of the ballers they troll us for looking into a lot of this stuff, but and talking about it. But in reality, there's like institutions set up that have these flaws inherent in them. Like for instance, when we were talking the other day, we okay, if the Earth is so big, then they have to concede that ships aren't going over a horizon, and that also means that like it takes away this Earth curve calculator bullshit, because that only works if you're gonna keep to that like 25,000 circumference issue. But I don't know. I was wondering your take on it, Rio.
Yeah, I was just no. I had to I had to take a Skype call, so that's why I kind of stopped after I asked to share that. But no, I mean it's supposed to determine. Sorry, dog. It's supposed to determine the the visible curvature per whatever mile or whatever. So if you want to punch in whatever numbers,
I love that noise.
If you want to punch in the numbers, right, you can just do whatever feasible number, like 5 miles or whatever, and then go look for yourself and just see like, well, that doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense at all. So, I mean, it's not legitimate, obviously. I mean, it's just a relevance to see, what it's supposed to look like using the mathematics, but that's not what we're seeing. So it's very strange.
Yeah, forgive me. I'm ushering a bee out of my house. That's funny. Okay. What do you call it? Yeah, no, that's my thing. I did that test on my channel. I was 9 miles away from the Verrazano Bridge in New York, and it was like it's supposed to be like like from my height, and I always give them a little bit credit, more. Like I was about 5 feet off of the water, but I say 8 because I don't want to fucking argue about it. Like and even then, there's no 15 foot of drop. Like it's just once you start looking for yourself, Earth curve calculator is such a damning tool to the ball that I often thought, why aren't they going after those guys? Because it's like, they will argue that, oh, well, Earth curve calculator got it wrong or this, that, the other thing. But it's like, yeah, you're trolling some I don't know some novice at the subject instead of the expert. Why would you bother with us? We're just going off of what the math is that they've given us.
Yeah, should be trolling NASA for their
right? Or it's like why put up the fight against us when it's like, hey, look, this institution is like helping us beg the question. So if you're trying to prove to all of us and save us from these, this lie, right? Then why wouldn't you go to the institution that propagates the lie? Like 8 inches per mile squared, if that's the case.
On top of lying, they take your money and take your money.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. I think that discussion needs to be had in the sense that that's to say that we understand what money is.
Yeah.
Because like, that's my problem is like everyone's like, oh, they took the damn dirt, they took the money and NASA and dirt. And it's like, dude, that's to say that we understand the money system. Just because you can draw a bunch of economic theory on a chalkboard does not mean you understand what money is. That's why I talk about bonds and I talk about flat earth having an economic platform to discharge all of the debt and shit. But yeah, man, like, I hear you, brother.
I mean, as far as I know, money is supposed to be the transfer of energy into a form where you can, create a barter for that money for things that you need. I mean, that's the only thing. But
money is a medium of exchange.
That's a medium of exchange, exactly. Yeah, simply put. Yeah, absolutely. But it's based out of debt, and we have to pay back the institution that created the money instead of.
Well, hold on. The citizen does.
Right.
Are you a citizen?
I guess I am.
Well, hold on now.
Unfortunately.
Hold on. Check it out. First, real basic question. I love Gordon Hall. He puts it like this. He's like, people don't know who they are and where they live. Like, it's like or what their country is. Like, what country are you in right now?
The United States of America.
Right. Like, I'm from the country of New York.
Okay.
Okay, because that's Title 28, subsection 297.
Okay.
Like, this is like, we don't understand this system. That's the thing, is that we think we're in the United States. The United States is not a country.
Yeah, it's a corporation.
Not well, that too. It's also could be considered a society. You know, it's a group of people that have come together. Actually, this is why I read Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown on my channel, or like some of it is and before we were doing the hangouts is because the people, like, we don't understand that each state is its own country in the United States. And each state has more authority over the federal group, and the counties have more authority over the state, and that leads me to believe that the individual has supreme authority. But we happen to think we live under, and Gerald Brown puts it well in the opening passages. You know, people think they live under an umbrella government, all this type of stuff. All that is untrue to the American tradition. And like, you know, Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. says that there's no exchange, there's no way to pay a debt constitutionally except through gold. And they took that right away from us in 1933. So because of that, it's a bankrupt institution, because the United States is banked. Do you know that a bankrupt institution cannot demand payment in any particular form?
Do they use our social security numbers or ourselves as collateral for that debt?
They're not it's not ourselves. They've taken a bond.
Okay.
Because all roads, check this, it gets really psychedelic in my opinion, is that, you know, okay, look, all roads lead back to Rome, because the Vatican has an interest in the soil from a contract from 1215 from anything ever owned by the Crown of England.
Hey, Issa, I'm gonna interrupt real quick, bro.
Go for it, brother.
We got some people in the chat that need some guidance. All right, so it says Paul Middleton, man, you are so wrong, bro. Every sunset proves a globe. Question mark. Sunset.
And you know what I always say like this?
Bro,
look.
There's no sunset on a globe, bro. There's a terminator line on the globe. See, a globe and a sphere is not bound by one line. It's bound by multiple lines. A circle is bound by one line. That's why we see the sun set over the horizon line. That's why we see it set over one line. How come we only see one horizon line if we're supposedly on a sphere? Answer that, ball earthers. Answer it. Why do we only see one horizon line if we're on a sphere? And why does it remain at eye level? Answer that.
Well, remember this too.
Yeah.
They'll bring up this eye level shit, right? And this is just something I'm gonna nip in the bud real quick in case you guys hear it. Because they'll always be like, "Oh, well, it doesn't come directly to eye level when you're on a plane." And you can always remind them that yes, that's right. Because if you look on the Weather Channel, it says visibility. So the thing is, you might not very well be able to see the horizon. Like, you know, I've had this nitpicky argument, right, where they argue that it's just below horizon, you know, the eye level. And I'm willing to give them that because of atmospheric conditions like visibility. So it might just be a little lower than eye level, just so you boys don't get caught up in the semantics.
And even still, that's not even, you can't do this. That's not every single time either. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because that's how, okay, so you're telling me that, so Paul Middleton, answer this. Is a globe bound by one line?
While we're waiting for him to answer, hey, can you go into detail about how the individual, I guess, relieves itself from the statist perspective, from being part of the state or being being a citizen, you know, and be able to.
Well, yeah. I would say that the easiest, see, here's the problem, right? There's technical ways to try to do that a lot of the old timers, I think, used to really be into. And then there is the kind of what I look at it as like an approach. It's like the Bible says, be ye not conformed to the world, but be ye renewed by a continual transformation of the mind. So it's not like you have to go fill out any paperwork. It's a matter of where your headspace is, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Sounds like somebody's water's boiling.
Forgive me. Yeah, I'm making tea.
Oh, cool. All right. So do you have a social security number and a birth certificate type thing?
I tell you what, I have a person, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's my person that I work with. I
Right,
understand
the corporate entity.
I understand that the U.S. owns it. I understand that it's not mine, but I also understand that I'm the priority security interest holder in it. I have the very first interest because I gave a document. This is what I was going to get into before. It's weird. It sounds like hippie. You know, it all goes back to Rome. So Rome looks at it like everyone is a child of God. So they gave you a certificate. And then we gave that, and then we mistakenly have given that certificate back to that. Not mistakenly anymore, but it's like we've given them our ticket to have dominion over the earth for a citizen. And by doing that, instead of realizing the value in what we gave them, we've taken on suretyship for the citizen instead of recognizing who we are in that relationship. We're actually the creditors. All the United States owes all the people, each one of us, plus interest. But they've got us they owe each, like, that citizen that you created. You know what I mean? That any debt that creates is an encumbrance on how much the United States owes you. We're in the headspace of thinking that we're the citizen.
Have you been able to collect this debt yet, or do you know the means to go about that?
I've dealt with the courts in the sense that I've dealt with, like, moved the courts and gotten the charging instrument, and stuff like that. I've moved it, and I've had individual scenarios. I've had, traffic stop scenarios where I've, told the cops they can, I'd be happy to let you search my car for $10,000. So long as you can prove to me that there wasn't an emergency, you're not denying the equal protection due process of law, and you're not operating under the color of law without probable cause of a crime having been committed. You know what I mean? So, but the point is that once we learn that these gentlemen and women that are out there, you know what I mean? And I love this system, and I love the people that operate it, because they are early morning risers and they do what they say they're going to do. So if we learn, like, they're out there doing their job, but they're also kind of restrained by all of these protocol issues. But, and if we don't understand these protocol issues, then we will acquiesce where the government doesn't have the authority to do so. And by the fact that if you acquiesce, then he who fails to assert his rights has none. Like, they don't owe you freedom. They don't owe you, oh, that's not right, and you can't, they don't owe you anything. It's you have to make the case for your own particular instance. And you have to remember that the Bible says in Matthew, because the Bible is a law book, agree with thine adversary quickly, lest you be brought before him and the judge, So the idea is we have to negotiate with them. We can't just say, you can't do that, because that's an argument. It creates jurisdiction for them.
Very interesting.
Right. And so when I hear people say, oh, they're just taking money, it's okay, that's a good rallying point for the plebes, in my opinion. However, once we dissect this and we look into it really and truly, that rallying point for the plebes becomes what allows the government to come institute martial law, because everyone's so pissed off about the money. Until we get, you know what I mean? Because, you're taking my money, my tax. I mean, think about, like, the person out there that's like, milk costs 5 cents more? What? You know what I mean? Like, it's like almost like an X factor in, like, you don't know how far down the line that craziness is going to go. And it's like anyone who's trying to, create some kind of, I don't know, if you're trying to put together some kind of force of opposition, like, you think you're going to, like, wrestle the power away from the government, you're not. You're going to get beat up. So it's got to be a peaceful, diplomatic resolution. You know what I mean? You're dealing with people that have, like, they can look through the walls in your house and then shoot you through those walls. You know what I mean? Why would you pick that fight? So in reality, what we could do is we could diplomatically, gracefully, individually deal with these scenarios. In my opinion. Anybody there? Yeah.
Yeah, we're here. We're just listening.
Yeah, we're here, man. We're here, dude. We're listening to you, Issa. I agree with you. I agree with you for the most part. Is that political hillbilly?
When Issa talks, I shut up.
Nope.
Yeah, it is hillbilly.
What's up, hillbilly?
Shut up, man.
Hillbilly's dressed as me today.
Nice.
But yeah, when Issa talks, I shut up because he has like he has some brains that I like to hear. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Issa has some knowledge up there.
Thanks, Candy. Yeah, I don't have him. Shout out to Hillbilly. I haven't seen him in a while. I know we had a misunderstanding, but I hope we're cool. I don't know. I'm not reading chat or anything. I don't know. But I know a lot of people don't like the way that I talk about law. A lot of people will actually come in and try to stop me from talking about it. I've had that happen on multiple occasions. So
hey, one thing I really agree with what you said, Issa, is that the Bible is a law book, dude. You could not be more correct about that, dude. It totally is.
Yep, and think about it. They served you like serving the Lord. Like, they legally served you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy, and that's why it's like the whole world's on notice. And if we don't, that's why also ignorance is no excuse to the law. And it becomes like,
hey, Candy, can you mute? You got a lot of background noise.
Yep. The ignorance is no excuse of the law, and they operate on two things that I should look, we could learn about is the law of conquest and the law of escheat. So like the law of conquest is like, hey, if I can get away and you're that stupid, well, you're fucked. You know what I mean? Like, so that's how they look at it. And then the other one is the law of escheat, which is when you go in front of these people as the citizen, and it's like going in there and saying, I'm a chair. And then there's no owner of the chair. And so what they'll do is they'll look at it like there's no owner of the chair. So they look at it like a slice of, like a steak on the countertop, and everyone's there and all the steaks. And you're like, last steak, everybody. Who wants the steak? And nobody says anything. Well, then you can eat the steak, right? So it's like same thing with the U.S. citizen. They're like, okay, wait, so you are a chair? And you're like, yes, I'm a chair. And they're like, okay. And then they look around for anyone that might own that fucking chair. And that person's not around. So then they say, okay, by the law of the street, you're guilty under this, that, and the other thing. Never, and then also depending on the court mechanics. Like, we don't even understand court mechanics. And like that's why I proposed the one day I said, go to NASA and try to get them to sign on, a notary seal. I just want a notary sealed piece of paperwork saying that you went to the moon. If not, let the record show that you never went. And I guarantee, like, most people poo-poo that idea and saying like, oh, that well, that's not how it works. Well, okay. That is exactly how it fucking works, because it's an affidavit is considered the truth in court. And if it's not rebutted, it's a wrap. If I'm willing to come under notary seal and the party against me is not.
But Issa, they're not going to sign that, dude. I mean, they will sign that, and that's not what I meant to say. I'm sorry. They will sign that, and it'll be false.
Well, I think that I guarantee that it's like most people. It's that's the line of thinking. That's like, that's not how it works. Look, man. I know it's like, they're gonna, people think they're gonna lie and they're gonna do this. That's not what they do. They operate on a higher spiritual law. And if we don't understand that, and if you go in there as a U.S. citizen and that's what you're asking it as in that capacity, yeah, they could probably lie to you. Because do you know that a United States citizen is not protected under the first 8 amendments to the Constitution? That's freedom of speech, everybody.
Why the fuck are you not a lawyer?
Well, a lawyer is one learned in the law, so why would I say I'm not? But the point is that, like, the thing is that, like, look, U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the Constitution. And if you didn't know that, think about all the other shit you don't know before you go out and doing shit. So am I a U.S. citizen? How would I be a U.S. citizen? Isn't it like, you know what I mean? Like, but am I not a priority interest holder and a U.S. citizen? It's just about capacity. but we don't even know who we are at this point. We're just learning about where we live. Shit. You know what I mean? What's up, Zulu One? But yeah, we don't even know.
Zulu is in the house, yo. What is up, my man Zulu One? How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing good, hanging in there. I took off today. I had a doc and tick, and I'm so paranoid of Lyme disease because the East Coast sucks.
And it's supposed to be really bad this year, bro. Ticks are supposed to be really bad this year.
Nah, you're just supposed to get it and suck it up, dude.
Yep.
Get some chickens.
Back.
Yeah.
Well, I had with the doctor because she told me, and get a load of this shit. She said, well, procedure now is unless it's a certain type.
Hold on. Ace, put the Hangout link in the chat. Chris just sent me a message on Skype and said that.
No, I joined through Skype.
How did?
No. I'm asking if Ace put it in the chat.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Ace, if you did, please retract that message. I tried to add the Morgal to this call when I started it way earlier on the way to work, and I can't. He deleted his Facebook, and I can't. Hold on, I'll be right back, y'all. I'm about to call him.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he wants to come on for a little bit.
I'm gonna call him. Hold on.
Word, Morgal? Word up, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to Morgal, man. Big up.
So the
straight up. Shout out to the Morgal.
Morgal.
So what did the doctor tell you there?
Oh yeah. So they said the procedure is that they don't do anything until you start to present symptoms, the fatigue, the joint pain. And I said, but at that point, you're already beyond the initial bombardment of antibiotics that can quell that and limit the chance of having problems for the rest of your life. So that's the procedure. And I'm like, well, that's stupid. So you're going to take...
Yeah, I mean, like, I have no respect. I have zero respect for a lot of shit. You know about, have you ever read Arnold Ehret?
I'm sorry, who's that?
Arnold Ehret.
No,
Yeah, Arnold Ehret, he wrote, like, about how the only thing that kills us is mucus. And that's it, man. So once you understand that and you can get rid of mucus out of your system, you pretty much cannot get sick. Mucus is there to usher out everything that is ill. So if you can get your body to a point of no mucus, then you know your body's in good working condition, and you can do that through fasting and all kinds of other shit. But Arnold Ehret, I would highly recommend, because, like, I don't know, I have my own.
Interesting.
But yeah, because they, you know, it's like every day we hustling, you know what I mean? It's like whatever new medication they got rocking. So it's like,
yeah,
you know and it's like, oh no, we got to wait for you to be far long enough with the disease so that we can, you know, we can make sure.
Right.
But I don't get it. Whatever, man. That's how they. You know what though? That's. I mean, you know what's? I love the line. Only a fool will go to the. What do you call it? Trust his health to a doctor, his money to a banker, and his freedom to an attorney.
All right.
But yeah, man, that Lyme disease is brutal.
So I insisted that she put me on at least the first 2 weeks of the dosage, so that if I do start to present any symptoms, started early enough.
Yeah, but then he'd be liable for you to have a reaction to the medication when you weren't actually diagnosed. You got to remember, doctors are practicing.
Yeah, no, but she gave it.
Oh, she did. Cool.
Oh yeah, she was like, because she really couldn't fight my.
Yeah, I don't do meds.
What are you doing?
I smoke herbs, man. That's it, man. I smoke herbs and fast.
Now I'll tell you, every single one of you get a staph infection.
Oh yeah.
Now get a staph infection, get it in your groin.
You'll go to the
get an abscess in your groin. Get an abscess in your... No, don't do this on purpose. No, I've been doing martial arts my whole life, and I contracted staph infection, or MRSA, and yeah, man, I just had it about 6 months ago, and I had an abscess in my groin. I got a staph from the gym, and it was absolutely terrible. I had to have surgery, and I was begging for antibiotics.
Candy, just so you know, I'm muting you for background noise. I'm back, people.
Me?
What's up, Hillbilly?
I thought I
Hey.
was muted.
Hey, Billy.
What's up, Hillbilly? How you doing, brother?
Is that the Morgal? Hey, what's up, Morgal?
Hey, what's up, brother? So did the antibiotics help?
Just started it today. I got
Is that
bit
better?
Saturday.
Well, I was talking about his groin, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, hey, man. Hey, I'm healed up 100%. I can work out again, and I'm all healed up 100.
Yeah, John?
Are you
Hey, but I will
transatlantic?
say this, John. I did just get the same injury or the same scrape in the same spot that gave me the staph infection the first time. And it's in the same exact spot. So, like, I am kind of scared, but I've been keeping it really clean, and I don't think I'm going to get it.
Well, I would just recommend MMS for any sort of staph infection or MRSA. It's it seems to be very effective for that, and it's really cheap, and you don't need a prescription, and it's pretty easy to get. So, and in terms of Zulu 1, I'm sorry, man, I didn't mean to diss you. I just didn't know. I'm not familiar with the backstory as to what's going on with you and your antibiotics.
You're not dissing me. It's cool. It's cool.
Yo, John, I'm so sorry. Like, the last time I talked to you, I was drunk. So I'm already obnoxious, but I was, like, super obnoxious that night. Like, I watched the video the next day because I didn't know what happened at the end, like, when I passed out. Because as soon as ODD dropped, I went to send him a message to tell him, like, thanks for coming on, because he messaged in the back chat. And I fell asleep right then. Like, I fell asleep when I was, like, I woke up the next morning, and there was a T there. Like, that's it. Just the T to thank. That's it.
Wow. No, I had a good time. No worries.
The sad thing is I only drank one Four Loko.
Wow. Those are like those super high rock gut, like malt liquor.
Yeah, 14% alcohol. But I smoked a whole lot of weed, too. And I don't really smoke that much at one time. Like, I'll smoke a couple of hits and I'm good. But I smoked all night. The whole time we were on the call, I think.
Nice.
Wow. So, but no. Anyway, what's going on? Why do you have to take antibiotics, man?
I got bit by a tick, and I'm paranoid of Lyme disease because I have 2 neighbors that got it. A niece that doesn't even live here was visiting from Arizona, got it. Bunch of friends, and I just the way that they attack it, they wait until you present your symptoms of chronic fatigue and joint pain, but by then you're already beyond the point of the chance of eliminating the fact that you may have to be on antibiotics for the rest of your life. So
right. Yeah. Do you know my tick story?
No. Please.
I actually made a video about the tick. The tick. It's starring the tick.
Nice.
Yeah. But so what happened was I was in Georgia from like through 4th of July. So it was like the end of June through the middle of July, like out in the sticks, like north of Atlanta. And I don't know if I got the tick there or if I got it in Malden, South Carolina. I really don't know. But it was a fully mature 4-legged nymph, which if you study the tick's life cycle, they go through 3 stages. So they start out like smaller than the period and like a dot of the period in the Bible. That's how small they are when they first start. They get on something and they suck its blood, they gorge on it, get like 100 times their size, and then they fall off. And then they sort of morph into something else and get on another animal until finally after the third animal, they become a 4-legged nymph, because ticks are arachnids, although until they get to that third stage, they only have 6 legs. This one had 8 legs. But anyway, here's the story. I've always had a little tiny mole on my back that maybe sometimes itches. We've all got them. And I was in Georgia, and like my mole was really bothering me for a while. Like, when you're going to sleep and you're and it, like your back just itches, and like I'm thinking, wow, my mole's getting bigger. Maybe I need to get that checked. And I was like literally doing this for, I don't know, a week. I don't know how long the thing was on me, but I was like, man, this mole, like after a few days, like 5 days, I was like, this mole's really getting big. And I'm like, looked in the mirror and I'm like, oh shit, this mole's got 8 legs. I'm like, what the fuck? And so I had my buddy pull it out of my back, and he actually did it just right, because if they're their pinchers stay in you, then you're screwed, man. You're gonna get a super bad infection. But see, since he had attached right on that mole, my dude grabbed it with toilet paper, like right as close as he could to my skin, and then just in one like swift, strong motion, just pulled that fucker out, and it literally popped the mole right off my back, and it squirted out blood like a vein. Yeah.
Wow.
And so I put the tick in the freezer and took him to the hospital, and I brought him to the hospital because like everywhere online it says that's what you're supposed to do. And it was like 4 days by the time I made it to the ER, and there was already a ring developing around it, so it looked like Lyme disease starting to disseminate or whatever they call it. And there's a word for it, but that little ring, if you don't treat it, it'll get bigger and bigger and bigger until it covers your whole body, and then you've got Lyme disease. And like that whole time I had the tick, I didn't know it. Like my legs were like jerking at night and stuff, and like that doesn't happen.
Hey, you just gotta go for a jog and toughen it up, Morgan. That's all, bud. We down in Jersey, everyone's got the fucking Lyme disease. We just suck it up, go for the fucking swim in the ocean, and fucking say fuck the world. That's why we're all angry. That's why we're all fucking angry. We don't go to the doctor.
That's horrible.
Yeah, brother. Yo, Morgan, man, how you doing, brother?
Doing well, man. How about yourself?
Chilling, man. First time ever getting to talk to you, dude. Shit.
Oh,
really?
Sweet.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, you were invited last time he was on, but you just didn't come.
Oh yeah. No, I've been busy. I've been running around craziness. But yeah, I'm happy, man. You guys got such a good voice out there, man. I love what y'all are doing, brother.
Well, the moral to that last story is if you ever want to get rid of unsightly moles, find an 8-legged nymph tick.
Yeah.
Hey man, I would have rather had that tick on me.
John,
go ahead.
I heard you talking about the MMS. I started a week ago.
Hello, Vinny.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you come in the back door.
Hey, Vinny.
So, how's it going?
Very, very, very good.
Really? So when you ordered it that day, that's when you started taking it for the first time? Because I was on the phone, I was on that call with you when you ordered it.
Yeah, it was.
That's not that long ago.
I had it in house at Tuesday, and I started immediately.
Wow.
Thursday.
Yeah,
Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
Not to pry, but what are you taking it for?
I have diabetic. I am diabetic, but there is more. I felt I had a surgery a couple of weeks ago on my leg, my feet. They took out my screws that they screwed in my feet, and
that sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, depends on how you look at it. Well, they gave me really, really bad medicines like tramadol, Valium, all those kind of medicines.
Tramadol sucks, but Valium's okay.
Yeah, the Valium is okay. Yes, I know. But yeah, all this other stuff, tramadol. I got them here. It's all bad stuff that they gave me, and my body reacts really, really, really bad at it. And I was talking with Antonio Subarats about the MMS and Lindsay. He was on his show, and I ordered it together with Chris Trusika. I ordered it when we were online, and I had it in 2 days in house. I started. I'm using it for 1 week now, and even the wound on my feet is healing 10 times faster than it did before.
Wow.
And I feel my body is cleaning. I can feel everything is cleaning. My sugar is going down.
That's awesome.
Yeah, only a week. I take three drops every hour. If I eat something, I don't take anything. I only eat something and I drink something. Then I wait an hour and then I take 3 drops. I mix it and then a glass of water and then I would drink that and wait an hour, and that's how they explain it to me. And it's I feel the energy. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm not
Hey,
a
Vincent.
scientist can explain how it exactly works. I'm not 100% sure, but in terms of like the stuff that they give you now, it used to be like, for example, Valium was totally natural, like they made it directly from the valerian root. But
Yeah.
now everything's synthesized, and so a lot of people have bad reactions to it because it's not natural. And of course, that's just big pharma being greedy because like natural things that you can grow and make yourself aren't very profitable to big corporations, and so they synthesize it, patent it, and make the natural stuff illegal for you to grow yourself. I mean, there's lots of examples, not just valerian. But sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to know where did you purchase it? What is there a website or?
For me, it was just here in the Netherlands. There is a site. It's called MMS Netherlands. I just went there. I called this guy. Look if he was legit. Just check out the normal jet. If not, if it's not a seller, or how do you call it in English? Yeah, a seller. A businessman or something who just want to sell the stuff. We had a really good conversation, and then I decided to order it with him, and it was in my in house in 3 days.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple thing. I mean, all it is, the active thing is sodium chlorite. You have to get it in a specific concentration. I think it's 28% solution, and then you have to have an activator, which you can either use citric acid, 50% solution, or hydrochloric acid, I think 5 or 6% solution. I use hydrochloric acid because it activates in like 5 seconds instead of having to wait like 30 seconds. And I use it all the time. I mean, I put a drop of it in every gallon of water because I can't stand. I have just regular tap water, and it is fluoridated. And I mean, you have to use water, and so I do put a drop of that in every gallon, for like coffee and cooking and stuff like that.
I
But
do the same.
you know,
Man, sorry. You can smell it on the water that it's already cleaning. It's clean water after.
Oh man, yeah, the water here tastes awful because, like, I don't know if you've ever moved as well, especially in America. I've never left America and I've moved around a lot, but you get used to the water somewhere, and then when you move, the water tastes funny. It's either tastes moldy or musty or overchlorinated or whatever, and the water here tastes like dirt, literally. And so I can't, even if I make coffee or tea or anything, it tastes like dirt to me. And literally one single drop of activated MMS in a gallon, and it tastes like totally clean water. So that's what it is. I mean, the end result of when you activate the sodium chlorite is chlorine dioxide, which is not the same thing as chlorine, but it is widely used in the food industry, mainly as a water purifier. But also, they'll, like, anytime they pack and ship meats, they basically douse them in MMS because it keeps the because you're talking about dead tissue. It keeps that dead tissue fresh, basically. And when you ingest it on a regular basis, like you said, I mean, I did the protocols a while back where I was doing like 3 drops every hour for 8 hours a day for a few days, and it knocked out like one of the worst flus I've ever had in like a day. And so, it's pretty awesome stuff. And it's not just for one thing or the other. It seems like, from what I gather, it'll heal pretty much anything that you throw it at.
Yeah,
you can make this at home.
Yeah, I mean, I order. You just get it. I get it's 2 things.
Can you find this in nature, like anywhere available?
I don't know, like, how readily you could find sodium chlorite. I mean, citric acid you can find in nature, sure. Like, grab a lemon, but it's hard to determine the concentration of the solution. You'd have to use a litmus test to get that right, and probably do some refinement.
It always seems so weird. Like, I've always felt like life, like like use food as your medicine.
Hydrochloric acid is naturally found in the stomach. And in terms of sodium chlorite, I'm not sure, where you might find that in nature, but I'm not sure how they derive it.
Yeah, because like it sounds like one of those, like it sounds like 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 when an like a chemical company's like, here, we got another byproduct. How can we sell this?
I understand what you mean.
Yeah, that's what it does sound because the name of it, MMS, Miracle Mineral Supplement, sounds like snake oil. It sounds like a load of bullshit. And Jim Humble was sort of counting on that, and he was counting on people not to take him seriously while he was able to research it. And he applied it to all sorts of ailments that are quote unquote uncurable, and people like Mercer and different things. And it was literally getting rid of stuff in a couple of days, or in serious cases like a week. But
I feel like this is like how they rolled out fluoride. They were like, oh yeah, it's also good for your teeth.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at the
that
wonders it does.
I can understand what you mean.
I don't know, man. I'm like, yo, if it doesn't come from like a plant or a tree, I'm like, fuck off. I can't. But it's curious. I've never messed with it before.
Well, I'll tell you, I had an abscess because my final wisdom tooth is coming in. It's still about to completely pop out. It's about there, and it's just wreaking havoc on my molars. And so I've got one molar that's just totally split in half, and the abscess on the side of my gum was like the size of a dime. This was just a couple weeks ago, and I did like a pretty heavy 10 drops of highly concentrated MMS rinse, and overnight the abscess basically was gone. The second day there was no trace of it. Yeah, it worked awesome for if you've got mouth any kind of mouth irritation or inflammation. It really does wonders for that as well.
Yep. I would get some if I could afford it, but I can't even pay my Wi-Fi bill. So.
Hey, Candy, did you fall in a well?
Yeah. Oh shit! I was walking there. I took the stair. Man, I'm soaked. I just walked into a whole stream of water in my face. Oh my god.
Too funny.
Yeah, you should have seen it because I'm sure people are laughing at me. God. Yeah.
I can hear it. Hear water.
Did any one of you guys see the blocked video from the Red Cross?
No.
Yeah. Yep.
They used the MMS to clean the water, and in 24 hours the people were cured from malaria.
Wow. And see, you know what? I have lupus, and the medicine that I'm on. Well, I haven't been on medicine for a year because I can't afford it because I don't have insurance. But so that's what I'm scared of. I'm scared I'm going to die of lupus really young because I'm not on medication. And you can live a healthy, normal life, they say, on medication. But if you don't have the medication, then you're going to die, basically, because it's a systematic disease. It attacks everything in your body.
Yeah, that shit is all about balance, though. Yo, everyone read. Morgal, are you familiar with Arnold Ehret? I'd imagine you would be.
I'm not familiar, I don't think. But wait, you have lupus?
Yes.
Well, you should definitely, if I'm not mistaken, and I would research it first, but if I'm not mistaken, there were people that were successfully treated for lupus with MMS.
Yeah, I have lupus and Sjögren's.
Lupus. Check it out. I've read that lupus merely happens because you're dehydrated.
What?
Okay, so if you drink
lupus is where it's basically an autoimmune disease where your body attacks itself.
Right, and you need water. Your body overheats through the too much of I don't know. I've got little, whatever. But if you drink a lot of water, lupus, you cannot balance out the body, and your body will not have that heat reaction that's happening. It's all heat or that's at least that's how I've looked at it, I don't have lupus, but I've read a book about that, about the hydration of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I drink a lot of water, and my family has it. My mom has it too. So.
Do you guys see that video where the lady does the pH tests of all the different waters? And so she does the pH test of all these different bottled waters, and most of them are acidic.
Yes.
And and that's also okay, you're drinking a lot of water, but what kind of water? What you could do is you could take sea salt, put the sea salt in your water. That'll alkalize it and it'll soften the water. You know what I mean? So but I've read that lupus is coming from dehydration, if I'm not mistaken. We have really simple remedies. I think people we're all far reaching on all these wonder drugs. And it's no, I think if we hydrate, have enough salt, that kind of stuff, simple. they've got us so far off base, man.
Yeah, they tell you not to have salt. Don't put,
Well,
oh my
also-
God, salt, oh my God.
Yo, like, and fat too. Like, you should have high fat, but saturated fats, good fats. It's interesting.
This is off subject, but while I can talk and still have a signal, John, I was gonna come visit you this week, but I might be able to Friday, but I have to stay out here. Like we got a hotel room and I'm staying in Asheville. I'm not driving home, so. But I might be Friday. I'm driving home.
Yeah, just give me a call. Let me know. I'm looking at a couple posts of people asking about MMS and lupus, and I'm seeing a couple of instances like this. One person says they have reactive arthritis and vasculitis, which are both Th2 dominant autoimmune diseases, such as is lupus. And they say they're having success controlling it with MMS. So I would look into it, but like literally, if you like the amount of money that you'll end up having to pay doctors to basically not effectively do anything over the long run, for like $20 or $25, you can get MMS enough to last you like 6 months.
Wait, it's that cheap? Then you paid like $60 for it, I think.
I paid 50 euros, and I have enough for a year.
Yeah, well, you probably got more than I did. I got mine for this last time for $25 about 3 months ago, and I've only used like an eighth of it.
Somebody order me some. I'll give you my address.
Hey, John, where did you get it? Where did you buy it?
I buy mine from a place called MMSFORhealth.com.
MMSFOR Health, for health.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Awesome. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and before you use it, I suggest you just watch some videos from MMS on YouTube. There are a lot of people, even here in the Netherlands, there's a woman, she had cancer, she's totally cured. Ow, ow, ow. Candy.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation too. Like there's people out there who say that it's chlorine or bleach, and it's not. It's chlorine dioxide, which is something totally different. And it's been proven pretty well that it is not harmful in any way. It's not toxic to the body. The only thing that it's harmful or toxic to are negative pathogens, and that includes things that are sort of autoimmune issues because you'd have to watch a documentary or two on it, or maybe I spoke with Dr. Andreas Kalker a few times through email and asked him a bunch of questions about it, and he sort of carried the torch from Jim Humble, who invented the stuff, and Andreas Kalker has sort of an upgraded or updated version of it that's already pre-mixed, but it's a lot more expensive, so I don't even bother with it. And there's other levels of it too, but the basic MMS protocols, work well enough. The point is though, there's clinical explanations for why it works and how it works, and you can get in touch with the people who even are like the faces of MMS now. Like I said, Dr. Andreas Kalker, if I'm saying that right, he'll chat with you on email and stuff and talk to you on the phone and stuff if you reach out to him. So I would definitely, talk to him first before starting any protocols, or talk to, somebody who knows about it professionally. But don't ask a doctor, because they will just tell you to take the regular old. Well, I don't know what the treatments are for lupus, but I'm sure that it's not, it's nothing pretty.
Yeah, that was my point in saying that when somebody said something about malaria. I'm on Plaquenil, which is an anti-malaria medicine. So it's kind of like and not only is it bad for you in one sense, it's like they give you a medication that makes something else happen to make you have another medication that makes something else happen to have another medication. And it's like a domino effect to your whole entire body. And it's really sad. But like this medicine that I'm on, I have to go, okay, like I said, I haven't been on medicine it's been over a year now, since October of 2015. That's when I stopped going to the doctor. So it's once you reach, I was on 100 milligrams twice a day since 2009. That's when I got diagnosed. And so from 2009 to 2015, that's 6 years, I was taking 100 milligrams twice a day, 200 milligrams of Plaquenil every day. So if I don't know what the milligram is, but like when I went to the eye doctor, there's like a certain there's like a certain milligram. Once you reach that point, it messes with the retina in your eyes, which is a bad thing, but it's nowhere near as bad as every 4 months since I was on that medication, I had to go to the rheumatologist and get a whole CBC done, and they had to test all of my organs, but especially my liver, because that medicine will tear up your liver. So you want to give me like cirrhosis of the liver and hepatitis because I have to take this medicine for this disease? It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You know, the whole idea of pharmacopoeia or medicine is to poison the body in small enough doses so that it kills off your ailments but leaves you alive. And that even applies to like cancer treatments where they use things as extreme as radiation, which actually causes cancer.
Exactly.
And chemotherapy, which is just literally injecting poison directly into your veins. And, you know, that's when you take that sort of approach, that pharmacopoeial approach or whatever the word is, you're just basically poisoning yourself, hoping that you will survive the poison longer than the disease. And when you've got something that's an autoimmune disease like lupus, that's different because it's like I said, I mean, your own body is attacking itself from within. Your white blood cells can't differentiate between, you know, good stuff and bad stuff, what's part of your body and what's not, you know, pathogens or other parts of your cells. And so that's why it's so difficult. But from what I gather, MMS will even sort of attack the lupus virus, because that whatever it is, if it's a virus, whatever, cloaks itself from your immune system so that your immune system doesn't attack the virus. Your immune system attacks your immune system, right? And so MMS, the idea is that you'd probably, I would imagine, want to wean up to some pretty high doses. But yeah, MMS should like differentiate between your good cells and those viral cells. And I would think that you'd have better results with that than anything that the doctors are going to give you, honestly. But I would definitely recommend getting in touch with the guy who's sort of the man when it comes to MMS and the where he's taken it with CLS, whatever it is. But yeah, his name again is Dr. Andreas Kalker, and I think I've got his email address still. I can check.
Yeah, he is in the video with Jim Humble too.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to hurry up and get me some before they make this shit illegal.
For real.
Yeah.
Because you know that's coming next.
No, it's not going to be illegal, but the way they sell it, it says do not ingest, do not take it inside of your body. That's the reason how, well, that's how it works here in the Netherlands, so they can sell it. But it's otherwise they cannot sell it.
They don't sell it as a matter of fact, when I got my bill for the last one that I ordered, it was just a bill for sodium chlorite. And they don't even bill for the activator, because I guess they are trying to make laws to make it difficult for people to sell it, and so they are having to use sort of, you know, gray areas in order to get it out to people who wanted it, you know. So it's crazy.
Yeah, he did something really perfect. He made it. He made a church, and now it's you can have it because of your belief. It's got nothing to do with God or any religion or whatever, but you can say when you have it in your pocket on an airplane, and they say, well, what is this? Well, it's for my belief, it's for my church, and this is what I have with me, so they cannot take it away from you.
I was just researching. I was just researching it for her COPD. Evidently, they do have a recommended treatment for COPD to where you inhale it, though.
I have no clue what it is.
Interesting. You do a vaporizer?
Yeah, she got a vaporizer, a nebulizer machine, and all that. Yeah, she got one of those, and according to what I'm reading, they want you to use it as a nebulizer machine. But there's testimonies out there where it has cured COPD.
Nice.
Maybe we could utilize her if I can talk her into it for an online video clinic proof study. Because I can prove it to people right now. She's in the final stages of COPD. She is hooked up to the oxygen machine. Has nothing to lose if I can
My
talk her
dad
into
is
it.
too. My dad is too. He's in stage 4 of COPD, so let me know.
See if I can talk her into it.
If anything, maybe I can talk him into it, and I can let you know. Because
I'm going to try it.
I was also thinking about, I told y'all my dad has dementia now. And obviously we have learned that that comes from fluoride. And I mean, it might be hereditary or something, but I'm sure fluoride helps it along the way, holding hands, pulling it down the street. So what if like the whole borax treatment, what if that helps with my dad's dementia? I really want to try that, I don't know if he would be willing to do that. And he's in Florida, so I can't sneak it in his body. I would be that type of daughter.
Here's your tea, Daddy.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's hard-headed, like he has the DNA on his record and stuff. And I had to give him mouth-to-mouth one time myself. Like I went and got CPR certified, first aid certified, whatever, Red Cross thing, and thank God I did, because my dad has seizures too. He has, oh my God, he has MS. He has so many things going on. It's crazy. But he's so unhealthy, and he's very young. He was born in '63, so he's not old at all.
Candy, Mr. Anderson's trying to get your attention for you to check your Twitter account.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, John.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You don't have to answer right now. I did an interview with Mark Sargent, and we topic and just did personal questions.
Mm-hmm.
Be interested. I wanted to get you, Bob, Jaron, her, David Weiss, Political Hillbilly, Vincent, all these people, and I just want to show. I call it the human side of flat Earth. So now you can think about it, watch it, see if it's something you might be interested in.
Yeah, man. I will send me a link, and I will check it out. Yeah.
Hey guys.
Okay.
Mr.
Absolutely.
Anderson.
Thank you.
Oh wait, am I muted?
Good.
Okay. So Mr. Anderson sent me a picture of a scripture, and this is kind of interesting, and it kind of proves flat Earth some more. Not like we need any more confirmation, but Philippians 2:10. It says that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow, whatever, of things in heaven and the things of the earth and the things under the earth. How can you have something under a ball? You cannot. I mean, you can, but it's not going to be part of the earth.
Well, according to the Bible, the Bible is a geocentric, flat Earth book, and in the ancient Hebrew conception of the Bible, is very clear on what the Earth is. I believe that we are it. Anything below us is probably hell, or the Great Deep or Sheol or whatever you want to call it. And anything above us is probably the heavens, or it is the heavens, and that's just what the Bible says. Yeah, like you said, we don't need any more confirmation from the Bible, especially even most globe heads will tell you that the Bible's a flat Earth book.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely written in an era when nobody had even, thought that the Earth was a spinning globe, except for maybe a few ancient Greeks, possibly. But other than that, the entire world already knew that the Earth was flat and stationary. It would be hundreds of years before, or maybe even 1,500 years before people actually started really believing worldwide that they lived on a ball.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Don. Think about this. We get our phones upgraded every year. We get, hell, people have their refrigerators and washers and dryers upgraded and everything like consistently throughout their lives. Well, science is meant to be tested and meant to be proven with test results using the scientific method with constant results. So my question is, this is where I have a huge problem with. Like 500 years have passed and no one's allowed to test the spinning globe model of our world. So I just don't understand that. We test everything else, everything around us. We test it, we upgrade it, we renew it, we trash it and get a new one. Like, why can't we do that here? I mean, I can't be the only one who thinks like that.
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you, Candy.
Hold on.
Nobody's ever said that before. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, like
Hey,
I was saying,
where
like
was that verse from?
Philippians 10. Shoot, hold on, I'll tell you.
Okay, I just want to check because it's weird. I got a King James version from a friend.
2:10.
Yeah, 2:10.
Oh, wording's different. Like this one I got, it doesn't even say the firmament. It says heaven.
Is it a 1611? Do you know?
No, I do not. I don't know. I don't know. I just never read it before. I just got it, and I was like, well, let me look through it, see what's in here.
Yeah, I finally got my first study Bible. I'm so proud of myself. But yeah, what I was saying is we upgrade everything around us throughout our entire lives. I mean, everything. People get a new phone every year. People throw things away and get a new everything in their life. And so, like, science should be way more thrown away and renewed than anything else. Because if something is still a theory after 500 years, and really before 500 years, and so it should be tested and be able to be proved. And if it's not able to be proved after 500 years, you need to move on. And you need to take the scientific method and apply it to things that can do.
Did I drop out?
No,
I can hear you.
Yeah.
No, Candy didn't.
I think we lost Candy.
That's why I'm the proxy host for the day.
Good choice, Candy. Good choice. Hillbilly's awesome.
Let's see. Special thanks to everybody who's joined Candy, by the way, today. And Morgolf, thanks for stopping by. Shout out to everybody in chat. Benny P, thanks for doing a little assistance behind the scene. Chris the Truth Seeker tried to show the baller if he wants to utilize the word gravity in the chat, please try to utilize it as a means of proving it. Don't just claim it to be fact. You know, it's one thing to say that you can prove a theory correct, and it's another thing to actually walk through with that. LIGO is named Lie for a reason.
You mean to tell me y'all didn't hear none of that?
No, you cut out about 2 words into it again.
Oh my God.
You cut out right when you said apply. Like you said, you can apply. We need to apply observation to reality, basically, and then you cut out.
Okay, like why can't we take? So, okay, like we renew everything in our lives consistently, like throughout our whole lives. Everything that we come across, we upgrade it with something new, or even if it's not an object or a physical thing, the things around us should be questioned. The theories that have not been proven yet, after 500 years, why is it that we still accept them? Why is it that it's not okay to test these theories that still cannot be proven?
Like, it kills me to know that every single human in existence, other than, the flat earthers that exist now, and few, very few, far in between these years, have questioned this model that they give us. Everybody just accepts it, keeps on moving like everything's okay. And yet we are able to question the medicine we take, the cars we drive, the hair products that we put in our hair, the makeup we put on our face. I mean, we can test and move on to a new anything around us, except for the one thing that really fucking matters. And I have a huge problem with that.
Yeah, definitely. Well said. And I think the answer to the why is because the reason they're able to do it is because they force it on all generations of toddlers worldwide, like the Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. But unfortunately, nobody ever tells them it isn't real. And if you look into propaganda, it only takes 3 generations to completely change the entire worldview of either a civilization or possibly the world if communication is there, which we have. And within 3 generations, if you completely incrementally change things and start with very small lies and small changes, and then very big lies and big changes, and then teach it as facts to all toddlers, uniformly across the board everywhere, then within 3 generations, then once all of the grandparents of the grandparents of the grandparents have died, then you have a situation where everybody will believe the lie and think that the lie was always true. And that's how they did it. They did a great job, and I think that it was sort of done, through the Vatican had a big role in this, and the Dark Ages, the so-called Dark Ages, where most people couldn't read. And honestly, the heliocentric model was brought into existence mostly by Jesuits, who are, of course, the Society of Jesus, and are pretty much the Society of Lucifer, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, like the Vatican. I mean, they do the upside down cross. I mean, I grew up Catholic, and most of my family they're from Boston. They're Catholics.
Yeah,
and,
my mom's Catholic, or was I should say. She is no longer any sort of religious at all or spiritual.
Yeah, my mom, same as my mom. But it's like they're so ignorant to the fact that what they are doing is satanic and totally against what Jesus would, what they're supposed to be doing. Every time they look at each other, they give each other greetings with an upside down cross. I mean, hello, how do you not know what you're doing with your hands? Like, it's very simple. Like, the long part of that cross goes to your forehead, and the short part is right there at your chest with the cross at your shoulders. Do you guys see this? They're doing an upside down cross, and they don't even know it. Do you know how scary that is?
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, what you have with Catholicism, I can't say the word, Catholicism. What you have with Catholicism is basically like I don't know, sort of an esoteric conglomeration of lots of different religions. So you certainly have this sort of Roman or Greek, pantheonic sort of religions, I guess you could say. But then you also have the sort of relics of Mithraism in it. And then, of course, that is all sort of assimilated and cloaked with Christianity. And, they didn't even have to change the statues. Ishtar became Mary. And they at least in the Catholic churches, they have statues and idols everywhere, which is that's technically forbidden in the Bible. But I don't know. I think the main thing that they've done is they've obfuscated or just made unclear the actual stories of the Bible. And there's a lot of poor translations in the English versions that we have, and I think that they've deceived a lot of people through Christianity, much the same way that they have the ball by the ball Earth by poor translation, mistranslation, whether it was intentional or not. I'm not sure. Let me grab this phone. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you, Morgal. I think that a lot of people have been deceived through different sects of Christianity, and that's SECTS, not sects.
Yeah.
But I think that they've been deceived through different sects of Christianity, and but I do believe that Christianity is the true in the Bible is the true prophetic word of God. Just my personal belief. I don't really care if anybody else believes it.
Excuse me,
I would
Matt.
like people to. Go ahead.
You a question because I know you definitely know stuff like this. Has anybody looked into the other books and what they say about? Do they mention flat Earth in them? You know, the Quran, the Torah. Do they talk about that too?
Oh yeah, man. The definitely the Quran definitely is a flat Earth book as well. And all ancient religions and all ancient texts are, man. Yeah, all of them. They're all flat Earth books. You're not gonna find a religion without flat Earth tied to it.
For sure. Hey guys, sorry, I gotta fly. Something unexpected came up, so I gotta run. But it was good hanging with you. And if I see y'all live later, I might pop in and say hey.
Later, John. I
Later,
put
y'all.
the link in
Later,
your.
bud.
I put the link in Hangouts. There,
Oh, I'll
for
copy
that
it and
show.
I'll copy it now and put it in a new tab. Okay, got it.
Awesome.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Yo,
Dude,
yeah,
I
I watched one of his videos yesterday or the day before that tripped me out. It was actually an old video that he posted a year ago. And then he redid it like 4 months ago or something. It was George Bush and Charles Manson being the same person. I've never heard that before. And apparently a lot of people think so. And so do I now, kind of. Like, they are very similar with their voice. Their voice sounds exactly the same, and they look identical. And the things that they say, like not the terminology, but like the things that they actually say is very similar. Oh, very similar. I mean, oh my God, you guys better watch that video.
Interesting.
I was about to say, y'all don't freaking hear me again, man. I'm about to get mad.
No, I hear you. Just thinking about it, it's very deep, thing to look at, other religions too, and see that they think the same way, and the only connection is science tells me no.
Yeah.
Through all of it.
Yeah, that's what I tell everybody. Like, what turns somebody atheist? Science. Because why? Because they say the Bible teaches that the earth is flat, but yet Christians don't know that. Let me just throw that out there. But yet science has proven that it's not. And they use those exact words. Science has proven that it's not, so God doesn't exist. Because if God existed, the Bible would be correct. And since science proves the Bible wrong, then God can't exist. That's how people turn atheist. Most of them. I mean, not all of them, but for the most part.
Yeah. I think my issue was that, I don't know, I just questioned the whole thing about having to go to a church and all that stuff, and that turned me off. I was a little kid because it didn't match what they were telling me, that, hey, he's everywhere. It's in you, in your heart. You don't have to go to a special building. Yes, that corrupted me, so to speak.
Yo,
now
hold up.
I'm just searching.
Hey Zulu, I'm still hung up on what Candy said about Bush being about little Bush being Charles Manson, man. That's freaking wild.
He said little Bush. Yo, like seriously. Oh my God, like.
What about Barbara Bush being Aleister Crowley's daughter?
Yeah.
Dude, look up a picture of Barbara Bush as an old lady, and look up a picture of Aleister Crowley as an old man, and tell me that is not that woman's father. Tell me that.
You know who else? No, you know who I think is his daughter? Abrina Brockovich, whatever her fucking name is. I think that's his daughter. Like, I've thought that for a long time. Have you ever looked into her? She has like the same facial features, and that bitch is crazy as him, and that's hard to do. She might be a little crazier.
Welcome to the Jedi.
Jimmy, that's been a long time you can't find me.
Hey, Jimmy.
Jimmy Jedi, the Jedi of the Flat Earth movement. What's up, bro?
What's happening? Screwed up.
What happened to Ethan? He left.
He
Did
is
he left?
strong in the
Everybody
ways
left?
of the flat Earth.
Can you hear me?
What do you think of my new wardrobe today, there, Jibby?
Where are we here? Let's see. Where's your wardrobe?
Well, look at your monitor. I'm speaking right now. Don't you see me all pinked out?
I was like, what? What's happening here?
Proxy.
I said the same thing. I was like, what room is this?
Sly Volcano, I'll be able to take this one and run with
I
it.
know. That's what I was thinking too. Oh my God, the trolls are gonna love this.
All right, everybody needs to step back 500 feet from their microphones. We're going to adjust the levels here. Everybody's going to be nice. It's going to sound good.
Oh, shit.
Zulu, when did you interview Mark? I just saw the thing on the YouTube there.
Yesterday.
Sunday.
Same thing. Yesterday, same thing.
Yesterday, Sunday is the same thing. You're right.
Same thing. Same thing. She is right. She's correct.
How's that Starbucks? Yeah.
No, shut up.
Fun.
What I
Did you
said.
watch it?
Was it yesterday?
I saw
Monday?
some of it. He's got glasses. When does he wear glasses?
He started last week. Yo, y'all tell Jimmy what I said when I got my Red Bull. Somebody's echoing.
That's probably me. I'm the one complaining about mics, and I am echoing.
Yeah. I had a Red Bull earlier. I said, y'all don't tell Jimmy.
You should not be allowed to have a Red Bull ever.
I know, like I need it.
I hear that it turns your blood into a type of plasma. There's something about Red Bull. It's not good for you. It's just
You don't say.
It's a
Well,
plasma.
your blood is pretty much made up of red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, and plasma. Plasma is the liquid part of your blood.
But this is a special kind of goo.
It's like cow jizz. People used to say cow jizz was in it. I wouldn't doubt it if it was. But.
It sounds absolutely disgusting.
I know.
A different type of, what did you say? A different type of goo.
I know, and then I say cow nuts, like, what the heck? Maybe that's what
so
it
when
is.
the lizard aliens come, they can drink your blood.
Yeah.
And now there's a rumor out there that part of the stop smoking campaign was because the lizards don't like the nicotine in us.
That's great.
Y'all crack me up.
Personally, I think the stop smoking campaign, which was a multicultural, multi-country effort, was because they found out that it was the fluoride was counteracting the nicotine was counteracting fluoride. The effects of fluoride.
No, I believe it was a marketing issue so that they can still reach little kids about smoking because you talk about it enough, they want to check it out. And
I'm trying to see if you'd be serious.
They're not going to take the stop smoking thing like to the levels that they did for profits or anything like. It's because it was getting in their way of something. Smoking, like they don't care about our health. That's pretty much determined. If they're putting poison in the water, giving a shit about our health, that's off the table. They don't care. So they obviously.
Hey, Michelle Obama does.
Smoking for a reason, getting in the way of something.
I mean, Michael Obama does.
Yeah, Obama kind of stopped smoking so much in public as much as he could because
I said Michael Obama.
Oh.
She cares about the kids. I mean, he cares about the kids. You know what? I was actually I was at my mom's yesterday waiting. I was actually early for work yesterday, but I was late today, so that made up for that. But my stepdad, look, when I walked in the door early, I was 15 minutes early. He said, "What the fuck? Are you alive?" So yeah. Anyway, he was watching, the regular news, and I was like, "How do you watch this shit?" I said, "If you want to know this, all you have to do is look at your phone and see all of the notifications at one time, and just pick which one you want to read."
And he was like, well, then you have no interaction with people. And I'm like, wait, so you're interacting with the people on the TV right now? Like, what? I'm kind of confused. And he was like, okay, well, blah, 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 blah. I don't even know. Like, after I heard that, I quit listening. I'm like, what the fuck? You think you're interacting with people right now? I'm confused. But then I was watching it myself. It was actually, they're passing like new, Michelle Obama changed the school lunches at school to make them healthier. Well, the kids are throwing away all the food. They're not eating the shit. So they're going back to pretty much the way that it was before. Isn't that something?
School lunches were so horrible when I was growing up. I insisted on bringing a lunch to school.
I loved our school lunches when we got in high school.
My son doesn't eat school lunch. I don't think he's eaten maybe 3 school lunches.
My kids won't eat it either.
They're horrible for the most part in most schools, and I don't know why. I mean, it's all frozen shit, and it's just, I don't know. They don't know how to microwave, I guess. Maybe that's what's making it taste like shit, is because it is all microwave. I don't know.
It's cheap. Just cheap.
Well, you want to invest in quality so that way the children's brains are working at their best. They're in class, bored out of their skulls. It's it's the way to go. We're looking out.
You know what I do love? When the kids go on a field trip and they get school lunch, they get one of those Schmucker's Uncrustables, and I love those things.
Is there
when
anything
I get high,
you
I'll sit there and eat like.
Candy, stop buying name
I didn't say I buy them. I didn't say I buy them. Well, I do buy them. But my point was the school uses them for field trip lunches. That's what they give the kids if they don't bring a lunch to the field trip.
All the name brand stuff is the worst. If it's like Smuckers or anything like is a name that they smucker you in the face with constantly on the commercials, it's because they really want you to have it because they're really looking at their watch here like, come on, people, hurry up and die off. You're really pissing us
hurry
off.
up and die. Buy a little more before you do, though. We're going to put it on sale and make you get 10 of them.
Hey, 5 for $5. When they do that 5 for $5, 10 for $10, people won't buy 1 or 2. They'll buy 5. They'll buy 10.
Oh, not me, because I know that there's still $1 if you only buy 1. Hello.
Are you at work? Are you at that 2-hour drive?
We didn't took lunch, so we're gonna leave.
Oh, okay.
And we'll come back tomorrow. We'll try to leave more early because we're coming from Charlotte.
Yeah, because we're staying the night here too. Yeah, I'm coming from Gastonia.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I live in Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like 111 miles or something like that.
Yeah, we're like.
Y'all.
What's
Truth
up, Chris?
Seeker.
So it's like, phone, sorry, it's in my ear. He's like, you're still in the same apartment? I'm like, dude.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, I think she's having audio issues. I did turn down her mic just a little bit because people were saying she was overpowering in chat. But that has nothing to do with why she would have lost her audio right now. She's been having issues off and on today. That's why she asked me to be her proxy host.
Is she at her dad's thing there working? Because she has kind of a weird signal inside that building.
Yeah, that's what she said. She gets bad signal in there. So, Jibby, see anything strange today?
Today? Yeah. Partly cloudy skies, and I can't find the sun. That was a problem.
Yeah, that's weird.
Partly cloudy, not mostly cloudy. Partly cloudy, and I'm like, okay, where's the sun? Partly cloudy skies are really dark for some reason. I don't know. Today,
Yes.
we had a pretty good day yesterday. First time in probably a month. It's been like 2 days out of the past month have been really milky, creamy, gooey skies. It's just terrible for a P900. Wanted to get
Yeah,
some
gross.
long distance shots of Boston from the local mountain here. Right at this is like the good time where it's not too humid, it's not too cold. You can get a nice clear long distance view. Like spring is a good time to pick up those long distance objects when we're trying to do our P900s or whatever. When it gets to summer, forget it. It's just going to be too humid close to the ground.
Yeah, it gets hazy.
Yep. We're not going to see distant things. You know what I want to do, Zula? I want to get a shot of Cape Cod, or I should say I want to get a shot of Boston from P-Town and Cape Cod. That's the little hook at Massachusetts at the tip. You look across that water to see Boston.
How far is Block Island off the coast?
That I don't know. I never checked.
That from Westerly, Rhode Island.
Wow.
And because
these are good tests we should be doing. These are good tests over ocean water.
Yeah, well, this was years ago. I just remembered that I saw these things and I never knew what I was looking at.
When you're doing the curvature test over a lake and it comes out flat, a lot of people are using the excuse, well, see, it's like a flat part of land with like a dugout and then the water's in there. And that's why it's not like ocean. Like there's always there's one more excuse every time. So get it with the ocean water. They can't say anything.
Martin, hey, what's up?
Welcome, Martin.
Hey. What's up, brother Martin?
How are you doing, Martin?
I did. It's good to meet you. For the link, it's good to meet you at last.
It's awesome to finally hear your voice, person to person, Martin. See you in the chat all the time.
All the time. And we've said 1,000 words but never spoke. I know. I feel like I know you already.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one love to GB, Chris Tusica, my very good friend, genuine friend, and everyone else. Have a great day, and it's a blessing to be with you. So that's my hello.
New people, new faces. Hello.
Nice thing about Martin.
I don't know whether you've heard of me. Do you know Martin Litzka? You heard of me? Flat British. So,
I can't really hear you, Martin.
Martin, can we ask you to refresh? Martin,
yes.
you're coming through robotic. Please refresh, see if I clear your audio up. But one nice thing about Martin joining this, you almost have to plug your ears or you're liable you're going to learn something. If you don't want to learn something, plug your ears.
Yeah, I've never actually spoken. I've never spoken with Martin personally. I've never spoken with him personally, but I've watched a couple of the hangouts that he's been on. Man, this dude is brilliant.
If you could tap Martin's brain, you would learn a lot. It's filled with a lot of good stuff. And once he gets going, man, you can just sit back and let him run when he gets on a roll.
Yeah, well, I plan on doing a little bit of prodding. What's up, Martin? We got you back. Let's hear that voice, buddy.
1 2 1 2. Anybody?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Yeah, I was uploading my second response to Eric Dubé's neo-Nazi rant. I'm trying to save my precious, what I love is the effing movement, and I don't want him to move into this fifth columnist way of thinking. So I've done my second post opposing him, even calling him out if you want to talk to me. That's how I feel about it. It affected my day yesterday in a profound way. I was upset. I was moved. I had to sit and talk to my mother for about an hour. She thinks there's a good chance that, I think there's a good chance he could become Supreme Commander. I'm like, oh, Jesus, you really think so? You know, because of the pull he has with the young. And it's so frightening and provocative, this post, if you see the deeper implications. It's called to arms, but with no specifics. Dangerous. That's just my point of view, anyway. Hi, Kant.
It's a good point of view.
It's my point of view. I've been through racism. It's small-mindedness. We're all on the same plane
something's
together.
definitely wrong. Something's definitely
Hey, we're
wrong.
all one big family, man. We're all one big family. No matter what your, creed, ethnicity, culture, anything, it doesn't matter. We're all one big family. We all deserve respect and love,
And like most families, we are extremely dysfunctional.
Hey, Candy, can you mute, please?
Oh, there I am.
I can't mute. I'm singing to you.
Oh, you're doing that thing where we
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking to someone
It
else.
sounds like you're talking to someone else because you're far.
Oh, hold on. I just said, we are family.
I got all my sisters and me.
There's no curvature I can see.
Where's the curve? Where's the curve? Because we have to.
Curvature I want to see.
So what have I been missing, guys? What's the word on the scene today?
Well, man, we're talking about the basis of the panel really originally was God and the flat Earth and how they correlate. But you can talk about whatever you want, Martin.
Oh, Bible arguing.
I think it's brought more people to God than any other religion, but not in a monotheistic religion where everyone's got a doctrine they have to abide by, or else, fire and brimstone. No, this is something new. It's brought us to the Creator, an understanding Creator. This Mother Nature is Mother Earth calling us for rescue. And I reckon this is a definite 100% spiritual awakening. Anyone who was in it knows it for a 100% fact. It's just, where do we go from here? You can see the muddying, what's been happening, the muddy of the waters. And this video of Eric, he likes to chuck the cat amongst the pigeons and cause trouble, and this will cause trouble. This is neo-Nazi, but history cannot repeat itself. The Third Reich were not a good thing. They had Gestapo in each corner. You say anything, you're a bye-bye. I ain't gonna live in them. That's worse than now. Well, not quite, but it's the same as now. He's left all the details of how it came about, and he's left the solution, the Eric Dubé's final solution, way out at the end. And he's left, what he's done is what the Globe people do. He's left bullet points, but you can't, you got to dig in. So if any one of these bullet points that he's proposed, you have to dig into each one of them, and they all fall apart. I'm not saying Adolf Hitler was a psychopathic megalomaniac, because I'm not saying that. We've all seen the newspaper cuttings. He opposed war right the way through. But the central bank that run, right, the Wehrmacht, run the Third Reich after that, right, were an international concern. Now, they were run, as you know, by Prescott Bush funded them, as you know, got Henry Ford, whole number of American oligarchs, but also the Rothschilds and other members of them family. Okay, he said he opposed them, but they're all right to use their money, though. And Jesuitic training. Himmler was a Jesuit. Himmler had a Jesuit, basically, I don't know whether you know this, guys. I don't know whether Eric knows this, but he needs to do his research. There was regiments of Muslim Gestapo. So it's all hate the Muslims under the banner of the Third Reich and the swastika. Yet Himmler, Reichsmarschall Himmler, had regiments of Muslim Gestapo. They didn't have a problem with them. He's perverting the reality to suit himself. Now, I've asked for a one-on-one and give him a little bit of a history lesson, because I've studied this for 40 plus years, 45 years. And he's picking it up at the end and making his own theology on it, which is not true. It's not the way it worked. I'm aware of the brainwashing. I'm aware of the way that the history has been lied to us and portrayed, but not the way he is portraying it. Okay? We can't let history repeat itself. Leave Europe in ruin while he sends himself in Thailand? Oh, that's a good idea. I'll play at that. No. You can't let people from foreign concerns rule what's happening on this island. No way. Over my dead body, it ain't going to happen. That's why I became Flat Earth British, to fight for the Flat Earth. Does that make any sense to anybody?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yes,
what you said just makes sense.
Of course, it absolutely makes sense.
Racism is small-mindedness. It's ignorance. We're all one consciousness sharing the same experience. We're all here now on this plane at the same time. Doesn't that not mean anything to anyone? At the same time, in history, we're here now all together. We have to make the most of this, guys.
And if reincarnation exists, I submit everybody's back here to play the game. Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
I'm a big believer.
All the famous who died throughout history reincarnated back here again.
No doubt about it. All of this has happened before in the past, hasn't it? You know, I've studied all the great world leaders. You know, Napoleon. You know, the Corsican Prince. God, I've studied Marx. I've studied Stalin, Lenin, and the rest. But Hitler, he is the most intriguing person of the 20th century. There is no one as intricate as this man. He's a genius. He's a multimillionaire, although his gold and how he got a millionaire is quite a mysterious. If you look into that, it seems that he was funded by Jesuitical bankers anyway. So the more you dig, it seems that it all falls apart. You know, Adolf Hitler was used. He was a puppet. He did have this hysteria over his mass. Can you imagine somebody coming along like that outside of Bono or Jay-Z or some rock and roll or brain dead fuck? Can you imagine somebody coming through right now with the power and the impetus of Adolf Hitler that could sway the emotions of millions? Now that is a very scary prospect, and that could be on the horizon, guys. And
I don't think so, Martin. Martin, it's a different day. It's a different type of humanity now. Those guys like Malcolm X and all those great speech makers, they'll only have a temporary effect on people now because people kind of have that 7-second attention span, 7-second empathy. They're like, yeah, I agree, and then what's on TV, and that's it. Like we're not that same type of generation anymore.
You think they dumbed us down to that extent, JB? It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
They just move on. Oh, that's interesting. I'll move on.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a different type of warfare. It's a different type of game we're playing now with it's a new battlefield, and we can't go by the old methods anymore because we're in a whole new paradigm.
They just showed a Burger King advert, right? I haven't got it on. My mother's watching it. I'm anti-devil box, as you know. And they follow it straight after the Burger King advert with a UNICEF advert with starving babies. Now, are they sick? No, we as flat earthers can work out the dialectic of what they just played at. But everything on this telly, if everyone kept the telly off forever, I'm sure everything would start improving drastically. But the way that they bring the world outside the television, the media and everything else, it's to trifle with our emotions and leaving us in this state of fear. Eric, that was fear yesterday. Matt Poland put out a 2-hour World War III flat earthers, although that wasn't a total context, but it still had an apocalyptic theme. No. That's not what flat earth is about. We're a creation made by a creator. And people seem to be just sort of disconnecting from that fact. It's like it's not real. No, this isn't real. There's no creator. It's just a meme, something I should just join along with. But it's not. It's not a meme. It's real. People want to find what God needs and quick. That's what I think. And these powers are ramping it up, boys. I'm telling you now. You know they are. For what ends? Money. But nothing will ever happen. A few innocents will die as per usual. But we need to reevaluate at this stage, at this time. I really do. What's going on?
I think Mother Earth woke us up. Those who are awake, and I think we are. It woke us up like we are the immune system to enact upon the infection here.
Yeah, I feel exactly the
because
same.
Because it should be everybody waking up, but it's not. And the things that woke us up, we showed to our friends and family thinking that it's going to have the same effect on them, but it didn't. Why? That's strange. Why us?
Well,
why won't this penetrate other people that we're trying to show it to? They're just like, yeah, well, what about the other issues? Like they're not seeing it the way we're seeing it. Like, why is that? It's very strange.
It's addiction. It's plain and simple addiction. If you came across the telly, actually, we've been lying. The space agencies are all lying. Actually, the world's flat and it's not a globe. The morning after, people would still wake up with cognitive dissonance. They would want to believe this. No, it can't be true. It can't be true. It's not. It's not. And they would want to go back to their capitalistic because they're hooked. They're hooked. They can't believe a life beyond that. A life of people sharing and symbiotic, and I will have to be a good person. I will have to be non-selfish and not this horrible person I've been right the way through my life. This is what a lot of people are going to have to come to terms with. It takes a lot of people to look in the mirror and find out the shit they've done in this world. So that is going to be that is going to be what they call the rapture. To me, is people looking in the mirror and finding themselves. That'll be the rapture to me. People finding themselves who they truly are. A soul having a human experience, not the other way around.
I like that, Martin. I like that. And Judgment Day is also probably a part of that, looking in the mirror. And when you come to the realization of where you are and there's a creator, now you're going to do a whole life's reflection of your, of yourself, and you are going to be the judgment of yourself. Nobody can hurt you more than you can hurt yourself. Nobody can understand, like, you're getting locked in a closet because you're being punished. Well, yeah, that'll have an effect on you, but nothing as much as the regret you feel when you finally come to the understanding of why you did what you did wrong and whatever, and hurting other people, and realizing that you hurt other people, and the remorse and the sorrow you feel and you have to live with. Nothing is worse than that. Like, no judgment outside of you can quite impact you the way you can impact yourself. So I think it's part of that too, the Judgment Day, the realization.
Yeah, I agree completely with what you just said. I believe that is a part of this awakening, definitely. It is part of that process, is that, definitely. There's many parts to this process. I think us lot are coming along fine. It's just with the outside external influence. I'm not just blaming the globe tads. I'm blaming this concerted effort by the government to either make you feel like you're going nuts, destabilize you, chuck things in to mess you up. Your channel, and they're taking channels down and scaremongering now with this new Eric thing. And we got to keep an eye on this, guys. Anyway, McPhee, blessings to you, my brother. I love you.
How you going? Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you, brother. God,
hey, Rory in the house. Nice to see you,
How you
Rory.
doing, Mr. Hillbilly? Good to see
you. Nice to see you. Nice talking to you again, sir.
You look good in pink.
Thank you. I thought about making it a permanent thing. I'll give me some hairspray and some color. Candy converted me.
HB, are you a pink bloody gonk? You are, aren't you? I thought that was Candy. Awesome. You're a pink gonk.
We both are. We're twins today. We're twins.
No wonder I messed up.
Well, at least if I gotta look like somebody, I picked a good looking girl to mimic, right?
Yeah, he's logged into my account because I couldn't go live from my phone. So yeah, he's a troll. He's a troll. Yeah, there's so much paint. Sorry, there's so much paint on this floor. I'm still cleaning the same floor I was cleaning yesterday all day. I mean, it's a whole apartment. It's a three-bedroom apartment, but there's no floor in the bedrooms. Just the two bathrooms, kitchen, dining room, and living room, and hallway, and floor and laundry room. Still on the same floor I was all day yesterday. That's how much paint they got on the floor.
Paint.
Yep, I'm cleaning.
How long do you think it'll take you to paint the flat Earth?
Shit.
Well, if we let the powers that be keep running it, they're going to paint it red.
Oh, if you want me to talk to the cows come up, there's no problem there.
I was just waiting for. I was waiting for you, Martin. I was just leaving the
I
floor
was just
for you
waiting
there.
for you to retort. You know, I'm just basically waiting for some sort of repercussion from the edict-based thing. Because I just made a video, which I cut, which I'll upload again now in a minute after this, sort of asking Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, would he consider talking to me off air, man to man, so as to avoid these nasty things that keep happening every time I try to communicate, and I don't really know what's going on. Probably me being a jealous cat, I'm not really sure, but I don't know what's going on, Rory.
Well, I know Eternal Padwin did a video about Eric debate. Yeah. But
you
well, yeah, basically. And he, you know, he's got a fair point. And again, there's just so much racism. The whole point of this flat earth understanding is that, you know, we've come to realize we're all in this together. We're all one. And we've got to start behaving like that. And we've got to start, well, we've got to stop the negativity that's going on and associated with the flat earth. You know, I've been sitting back and watching it, and is it You've Been Exposed channel? You know, I got caught out on a chat the other day, and Dread pulled it, and I was still with Arwin and Ed and this other black guy, and he just was going berserk, and I'm thinking, do I really want to be involved with this sort of shit? I don't really. I'm only, you know, I'm here because of truth, and the same as everyone, we all just want the truth, but without all this negativity and trolling and I don't know, it just gets a bit much.
Okay, so
I went on it. Sorry.
There's a baller that was apparently in the chat, and he is mad because he kept getting timed out. So I'm going to let him come on the panel.
Is he bringing his balls with him?
Right. Okay, I can drop to make space. It's no problem, but I'm going to keep an eye out on the.
Oh, it's full?
Yeah, panel's full.
Oh, let's see, my phone's in my pocket. I don't know if he's in here. Bye, Chris. Yeah, I don't know this guy. I can't even remember his name. Paul, maybe? Oh man, I forgot his name already.
100% of the time, if a baller is getting banned or timed out from these flat earther chats and hangouts, it's because they're conducting themselves like a rude asshole.
Oh, I know.
Either that or they're just making circular arguments and not accepting the answers that are given to them. You know, they don't want to go and research the answers that we give them. They just want to say, "Oh no, that's wrong." Well,
yes,
I just hope he brings his balls.
He said, "You can't just."
I love that, Martin.
You know, here's a good one. Here's a good one I just put back on him. He says nothing in nature is flat, but he has to ignore water can only be measured flat. So I gave him two things in nature that represents a shape. And purple represents it. Hey, Candy, I'm going to mute you just for a second. A lot of background noise.
Go ahead.
Okay. A pearl, which is spear-shaped, can be found in nature, and water at rest in nature can be found flat. Now, question is 72% of Earth covered by pearls, or is it covered by water? If 72% is covered by pearls, then by all means we live on a sphere. If 72% is covered by water, by all means we live on a flat plane. Prove that wrong.
They don't want answers that are true. They want the answers they want to hear. That's why they'll keep asking, and they'll keep saying, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? We had the same thing with 9/11. We were showing them tons and tons of proof and evidence, and right after we did it, it was the exact same thing. So where's your evidence? We just showed you. They won't accept anything except what they want to hear. And we know people like this in our everyday lives. They only want to hear what they want to hear. They don't want to hear anything outside of that. I don't know whether to call it infantile or what, but it seems very infantile to me.
I think what happens is they get so trusting within the bubble that they're set, and anything outside of their bubble is very scary and frightening. So it's a lot easier to just accept what they've been fed and the programming, and they're all comfortable. But if someone starts to challenge that, then you're a threat to their stability, their reality,
Their false reality
they've got. Yeah, absolutely. And it scares them, absolutely scares them, and that's why they get aggressive in the chats and bring up straw man arguments all the time and pseudoscience.
Yeah, there is no fear and anger when you're standing solidly in the truth. It gives you courage, confidence. It makes you bulletproof. And they don't act like this at all. They act like in a very unstable state of fear.
Yeah, just whenever the ball earther gets on here, just let's try. I mean, who wants to talk to him? Because there's no way we're going to be able to have an 8-on-1 debate. So I mean, like Jibby or Martin, or I'll do it. It doesn't matter to me. But I think we should try to keep it at least 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, and that way we can keep it civil and give the guy the respect he deserves.
You guys tell him the proofs. I'll tell him what's wrong with him psychologically.
Okay, this is what he said. He said, you can't just keep timing me out of your chat because you don't like the questions. First of all, I haven't looked at my phone all day. When I was on lunch, I said what's up to the chat. I don't know who's in there, and I don't know who's on. I don't even know who's on the panel. My phone's in my pocket. If I don't recognize a voice, I don't know who's speaking or at this point. Like I'm trying to do the best I can, but I can't keep watching chat and working. So let me just get that out of the way. Anyway, he said, you can't just keep timing me out of your chat because you don't like the questions. I'm trying to do a character study on you people. You people. You need to let me in. I need access. It's not fair that for your mods to just time people with questions. Your model needs challenging. You need a devil's advocate. There's no nuisance when you shut the globe believers out. Okay, so I told him to send a message on Hangouts because I do not have him as a contact and I cannot send him a link. So
audio issues again, Candy, if you hear me. I just got back.
Oh, crap. So you didn't hear me?
Just heard you didn't hear me.
Heard me. Shout out to Mark Sargent out in the chat room right now. Shout out.
So y'all didn't hear what I said?
I heard what you said, Candy. About the globe
the whole
earther?
thing? Yeah, did you hear what I said about the chat though? Like, I'm sorry, like I don't know who's in chat or half the time who's on the panel.
I'll tell you, I watched that whole dude's, I watched the whole, everything he was typing and everything he was saying.
Okay, so you know who I'm talking about?
Chris gave him plenty of answers. I gave him answers. I'm pretty sure Turbo gave him answers. Everybody gave this dude answers, and he just kept asking the same questions and just completely ignoring what we said. So I don't really have any sympathy for the guy. I think that Chris actually gave him multiple answers and asked him multiple questions as well, and he just didn't even acknowledge any of it. So he's a troll.
It's like a Borg drone. They're going to keep pounding on you until you say the answers they want to hear.
Well,
and then
I'll talk to his ass. I'll talk to him.
Yeah, I would talk to him too.
So yeah, some days I don't feel like dealing.
There's people who just will not color outside the lines. They won't even think about going outside the lines and boundaries on anything. It's got to be black and white, straight and narrow. There's no in between with some people. It's just no in between. It's got to be the book answer, or there's none that will be accepted.
Well, there is no in between anyway. It's either yes or no.
Jim, now don't you go try popping my balloon. I had you know the government or the government has good money invested in building that balloon for me.
Gubermente.
Gubermente.
There's a lot of mente control going on.
Fuck us, mente. In the ass and the lube. I'm sorry. I went all day without cussing. All day. I've been trying so hard. And then I just cussed.
She tried so hard, but got so far. In the end, it doesn't really matter.
Because I'm going to say fuck probably again later. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm the sickest dog on the floor.
Remember, people, it's that other girl wearing pink that's got the foul mouth, not me.
Oh, I know when I was in the chat, I said I'm going to type in all caps so y'all can distinguish whether it's me or Hillbilly. And then the very next message, I forgot. I was like, well, I give up.
I've been trying to put my initials every time I type under your name.
Jimmy, it must be the fluoride in me, huh?
They should do. Remember those old milk commercials? Like, but someday I'm drinking milk, and someday I'll be big enough and old enough to blah blah blah. Well, they should do that with fluoride. Well, I'm drinking fluoride. Someday I'll not care about school and college and pretty much anything.
Yeah, I'll have Roddy.
I'm a zombie.
Yeah, that would be a good like mock commercial.
But seriously, Jibby, I have not drinking one drop of tap water since we had that conversation. Not one drop.
That's fantastic. I don't know, but how many Starbucks have you gotten made with tap water?
I'm going to practice my Fifth Amendment right now.
Remember, these coffee shops, they're not running spring water. Tap going. And hot fluoride in styrofoam produces formaldehyde.
Oh my God. I'm just going to just never eat anything again.
The FDA does tests on singular products. They don't really do the test when they're combined. Like things in soda, separately, harmless. Combined, carcinogen. So they'll do the separate tests, like, oh, this is fine. This is innate. It's harmless. They purposely do not show you what these things do combined. They won't do those kind of tests. It's on purpose. But in soda, combinations of things in there becomes a carcinogen. Same with coffee. The reason why they use the styrofoam with the coffee.
Let me get
it's
this
not
straight.
just about cost effectiveness and destroying landfills with all the styrofoam and everything.
Let me tell you something. I buy styrofoam cups because I like to drink out of them. I have a whole cabinet full of cups, and I will go to the store and buy styrofoam cups because I use 2 of them at a time, and it keeps my drink cold, and the outside of the cup doesn't get wet. So that's how I drink. You're killing me right now. The styrofoam itself makes it worse.
Well, it's the fluoride in the hot liquid, and I guess it leaches some of the styrofoam, and I guess the end result is formaldehyde. And this is the information that's out there. I can't confirm or deny 100%. It's the information that's out there, though. We all have to do our own investigation and come up with our own determination based on information out there. Unless it's first-hand information, we do have to take others' words for it, and we have to do our own investigation. We can't just take any information that seems to be true and go around saying it is true 100%. Like that's a mistake too. A lot of us do make that mistake still. It's just information that's out there, like nicotine counteracting the effects of fluoride. That's information that's out there. It does fit well though. Like it does seem to make sense. This is a multicultural country effort to get everybody to get off cigarettes. And to start vaping too, which is another thing. You can use your Chinese water vapor fluoride, and that way you get your fluoride that way.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, besides the fluoride thing, I said when vapes first came out, I said, y'all gonna see that in a couple of years, y'all motherfuckers are gonna be dropping like flies. You know why? You're filling your fucking lungs up with water, dude. You're drowning yourself slowly and you don't even know it.
Yeah, what's pneumonia? Isn't that like fluid in the lungs? Well, why?
Yeah.
I don't know why people want
Because
to.
I said that the day I found out about vapes, I said that. Now watch what I'm saying. Like, man, it's like common sense. And so many people lack that stuff. Common sense, I mean, it's hard to find.
I tried those vaping cigarettes, and I can't take more than one drag without coughing my brains out. I cough my brains out when I inhale because it's like you say, it's liquid. We're inhaling that flavored steam, and for some reason, my lungs react quite normally. I think to the water vapor, just the thick water vapor entering my lungs, it makes me cough. I can smoke 5 packs of cigarettes a day, no coughing. So there's something to it. I don't want to vape now.
I call them cancer sticks.
Well, the pre-wrapped Marlboro, Newports, yeah, cancer sticks, absolutely, with their fire retardants and other chemicals. And I roll my own. It costs me about $1 a pack. That's it. You buy your own,
that's what my
$10
sister
a
does.
pack. You roll your own, $1 a pack. It's kind of a no-brainer. Less chemicals. I don't have the fire retardant in the tobacco I use. And there's a big difference because if I go buy a pack or roll pre-packed cigarettes, I can taste the chemicals. I wake up the next day, I can feel it in my lungs. It's horrible. I don't get that when I roll my own.
Isn't that sort of redundant? Like, how do you have something that's supposed to be lit and put a fire retardant in it? I'm confused.
Yeah, it goes back to them caring about us and caring if we burn our houses down. They really do. They care about your children. They care about your health. It's so obvious,
Have you ever researched that fire safety product that they put in it, though? What, ethermine or something like that? What it is it's nothing more than flooring glue for sheet goods of flooring, vinyl, glue down your pad, all this. If you look at their so-called safety standards that they go by the flooring industry safety standards that says this is a safe product and it's normal application. It's normal application. It's not designed to burn.
Yeah, they do. I think it's a similar compound that they put in a lot of vitamins. It's some kind of flooring glue, or it's some kind of joint compound or something. It's an additional innate ingredient in a lot of vitamins. And I noticed that too when it was brought to my attention. I went to go look at my vitamins and all the ingredients in it, and sure enough, that ingredient's in it. It's some kind of stearate ingredient. I can't remember the exact name.
No, we're not talking about fluoride.
We are roundabout way.
Well, isn't fluoride a derivative of fluorine? I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, the music was overpowering you a little bit there.
Yeah. Sorry, it's from my daughter. No, I'm pretty sure fluoride comes from fluorine. I've been doing a little research.
Byproduct of making strychnine.
Yeah. Okay. What's that? What's strychnine?
We can't hear a word you're saying because your music is so loud. It's overpowering what you're saying.
Yeah.
What did you say? Strychnine?
Yeah, rat poisoning.
That was a byproduct of aluminum factories as well.
Oh, the sodium fluoride, yeah. And when you're speaking of fluoride, try to use the correct dangerous type of fluoride, because there's calcium fluoride that will just stain your teeth brown, but your teeth will remain quite healthy. Just calcium fluoride. That's naturally occurring, calcium fluoride. Naturally occurring in streams and whatnot. It is naturally occurring, not sodium fluoride.
But it's not like they're mining it and putting it into the water,
Right.
They're producing it. It's a synthetic product, not from the earth. Well, I mean, it's from the earth, but they're doing something else to it.
Right. And when they say, well, there's natural aluminum in the atmosphere, so big deal about well, there's different types of aluminum. There's natural aluminum. There's processed aluminum. You know, natural aluminum is one thing. Like they just leave out the rest of the information. You know, if you have a paragraph of truth, they're only saying the first line. It's not technically a lie, but is it? Because they're omitting the rest of the information.
Yeah, omission's the same,
right?
Pretty much. And I mean, they're releasing how many tons of aluminum oxide nanoparticulation into the atmosphere with chemtrails. So.
And what was it? Mount Shasta had something like 100 times the normal safe amount or something in there.
Yeah, and that's
it's just naturally occurring. It's not processed aluminum. There's a difference. It's like the iron filings in the cereal. That's processed iron. It's manufactured. We're eating iron filings. Like they're making us more magnetically receptive, I guess you could say. Like if they're emitting something magnetic by us eating all this processed iron and making ourselves more magnetic, we're being better receivers for whatever they want to put out there.
Oh, it's for the 5G cell towers.
5G. Yeah, we're becoming like little hot spots for.
Can I bill Verizon for that?
You know what? I think we are missing out on some kind of a affiliation partnership program with these cell companies. Some of us are just little walking hotspots.
Like me.
Yeah, Candy. I'm surprised you shouldn't have reception where you are. The only reason you do is because of your hotspot.
I am radioactive.
Radioactive.
I like that song.
I would hope that there'd be reception in that apartment complex.
There she is. No, there isn't. There is no reception at all. I'm outside now, and that's why you can hear me.
That stinks.
I'm outside too, where I can't.
Well, there's no. Huh?
I was just gonna say I got a glare going on. Is that Kathleen's voice I'm recognizing?
Yeah.
Oh, how you doing, girl?
Good. How are you?
All right.
I was here earlier, but I dropped to make room.
No.
Yeah, for the guy who never messaged me.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's crazy because I'm up in the mountains right now, and there's no reception anywhere up here. Nowhere. It's like very iffy. That's why I've been dropping all day long, nonstop, over and over. Very hard to get reception.
I used to have a channel manager who can hold the base.
That's why I'm wearing pink. I wear pink to support the girls.
You're so pretty in pink.
Pink for real men. Real men wear pink.
Actually, they reversed the colors on us. They always had pink for the girls' room and blue for the boys' room, when it actually should be the other way around. Red is a man's color and blue is a woman's color. So pink is a derivative of red, and that's the male.
Hey, it's so funny that you say that. It's so funny because I'm colorblind and I can't really see the color pink. If it's like I guess you would say like a really light pink, I would see like white, and then like if it's like a darker pink, I would see like red, and so I can't even see the color pink or purple.
They're the prettiest colors. You're still missing out, Matt.
Red is a great color for brunettes. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, you can wear red and be a butch, and that's fine.
I don't look butch even in red. Sorry. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't think women in red look butch at all.
I have red Jordans on right now.
Are you kidding?
Nope. Look, I'll show you. They're full of dust from working in them because I'm stupid. $120 and I'm working in them.
Wow.
So dumb. Yeah. Can you see them?
Oh my goodness. You fly.
Way to go. Nice. Destroy them.
Walking around being OG.
Yeah, she's OG, all right. You got that right.
Is that a good mop? Candy can't hear, I guess.
Nobody can hear you.
Can't hear me?
Nope.
Huh.
No, I can't hear you either, Kathleen.
Yeah, you're definitely having audio issues, Kathleen. Can't hear a word you're saying.
Booyah.
Yeah.
I swear to God, tonight I'm gonna buy a can of hairspray and some red or pink hair coloring.
All right, well, if you're going to
Tomorrow,
swear, you got to
watch
do
out.
it then.
Just do your
All right.
beard.
We know I got enough hair where I can make my hair stand up like this old doll with some hairspray.
Gosh,
And
that'll
all I
be
need,
so funny.
and all I need is the pink food or hair coloring.
Well, they have temporary.
Yeah, yeah. The nights the kids use for Halloween, just a little
Yeah.
temporary hair coloring.
Well, there's also another temporary that stays in for 6 weeks. Don't pick that one.
6
Oh.
weeks.
Yeah, that's not temporary. Jeez.
Pick the one that you spray on, and it's like marketed as Halloween stuff, or marketed as stuff that girls would put on just to go out for the night or something. Because the one that looks like the regular stuff, but it says it's temporary, that's 6 weeks. That would be funny, though.
I used to dye my hair when I was younger. And then this one time I dyed it blue-black.
Oh,
Kept
wow.
it in too long. I cooked the shit out of my hair. It was like burnt frizzy for weeks. I was like, I'm never doing this again. You gotta be careful with dyeing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my son just started doing that. He went blue, now green, and he wants to do red. And I said, you know, the red's going to fade and look pink. And he goes, I don't give a fuck, Dad. He's 10. He's like, I don't care. Screw them. He's awesome.
Wow.
I went blonde one time. That was
Ooh.
fun.
Really?
A little bit extreme, yeah. Did it myself too. Came out very pony boy, and I didn't hear that joke for months.
I don't even know.
Big drastic change. Wow, we just lost half the panel.
Well, cell phone drops.
Yeah, that was like all at once. And it seems to be people on mobile devices.
Pony boy.
I know my joke was bad. It wasn't that bad.
What's a pony boy?
Pony Boy is from the what is it, The Outsiders or something? It's an 80s movie.
Oh,
Rob Lowe.
That I didn't see.
Golden.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's an old movie, but the blonde guy was Pony Boy, and that was a joke.
Huh.
Yeah, I think it was The Outsiders.
I actually took some time yesterday to watch a bunch of videos that YouTube had posted. That was cool.
I haven't been watching a lot of Flat Earth videos the past month or two. I've been, like, I was doing like Mark and doing the dailies. I mean, just checking every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, there's some kind of stagnant wall that we've all hit. We need to take a next step. It's just like I don't feel it. There's anything out there right now. moving us forward. We're really sharpening up the information that we do have, though. That's good. We got to start moving in new directions that are unexplored areas. And I'm sure that there's a couple of people out there checking out some great videos that we're just not getting to yet.
That's why I decided to watch mirrored things through YouTube rather than me going digging. Somebody Raised by Gypsies that put out a really good one, although I had a hard time finding that channel, but I found the video on somebody whose name was VV. So I don't know if that person changed their name or what, but really well done. But yeah, I think that the newer information, the moving forward information is going to start happening. I think the timing is right. Everybody got quiet.
I kind of want to go towards revealing the ISS for what it really is, because I think that's going to be a kind of a major part with the NASA deception. And what is this ISS?
That one video that shows a little balloon with a little, like a 6-inch or 8-inch model of something, and maybe it wasn't a model, maybe it was actually equipment, but it looked very much like the ISS.
They wouldn't use a balloon up there, though, and this ISS is on a specific trajectory that they can predict many hours in advance. Now a balloon, even if it has directional abilities on it, is not gonna really, it's not gonna go that speed.
The ISS.
It's not gonna go that speed. There's no way any balloon up there is gonna move as fast as this object.
Agreed.
Is. A drone might, but the amount of power it would take to make it that illuminated, it's not going to work on just 24-hour solar powered type of drone type of thing. Plus, they're not going to risk equipment failure. They wouldn't do it. Like if somebody over in India is like, okay, ISS is coming, and then equipment failure, light goes out, game's over, deception's over. So they're not going to risk their own equipment. So what then do we have left to work with?
How many
as what it is?
How many ISS feed where they're actually showing Earth in the background do you see go uninterrupted? Hence their technical difficulties. To say that it's not possible, if you had the ability to get up in the neutral buoyancy zone in the stratosphere admitted by Project Loon, and take one of these jet streams that we can prove the jets utilize to gain speed, cruising speed. That's why they go up in a higher jet stream. And you had the ability to stabilize it for 10, 15-minute trajectories. How long does the longest ISS feed last for you uninterrupted?
Not long enough.
Well, a half hour, 40 minutes, maybe?
No. Well, you can go back and talk or watch the video about NASA. It's a female scientist talking about the international, or not the International Space Station, but shuttle launches. The shuttle launch has the ability to go up to 350 miles, according to the bullshit NASA tries to feed you, and which would allow it to go in a rate into free fall of upwards of 25 minutes by their own admission. I know
there's a couple of good videos out there showing space shuttle launches from airplanes. A couple have been out recently too. Now, one thing I noticed in these, even with the boosters, there's not enough gas for this shuttle to be doing what it's doing. And when you watch, like, usually these assholes, they go, okay, it's, as the shuttle's doing its arc, they go, okay, 30 seconds, good enough, better hit stop on the record. Like, it seems like that's a pattern, like fisheye on a balloon. It's just try to find a space shuttle recording that goes for 5 minutes. It's nearly impossible to find. People don't record it that long. They record for like 2 minutes and stop for some reason. It's like, oh, gotta stop, you know. But one recorded it long enough to show the gas stopped. Basically, you see the shuttle going up, and it's doing its arc, and it's heading up. It's above the clouds, and then no more smoke. So you can't see it anymore, basically, because it's not leaving the trail anymore. But it's still moving. It's just they cut the smoke off. Now, if you're going above the atmosphere, not only should there be more smoke, but it should be extra visible, and it's not. And it doesn't leave it's still in the atmosphere. It's still at like airplane cruising altitude, basically. And that's when the smoke trail just kicks off on the shuttle. And then it's like, okay, all right, they're going off into space now, I guess. That's it. They're out of gas. They don't have enough gas to get up there and do the shit they say they're doing, because it's all for this big smoke show that we're seeing from the ground. It's all going up, and that's it. By the time they get to, I don't know, 50, 60,000 feet, they're out of gas. And then they're just going to cruise from there and go land in Cuba or wherever they're landing, and cut to the CGI. Okay, now we're here. No, you're not. and that's what they're doing. They don't have enough gas to get there. They just don't. But that's when people stop recording, is when the boosters and everything, they kind of quit. They quit chucking out the smoke, and all that you really see from that moment on is just a little dot, which you'll lose track of unless you're filming it from a plane.
Trickery of magic. Don't look at the left hand when the right hand's doing the illusion.
Yep. I've been I'm putting something together, and I've been looking at crowd footage of the space shuttle launches. So there's people, you know, they always say, like the Globers always say, people film these things, you can go watch them. I'm saying, okay, I'm watching them. And the weather that day doesn't seem to coincide with NASA footage. Just saying. Not like that with all of them. Sometimes they get it right, but sometimes they don't. Very cloudy skies, very thick clouds too. And people are filming it from the ground. The space shuttle pierces the clouds. That's it from the ground. You're not seeing it. And there's clouds as far as the eye can see left to right. Cut to the NASA view. Perfectly clear shot of the space shuttle going up. Booster separation. All of this from ground cameras from NASA. But from the ground cameras from the crowd, you can't see shit. A mile up. That's it. There's the clouds. All you can see is about a mile high. NASA sees it, though. I think they're recycling that footage, too, of their ground footage of the rocket, of the shuttle going up. I think they're just mirroring that shit, too. Altered mirrors. And recycling. They do a lot of reruns. They really are lazy and cheap. And that's going to be their downfall, because they were so cheap. It always bites them in the ass when they get cheap.
Amy just announced in text that she won't be back for at least 45 minutes. Her battery's down to 3% and she needs to recharge. I agree, though. I know Morgal talked about it. You've talked about it. It's the conundrum. If you want to get a bigger payload, you need more fuel. To carry more fuel, you just create a bigger payload, and on and on and on. That's why I laugh at this so-called claim they're going to try to move or have a mission to mine ice from the moon by December of this year.
They're going to mine ice from the moon?
That's their claims. Their hopes and goals are to have they first launched an attempt to mine ice from the moon.
So they're going for the helium-3 aspect, I'm assuming.
Yeah. What kills me,
mine ice from the moon.
What?
Ridiculous.
That's their claims. What kills me about that part, it's flat Earth people who, some of them believe the ideology, the moon puts off a cooling light. Globetrotters will try to say, oh, you're crazy. But yet their God, NASA, tells them there's ice on the moon. Well, if it's a light and there's ice on the moon, wouldn't it stand to reason it would be a cool light?
It's definitely a cool light. I don't care what anybody says. I've known this for a long time. I didn't understand I didn't understand the dynamics of it. I've always known the moonlight was colder. That is very, very curious. We need like a real scientific explanation for this, not just a droned out book version. Like, this is a real thing. Why is the moonlight cold? Is it an ice ball up there? Paula, knowledge scavenger, we were doing the moon stuff for a while there, like every night offline, just banging out, like investigating a P900 and her pictures of the moon. And she's like, it almost looks like black ice. Those sea of tranquility areas, those dark spots on the moon. It kind of looks like black ice. And it does. It does. When I was looking at it, it's like, wow, that's very strange. It does look like black ice. It's I don't know. Of course, it's just visual observations.
I was there for those conversations. I was saying it was black ice too.
Yeah, it does look like it.
I have friends who are ball earthers 100% and tell me that, oh, it's supposed to cool. What? I'm like, what are you talking about? So I can take a sun lamp, shine it on the wall, and cool my vegetables? What the hell? And it doesn't make sense. It's radiant. If there's a measurable difference, it has to be warm.
Yes, and a bank shot off the moon from the sun back down to us should also be warm in a way, no? It should be kind of like a mini sun at night, keeping us warm if it is a bank shot of reflected solar light.
Absolutely.
Now, if it's a bank shot off of an ice ball, would it be colder? I've never tried that experiment. Take like a snowball, bang a light off of it in the darkness, see if you can get some kind of a bank shot reflection. I don't know. If it's actually a really cool science experiment to do. What's that?
I got the link. I'm going to put it in the watch page text. But official national Globetrotters, don't get mad at the newspaper, boy. It's your team says that they're dumb enough to try to mine ice from the moon. Guess they ain't smart enough to realize there's icebergs floating in shipping lanes that need plucked out of the ocean. You ain't got to go all the way to the moon.
Yeah, they're gonna say that it's for the helium-3 and the lunar ice. I mean, it is pretty stupid to go to the moon for ice if we got plenty here.
Yeah, it still seems like it'd be cheaper to go to Antarctica and mine there.
They claim that it's going to be their launching facility for deeper space travel. So they need a place to refuel once they're outside of the alleged Earth's gravitational field. So what does that mean? They got to build a complete infrastructure up there to refine it, however they're going to turn it into the energy source. They need an infrastructure for the infrastructure of that. They need a power plant. I mean, where does it end,
They got to have a McDonald's as well, don't forget.
Yes, they're not complete until we have McDonald's on the moon, which they already have established. I think they're going to have no flies over the moon. It's kicked the can down the road, because I've been hearing this since the 70s. Like by the late 80s, early 90s, we were supposed to have all this shit on the moon. And it's kicked the can down the road, kicked the can down the road. It literally they'll just keep doing that because it happens to work. We were supposed to be back to the moon by now, many times over. And all of these things are supposed to be established on the moon by now. Kick the can down the road. Keep them you're waiting and you're waiting, and then you die. And then your kids are waiting and waiting, and then they die, and it's just a game.
They do the same with pharmaceuticals as well, with cures and all the rest of it. how many
Oh yes,
years?
yes, breast cancer and such. Breast cancer was supposed to be cured 20 years ago, according to breakthroughs that they came across back then.
Absolutely.
And, and it was just supposed to go through the trials. I read in a science magazine in the 90s that they cured aging. They found the compound that stops cellular aging and reverses it, but they were going by 2015, and this was in the 90s. I read this in a mainstream science journal. By 2015, the public was supposed to be able to have access to injections that stopped aging. By 2020, we were supposed to have access to the injections that reversed aging. This is in the Science Journal magazine. So they already admitted that they found what stops aging. They admitted it. But unless you read that magazine, you didn't see it. They don't advertise these things. I was in a waiting room at a doctor's office, so I read it. It was part of my job back then. But so I was like, oh, cool, excellent. I guess we made it. That's what I was thinking to myself. Like, this is the generation where we finally stopped aging. But no, absolutely not. They definitely got it for themselves. And I think a lot of these actors dying are retiring. They're retiring the character, and they're going to Tupac Island, the Biggie Smalls resort, and they're just relaxing there on the unseen land that we're not aware of. Because when you sell your soul to Hollywood, I mean really sell your soul, not part-time. I'm talking full-time. Yes, they take care of you. But they take care of you for eternity, I think. Like you're not getting out of the club. It's like the mafia. You're not getting out. Once you're in, you're in. That's the kind of group they are. So yeah, you may live forever, but you're not going to be happy in that existence because you have to do what you're told. That's how I see it.
It's a good possibility. Sounds feasible, and because a lot of these actors that die at unusual numbered ages, coincidentally with the Illuminati. Who's to say that they've got this place that in lands that we cannot get to because of the treaty or whatever. But if you're in the club, then you're more than welcome. And like you say, once you're in it, you're in it, and there's no getting out. But who wants to be in this meat sack forever and ever? Maybe that's the prison. Maybe we have to find ourselves spiritually or to escape this physical body. I hope, I'd like to think that I don't come back to this place once I've kicked the bucket, and I hope that I've found a higher plane. So maybe it's just a prison that they're locked into.
I think we're locked into the radiation zone. And if we get out of the radiation zone, we would live far, far longer than we do in the radiation zone. I think this is the radiation zone where the circuit of this sun overhead, that's the radiation zone. That's the 100-year lifespan area. All animals, we all have timed lifespans. I think if we get out of this area, that would change. Because we are in a radiation zone, pretty much. Like the sun is emitting radiation. It's not lethal apparently because we thrive and survive in it, but we do have a limited lifespan. Is it 100% like safe? I don't know. I think if we get out of here, things would change. That's just it. We have to see what's beyond first. We have to see. We got to stop speculating. And it doesn't take a lot to get to this center pole area. If the map is even remotely close to what we think it is, we should be able to come at it from all directions and see what's there. Then we'll have the center of the puzzle completed and get a better picture of where we are.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of misdirection going on about the South all the time. I think the North does definitely hold probably a lot of answers. And yeah, exploration is the way.
Could you see that flat earthers rebel by everybody takes off and walks due north. Meet you in the middle.
Yep. They can't stop us all. Yeah, expeditions. Send them out of Russia, Alaska, Canada, Greenland. Come at it from all sides. And whoever has the nice, clearest, easiest route, well, that's the way the rest of the public will go. You want to see what's... But, according to Admiral Byrd, it's getting quite crowded up there at the moment. Like, what do you mean it's getting crowded? Who's there? Are there condos there? Like, what's happening? No, if it's getting crowded there, that's government and industry there mining. That's the only crowded that makes sense for that time period. Would be like a mining industry thing going on. Crowded? Nobody's living there. So what do they mean by crowded?
I've taken on the arguments a lot of times land beyond the South Pole, but I never heard nobody present that argument. What do you mean? Because I know he did say that. Oh, okay, let's define it. What do you mean by crowded? Because you're absolutely right. The simple things one could overlook.
Just beyond the South Pole, there's an area larger than the United States. An area larger than, never seen by humans. So apparently he's never seen it either, I guess. But an area that could be land or water. But it's larger than the United States. So where do you put that on our current globe map?
Didn't he say never recorded by humans before instead of seen by humans? I think he said recorded by humans.
I think he said seen, never seen before by humans. I don't know. I don't remember exactly, but I know he said area specifically.
Yeah.
I think he meant by that they were the first ones to see it.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. And he was asked, is there anything left to explore for the young adventurer? Oh yes, like the inflection in his voice is, oh yes, like he's excited. That's not just script reading. That's an actual genuine emotion. It looked like he was antsy, like he had a lot to say, and he's excited about saying, this is his life's work here. And yeah, there's plenty to explore. Is there? I think there is. But it just kind of got quieted. Like, hey, let's go back to, all right, people pay attention to this propaganda now. It's the Nazis, it's this, it's that. They diverted our attention. It was just kind of like, okay, we told you, public, now moving on. It's, like they completed their obligation to the public, and then they, emphasize it, though, because public shouldn't be interested in such things. This is for the adults, the government, the adult table. We'll take care of it. Kids, stay at the kids' table. We'll handle it. I'm sick of this kids' table shit. To be honest, I really am. They speak in code all the time. It's like, what are they saying over there? I don't know. It's like we're on the kids' table here. We're trying to figure out what the adults are talking about. That's how they treat us.
That's a good analogy. I like that.
That's how it feels. I've been stuck on kids' tables.
Yeah, I want to play with the grown-ups now.
Yeah, that's the cool conversation. That's like, when you get to a certain age, it's like, this sandbox shit's not cutting it anymore.
Yeah, because that lowered table and the little chairs, they just don't fit well.
Nope. You outgrow them eventually. And some of us, not all of us, but some of us, I think, are outgrowing the kids' table. And we need more. We need something of substance. We're not entertained by the cartoons anymore. But I think maybe if we found out what this adult table information is, it's going to be a lot of dark side. It's going to be a lot of kind of shocking, traumatic information that I guess they think the general public's not ready to handle. And I can kind of agree with that. But when you're keeping the public dumbed down and childish, well, that's why they can't handle it, If you're talking to the public like they're children, they're idiots. Gather around, kids. We'll talk about space. And the wonders of space. Like, who the hell are you talking to? We're adults here.
Yeah, it's absolutely intentional.
Yeah, they're keeping us like a childlike mentality. And then you have adults, globers, talking to us like they're infants, throwing tantrums. It's like, excuse me, how old are you? I'm trying to have a conversation here, an adult conversation. You're acting like a child.
Right. What are you, 12?
Yeah.
That's generous. More like
Yeah. Can I have the mic just for a second here? I'm trying to correct an issue that's been directed to my attention via Skype. Antonio, I'm working on it right now. My computer is just a little bit slow right now, so if you got a direct link to that individual's channel, it would be appreciated. Let's see. Man, my computer's slow right now.
I go coffee. I'll be right back.
I'm done. I just tried. My Skype's locking up on me. My computer's running slow, and I'm trying to correct an issue behind. Yeah.
How are you feeling now? How are you feeling now, Mr. Hillbilly?
Oh, a lot better. I think I just might have ate something that didn't agree with me yesterday. Okay, now I found the individual's channel. I went here, Antonio. I'm here to his channel. If you can hear me, under Candy's name, and it says that this individual is not blocked.
We still on air?
Yeah, I believe so.
I guess flip is between cell towers.
Candy, can you hear me?
Candy's not here.
Candy's not here right now.
Oh,
She's
right.
restarting the battery. Remember, I'm the proxy host of.
It's Billy.
Yeah, it's Candy Billy.
Candy Billy. I'm on a train.
I ain't mean to interrupt you guys. Go on back at it. I was just trying to, since I couldn't type to Antonio to let him know I was on the problem, I just wanted to see if he was in the background. I don't even know if he's in chat.
No, I haven't seen him in chat.
Maybe I'm getting confused here. He sent me a message. Hi, Hillbilly. Someone blocked blank from your channel. He's a good guy. Very good info on alternative energy. Maybe somebody blocked her from my channel, and I just assumed he meant Candy since I was hosting her right now. Because this individual is not blocked on Candy's channel. My bad, people. Sorry.
Yeah, guys. Sometimes flat earthers may get into a conflict with another flat earther, and they accidentally get banned from a channel over just a minor, argument or something. Shit happens.
Yeah, it's silly. That's not what the wrenches are for, but it's silly.
Yeah, I don't ban anybody unless it's pretty clear, like it's not going to be a mistake.
Right. And if you're vulgar, you got to go. We're not about that. We can curse, but you don't have to be vulgar.
I mean, there's people I give, I don't know, just dozens of chances to, ballers, and they keep coming back like rude assholes. And when it gets to a certain point, I mean, you insult me all you want, that's fine, but you start insulting friends and guests and stuff like that, yeah, it just can't be allowed. I don't care. You insult me all you want. People can insult me all day, all night, 24 hours a day. They can have a Jibby insult channel running. I don't care. It's not about any one of us. It really isn't. And if it takes their attention away from screwing up other people to make fun of me, then by all means target me. You know, it's stupid to just to get. They're like little quicksand traps. These trolls. You step in the quicksand, you get stuck there for like weeks. Just like dealing with that.
That's what I try to say. If I can be the scapegoat so some newbie to flat earth is not harassed by them, by all means, rain on my parade. I've got the skin for it. They think that they're going to embarrass me to go away. McFly, anybody home? I'm still here. It hasn't worked. It's not going to work. You know, so the fact that they have to continuously do it, it's funny. For over 2 years, asked for one measurable inch. They could have done that and got me to go away. It's still the regular trolling.
Right, and a guess as to like what explains an evidence that we're presenting, a guess is not a debunk. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, how come we can see the lighthouse from 100 miles away? Well, see, it's refraction, and okay, do you know this 100% fact? No. So you're guessing as to an answer, and you're calling that a debunk. Now, would that pass the scientific community? Really? Like, oh, let's see. Okay, so it's refraction. Okay, done. Fact, close, lock. Really? No, you have to replicate that to prove it is a refraction thing going on, a bending up of light over hundreds, thousands of feet of curvature, which is not. You're not seeing a lighthouse around the ball, you know. Because then we would see lights in China by just looking straight ahead, and we want to wrap around the ball and see China, you know? It's silly. Lighthouses, what's the record for how far you can see a lighthouse? I think it's around 100, 150 miles. Not 150, but 100 miles, 120 miles, and I think it's over in England. I think that's the farthest on record they were able to see a lighthouse light. It was over 100 miles.
Well, I've seen the one at Beachy Head. I think it was about 30 miles because I used to take engineers out to the navigation buoys in the English Channel. And yeah, I remember for sure seeing the lighthouse at 30 miles.
That's significant curvature to be seeing around.
Well, it just comes down to the basic fact that water finds its level. We measure things with a level. You know, this is why I try not to get drawn into arguments with trolls, because at the end of the day, they're just there to waste your time and energy. And you could show someone absolute evidence, and if they don't want to see it, no matter what, they will not see it. So
you can clearly tell who is a biased troll, who is not going to change their stance no matter what you show them. At best, they'll just say you're crazy and then disconnect. That's the farthest you'll get and the best you'll get.
You guys witnessed what happened at my hangout yesterday with that fracking truth or whatever his name is, fracking truther. I forget exactly what his name was. I knew his MO from seeing him on Beyond, or You've Been Exposed, right? And we was on the other conspiracies, not Flat Earth, but we was Sandy Hook, 9/11, New Orleans, and he supports the official stories on those two, although he claims to be a skeptic in all conspiracies, not just Flat Earth, although he presents a ball argument. He's disingenuous, if you ask me, like Charles having a flat earth name, flat earth math. No, you represent heliocentric math. So that's the type of person this was. He wanted on the panel so bad. I said, well, right now we're discussing facts. Can you discuss the report? And he said, yes. The moment he got on, he said, well, I don't want to discuss the details. Well, wait a second. The truth is in the details. And then he tried to change the format to what is the motive. Motive is always agenda. I answered it very quickly and satisfy his fallacy argument, as he falsely represented what he was going to do if I allowed him on the panel. That's the best they can got. Misrepresent their intents and deliver a fallacy. He did it. One could ask what his agenda is or his motive.
What is their motive? What is the motive of the trolls, the 18-hour-a-day trolls every day, 365? You're either paid, you have some ridiculous savior complex ego, or you're just a sadistic prick who gets off on destabilizing others.
You know, I'm going to honestly admit, one time I was part of a gang trolling on the NASA channel, and this was when David Guantanamo was trying to do the turnaround and take over the free chant, and he was doing halfway of a decent job. By suggestion, the whole room went to NASA and started bombarding texts on their live feed. That's the closest I have ever come to trolling. Like you said, what would be their MO? Because I think we'll all admit at one time we've trolled in one aspect. But 18 hours, like Tim Osmond or Negator or Spaceman used to do, or Red Rhetoric, no, there's got to be a financial motive behind trolling like that. There's no way that I would go troll a Bigfoot hangout for 18 hours or a religious hangout or a NASA hangout. No freaking way would I do that for 18 hours.
You're absolutely right. And I used to be a troll on AOL. I got banned from AOL for life. Like I was a terrorist on AOL. Once I got a hold of those punter programs and you could hack the code, and oh man, I was unstoppable. I was a stupid kid in my 20s, and very much like Tim. And I used to troll the Christian hangouts, chats. They weren't hangouts, but they were chat rooms, Christian chat rooms. And I'd put, stupid ass symbols up and down using macro programs and stuff. And I was a terrorist in the Christian rooms because to me they were all hokey, just fundamentalist nut jobs. That's how I thought of them. And my trolling in a 12-hour day online, I might have spent maybe 20, 25 minutes trolling them. And that's it. That's all I had in me to be a pest, to be a nuisance, to giggle, to get off on it. Like maybe 25 minutes. Other than that, I was like, there's so much better things I could do with my time that I enjoy. It's only satisfying so much, so long. So it can't be that they're spending 18 hours a day just to, be a pest. This is more than pestering. This is psychological. This is psychological warfare going on here. Like there's something really, really disturbing going on with them, or like you said, they are paid.
I have spent many a times 18 hours a day on truth, though. And some people,
the things that, but not a pastime though. Like you're not spending 18 hours a day. Like I don't like turnips, so I'm not spending 18 hours a day on garden chats. You people, you turnip eating scumbags. Like like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it does. I can't get my head around, and like you say, unless they're actually being paid, why? it's hard work to sit behind a computer and sit there and dig at people. It's just
and follow along because they're listening when they're not trolling. So it's not just the time spent trolling; they're listening.
Yeah,
they're paying attention. They're keeping a timeline of each person's. Every little. I can't tell you how many times I've been hearing about the hillbilly wrench. How much does a wrench weigh, Jibby? I'm like, what? Hillbilly thinks it weighs. That's hillbilly.
Yeah,
Like, what are you throwing out on me for?
I
don't know what's going on with a wrench.
I
They're just waiting for every T, every dot we don't, every I we don't dot, every T we don't cross. They're keeping track. It's like, why? If you debunk a person, if one of us makes a mistake, does that debunk flat Earth? That's what they're trying to establish. One of us makes an error in a fact, and all of flat Earth is debunked. You can't break flat Earth. You can take us all out. It's still going to be here. Attack the info. Stop attacking the people.
And you know what kills me about that wrench? When you try to put them back in content, the way Sly ran was something that was done on the fly, and they won't answer it. With what water was displaced, if you had an object 18.5 grams, would it float? That question. Yes, it will float because that's the very way that buoyancy is tested.
So you're saying a wrench would float?
No. What happened was, did you witness what happened that they took?
I do not know what's going on with the wrench thing. No, I missed it.
Okay, Jim and I was having a discussion, and I said, "Well, here I can show you real quick how we can measure for things for its buoyancy." So I carried my laptop over to my kitchen counter, focused it down, and my one of her 2-cup measuring cups has got a long spout on it. But the spout goes higher to the rim than the rim. So to keep the water level almost perfectly level with that spout that you need to be able to overflow the moment the object you're submerging gets submerged into it, and then you weigh the amount of water, and that water will tell you the buoyancy factor of whatever you're doing. You need to be able to displace so much water with whatever you're going to build that you want to float. As I rifled through my junk drawer, I couldn't find a small object. So what I did is I just grabbed a crescent wrench and showed, okay, I dropped my crescent wrench in there. It didn't fully submerged. It was easily spottable on camera. But I said what the water displayed by the wrench was 18.5 grams. Then where I fucked up, as I said, the wrench weighed 18.5 grams. I meant to say the water displaced by the wrench weighs 18.5 grams. So therefore, if I had that object that weighed 18.5 grams, I just proved its buoyancy properties. Therefore, if I was in research and development of how to build a new ship, a new Titanic, I just figured out, can it float? It took me tripping over my own tongue, and we all know I do it on a daily basis. I'm the first one to admit it, and ran with it. Why? Because an idiot like Sly the Lie Sparkane told them that. Did they once address Sly for him spending 10 minutes to try to sell a lie of how algorithm on how YouTube videos load? No. Did they ever once address Sly about his lie of the eclipse to where he the orbit out of timing? No. Did any of them address Sly for bending a shadow to get the eclipse to work and his replication? Unless they can prove shadows bend, I can only prove them to go in a straight line. No, none of them did. But boy, do they got 18.5 grams down pack.
Yes, they do. So yeah, they remember our mistakes for months, and making mistakes is called human. And anybody who's too polished, I don't trust. If somebody's walking around, they don't make any mistakes, they smile perfect, everything that they say is tight, scripted, I don't trust that. I trust people who make mistakes and trip over themselves, because that's real.
I didn't make a mistake in their demonstration. That's why they won't answer. Will anything weighing 18.5 grams float the way Hillbilly did it? They won't answer that question. I didn't make a mistake. I tripped over my tongue when explaining what was going on. Got a word issue. They got me on words. The principle of the experiment works.
But it's the same old. They never want to argue something that you can prove. They always bring up a straw man argument to try and sidetrack you and confuse you and take you away from the actual points, which total go against what they're saying, which is, we know that buoyancy and density is what is causing things to fall, get attracted to the earth. Gravity, they just can't prove. It's a theory. They try and sell it in so many different ways to say, no, gravity's real. But at the end of the day, it says it's a theory.
I would submit that gravity is the constant, or the thing that makes one object heavier than another. I think that's the constant, and the weightlessness requires the outside force to produce a weightlessness thing. Like they're trying to say everything outside of Earth is weightless, everything in space, and only on the Earth is where you have objects weighing more than others and falling and buoyancy and all that. And I would say that that's probably the constant everywhere in this current reality. Outside of that, I don't know, but in order to have an anti-gravity, anti-buoyancy thing going on, you have to impact a force upon it, whether it be magnetic or frequency or something, then you will, or dip plane, you know what I'm saying, that type of thing, then you can have your 0G. But G, or whatever you want to call it, that's the constant, I think. That things will fall that are heavier objects fall in lighter objects. Heavy gases don't rise up as lighter gases. It's all depends on your mass. Is your mass, what's your mass weigh? And that there's your anti-gravity. Like just regular gas molecules, helium, hydrogen. These are anti-gravity molecules because gravity doesn't seem to have an impact on them. And there's your anti-gravity, hydrogen, helium, like this shit like that. There you go.
Yeah, well, they've actually got that small chamber where they had the frog floating around in a magnetic
right, and I was
field.
saying like that frog looked like he was moving around, wiggling its fingers or whatever. No, I think it was locked up like Wolverine fighting Magneto. And if they were doing that to people, I think people would be kind of frozen, locked up too. If they were trying to make the astronauts float that way, I think they're absolutely using trapeze and wires and green screens. I don't think they're doing the magnetic plate and the astronauts are sitting upon it, because I think to float in that regard, it's probably going to require the iron in your blood or something like that to grab what's grabbing a hold of you to make you float. It's got to be something that is a part of you. Your electromagnetic field, the iron in your blood, it's something that's grabbing you to make you float. And whatever's grabbing you, I think it's going to lock you up like a sleep paralysis. Like you're locked. You can't move. So I would like to see the frog experiment done or whatever, where this frog or whatever they're doing to float moves around freely. Like, it's not locked up, frozen. I think that's what it would do. Like, especially if you're getting hit with a frequency, like that'll lock you up, I think, no?
Yeah, I guess like a shock almost.
Yeah. So when I
I'll
see
have
the
to
frog
relook.
floating, he's stiff as a board.
Yeah, I'm going to have another look at that. I never really. I was just sort of, oh wow, it's floating. So I'll have another look at that.
Yeah, he looks stiff as a board to me. And I think that's how people would float too. I don't think this is how they're faking the ISS. It is a very good theory that they are using that technology to make people float. It's a good theory, but I don't think it's right. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not right, but I think it locks you up if they were to do it that way.
No, I think you're right. They probably are using wires, a combination of CGI and all the other tricks of the trade that they use.
Only do back flips and front flips. They don't really do side flips, which is
That's
another
true.
aspect of the wires on your hips.
And they do look like they're being held up. You know, on the t-shirts, all seem to sort of sharpen up.
Yeah, the wires coming up, lifting the T-shirt. You see the pointy things. There's dozens and dozens of these catches that you can't just write off.
And you've got lots of micro gravity going on where they're all moving different when they're sitting there, and some are sort of going up and some are coming down, and then the others going up, and so you've got different micro gravities going on next to each other. It's quite bizarre. I thought they'd all, if they was all moving in a direction, they'd all be going the same way rather than sort of bouncing different ways. I don't know, it just looks pretty strange to me.
And what they're saying with the ISS is that that's not zero G. The reason they're floating. They're floating because they're falling. So what they're trying to say is that the ISS is one constant dip plane.
Yeah, it's missing the Earth all the time. It's falling, it's just missing.
Right, it's falling around the Earth, but it's only 240 miles high, which is West Virginia across. So take West Virginia, stand it up straight. That's how high the ISS is. Is that high enough to fall around the ball in their model? No, you're barely off of it.
Absolutely, you're in perspective. They're only just above the Earth. It's a strange one, isn't it?
It's 1%. They're 1% off the ball as far as the diameter. 25,000 miles, 250 miles. That's 1%, no?
Yeah.
They're 1% high. And they're falling around it. And there's hundreds of miles of atmosphere above them still. It goes all the way up to the exosphere.
Well, when they went to the moon, and they was floating the entire time, wasn't they? So how does the different gravitational pulls from the sun and then the Earth and the moon, how does that work? They can't still be falling around the Earth if they're going on the way to the moon, but they're still floating around.
Yeah, that's the zero G, allegedly, when they were in the Pepsi can heading to the moon. Then they're in zero G, happen to be doing the same thing they're doing in free fall, apparently.
But what happens to the gravitational force from the sun? Does that
just
not
for the
affect...
fact that they didn't have a magnetic field protecting them, they would have went insane and died in seconds. Because you don't have the Earth's magnetic field in the helio model. The sun then will impact you directly without a magnetic field to protect you. And they call the sun basically a giant magnet. Everything gets pulled into the sun. Comets, asteroids, they do the hook shot around the sun. Boom, they get pulled into the sun. That's how they tell you it is in the helio model. That's what destroyed Comet Elenin. Remember, that was ELE. Everybody was going nuts with Comet Elenin. And it got close to the sun. Next thing you know, it's all broken up, and it's just this little dust trail. And that was the end of that.
But they're very good at getting through the Van Allen belt. They don't have a problem with that.
Van Allen belt, that's a whole other thing. But in the helio model, in their cartoons, they're showing you Earth's magnetic field that looks like the Spider-Man symbol. Exactly like the Spider-Man symbol, the way they show the magnetic lines going around the Earth and everything, and then the solar winds hit it. Solar winds at about 500 kilometers a second. A second, not an hour. 500 kilometers a second, solar wind, charged particles, charged magnetic particles. You're in a soda can, in an electric soda can, getting hit with solar winds, 500 kilometers per second of charged particles, no magnetic field. You wonder what would happen. It's just and the solar winds too would blow the soda can, so boom, you're gone. See ya.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd fry like a potato in a can. Yep. And the sun coming in those windows too. Boom, instant heat would fry all the panels. You know, it's.
Well, do you remember when one of the astronauts left a photograph on the moon surface?
Well, he did
Does
leave
anyone
it in a
recall that?
baggie. He left it in a Ziploc, so it's safe.
Oh well, yeah, that I suppose would protect it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's in one of them Ziplocs, so it's good.
Yeah, but I saw
Keeps it
someone do the same thing, put it into an oven, put it at the same temperature, and within seconds it just folded up and disintegrated.
Well, it's a radiated heat. It's different. When there's no atmosphere or a very thin one, it's a radiated heat. Okay, well, is there a thermometer that measures the temperature? Well, yes, then that's the temperature. Period. There's enough molecules to get a reading on your thermometer. There's enough molecules to feel it.
Yeah.
Sorry, ISS in 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It's thin up there. I don't care if the thermometer reads it. It's not that thin. Hundreds of miles of atmosphere above the ISS. Hundreds. They're in the thermosphere. Goes all the way up to the exosphere. I think that's 500-600 miles high.
Yes.
So there's hundreds of miles of atmosphere left. And they're falling constantly. Now, if you're falling, wouldn't you be sticking to the ceiling?
Well, you would have thought, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
especially at the speeds that they would be falling.
Right. The decay rate and everything, yeah. And if the ISS's boosters can lift it up, it's pushing off of an atmosphere, apparently. And so there's definitely temperature. Temperature would be a factor up there. It's a thinner magnetic field, I would assume. I don't know. I just think the sunlight coming in those windows on the ISS would cook the panels. Or anybody going by the window and you're getting hit with the direct sunlight, that'll burn you. In the helio model. I'm going by the helio model here, the thing that I've believed was true all my life. The physics and the science behind what they say.
I don't know what would happen there because you're still on an object even though you're changing elevations drastic. The container you're in is still the equal pressure as it's falling. So would you actually go back? I don't know. I would like to see a weight versus a helium balloon on the vomit comet once, because they should have opposite reactions as it goes into its dive.
Yeah. Oh, maybe they'll do the experiments on the ISS. I can't even, when they're doing an experiment on the ISS, I can't even trust it anymore because it's all lightweight CGI.
I would ask them to perform it on the vomit comet. At least we all believe in it.
Currently, yes.
Currently.
Yeah, the new conspiracy.
Who was it, Antonio, the other day talking about the word belief and how that's associated with religions? I kind of like the point that he was making. We should stop saying belief and we should stop saying I think. Like I think.
It's I know the flat Earth. There's a difference between believing something and knowing something. And if you've done the experiment yourself and you've come to an understanding which you're comfortable with and you do understand that, then it's a knowing and it's subjective to you.
Right. I know the Earth is flat. The current Earth that we currently can see is flat.
Measurably.
Water, that is. Yeah.
And it's measurably flat. That's the good thing.
If it wasn't, I wouldn't be an advocate for it. If the scientific method experiments that we've been doing yielded any kind of curvature or maybe curvature, I wouldn't be harping on this. Like, if there's a chance there's curvature, I would go further. But we're not even establishing any at all. It's not like, well, maybe there's a curve. No, there is no maybes with this. Like, we are not seeing curvature. And any kind of bending that we're seeing is very explainable by just the humidity levels just above water. The magnification of the regular effects, scientific effects above water. That's very easily explainable. Vanishing points. I mean, perspective on the horizon and vanishing points. This to me was day one flat Earth, easy to understand. The fact we're still arguing over the Chicago skyline is ridiculous. Put a camera on the ground and walk away from it. There you go. There's just six Chicago buildings shrinking right there. Put a camera on the ground, walk away from it. Your legs are going to disappear. That's the buildings. Same thing. It's the same thing. Like, this is the easiest thing to understand. The trolls who can't understand perspective and the vanishing point there and how things vanish on the horizon, legs first. This is very easy.
Yeah, it's really strange. It goes back to what I said earlier, that if you show someone real evidence and they're just not prepared to look at that evidence and they just revert back to their little safety bubble, they won't see it. They just won't accept it. It's crazy. I'm with you on that. You know, I did my own experiment. 60 miles across water, I can see an island. You know, that sold it for me because I could see it. I could. According to the curvature maths, it was I can't remember now, over 1,400 foot of drop, and the tallest part of the island was 800 feet. Well, even an idiot like me couldn't work that one out, that I shouldn't be seeing what I'm seeing, and some. So, yeah, it's a knowing, definitely.
Yep. And I've done curvature experiments over land that were argued pretty well. You know, I tip my hat when there's a good argument point that comes out, because I'm just looking for the truth. And if there's a good argument over land, which there is, you know, oh, it's just a flat part of the land. Oh, that lake is over. It's kind of like having a pool, you know, in your yard. You dig a hole, you fill it with water. That's why it's flat. It's over land. It's not like the ocean. Okay, let's do it over the ocean then. We have. And there are those distant islands or whatever. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I have to totally disagree with their stupid, lame argument. You know, the way I got Charles to truly shut up about that is he tries to say that there's not 1 inch every 660 feet. And he tries to say, you know, like the first half of a mile, you're actually only going down a little less than a half of an inch. And then the rest of it's in the second half. Is that what he's trying to tell me? Put a bunch of those lines together and see if you come up with a sphere. First thing. Second thing, what if your first eighth of a mile is that a person behind you last 7/8 of their mile? You're going to tell me it's less than an inch for you, but it's over an inch for him? No, reality says it's the same for both of you. So if it's got to be uniform. I pick up a basketball, I see uniform curvature. Any sphere has uniform curvature. Therefore, that 1 inch, just show that 1 freaking inch. And it should be exactly 660 feet in any direction you turn in a 360-degree circle.
Every slice of that pie is equal. Every single slice.
Yep. Once I made him say, are you trying to tell me that the last 7/8 of the person behind me is also my first 8? And for me, it's less than a half of an inch. For him, it's over an inch. How is that possible?
Yeah, good old Charles.
That was very disappointing. His last one with the Jaren only was an hour long, and Jaren needs to bury him. I'm sure he can if he has enough time. Charles puts on his tap dancing shoes, though, and he breaks out Mount Excuse, the bag of excuses from NASA's excuse department, and there's just a mountain of anti-Occam razor excuses for all the anomalies we find. Anybody who's coming from a genuine perspective is got to go, you know what? I'm making up way too many excuses for these anomalies here. Maybe there's something to it. That's all you're doing. When you defend NASA, you're just making excuses on the fly constantly for all the anomalies we're seeing. You got to step back and look, turn around at that mountain of excuses and go, damn, that's a lot of excuses that we have to keep coming up with when it should be cut.
And not to mention, he's got one other excuse he's commonly known. I got to go take care of my kid.
Yes.
You know, one thing that kills me is, I don't know, I'm pretty sure Antonio's already said, I know he's announced that he's got a scheduled upcoming debate with Charles a month from now. They're going to give him 5 points that they want to talk about. That way the other person can research those 5 points. Fair enough. But I'm pretty sure Antonio's already told people, because I know he's told me, one of the stipulations of him accepting the debate, Charles has to have a dedicated person to take care of his children, and he has to have a dedicated room to where he can separate himself from the children. Going to remove that excuse.
Oh, good one. Yeah.
That's well, good. That'll kind of limit him, because he has his obligations during the day. He has to do the dad thing. He might have an hour or 2 at night, maybe. But with a newborn, you never know when they're going to be up. Yeah.
Oh, did they have her? Maybe I never heard. What planet did he name this one after?
Mercury. This one's Mercury.
Right, I'm going to hit the road, chaps, because I want to be doing a video. So it's been a pleasure talking to you, Jibby. And absolute pleasure with you, Mr. Hillbilly, as always.
Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by there, Mr. Rory. What you on, another Orbs video or something?
Yeah.
Like that? Are you?
Yeah, I'm doing some orb filming, so yeah, be on that.
Cool. Well, you enjoy the rest of your day then.
And yourselves. Have a good one. It's been a pleasure.
Stay out of trouble.
See you.
How about it out there in chat? Give a special shout out to Mr. Rory McPhears in the house. Going to do some more dedication onto the orbs.
Yeah, I investigated the orbs 10 years ago pretty intensely, and I came up to a non-conclusion. We're missing data. What are these things?
You know, the first time I've heard the argument presented was Rory coming onto my panel and actually doing a live demonstration. Now, there's an individual on the panel that made a legitimate argument that I thought, okay, this is a legitimate argument. They just wanted him to fluff a pillow, see where he's coming from. Nano dust or whatever molecules go in the air, is that what we're seeing? Rory did that, and we did see some dust kick up. However, not in the same manner, not this traveling in the same manner that we've seen these ones. Some of them travel, some of them dart straight lines. It took me a while to see them, but I did see them, and it's not that I wanted to see them. It was because they was there to be seen.
There were a couple of channels investigating orbs back then, and this one guy, I don't know how he set up his webcam or the setting he had, but he would turn the lights off and have maybe like a black light on or something like that. His entire room looked like a disco ball, and it was orbs moving. And it looked like his room was traveling through warp speed. He had so many orbs moving, and that wasn't dust. And they were orbs, and you'd see them. They'd do zigzags, loop-de-loops, change direction. It's crazy. Uh-oh, trouble's back.
Yeah, I just seen the look on her face. I thought, well, maybe she wants me to present her. Then I seen that shocked look on her face, like she may have just seen that she's being presented and didn't want to. I was stuck between a rock and a hard spot.
Are you gonna do a shower cam now, Candy? Is that what? See a bathroom here.
I think she may have audio issues. I haven't heard her talk.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Wait, y'all don't hear me?
Nope, now we hear you.
A4 is asking if he can have a link to join. You would have to ask Candy there, A4. I'm just a proxy host, making sure that the Hangout doesn't lose its connection.
I sent y'all a message in the chat a long time ago about that. But apparently y'all didn't hear me say it 20 times. I didn't know my cord wasn't connected all the way. Oh. Good Lord. I have dust in my eyes and it sucks.
You have orbs in your eyes?
Yeah. Dusty orbs. Orby dust.
Go ahead and get a link to A4 then.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. We don't know how Adam is, what kind of mood Adam is in. Now, Adam, when he's on his game, he's on his game. When he's off his game.
Yo!
What kind of mood are you in, Adam?
You! My whole body hurts! Oh, yeah. Hold on, y'all.
My computer's running so slow. There better be a about button on his page after I'm going through the hassle trying to get there. Nope, no about button on your page, A4. Anybody got a way to get him a link?
Did Ace McLeod just join the panel cloaked? And he says he's not wanting to cause trouble. He just wants a link. I don't know, you can throw an email out in the chat and we can send a link there. That's always easiest.
I can send it to him. Just give me a minute. I already have his message pulled up. I just need about 4 minutes.
These times you're going to have to go back and listen to the background noise you create. I know you don't mean to, but boy, that's loud for us who's got headsets on anyways.
Yeah, just turn Candy's volume down to 2 out of 100.
I turned her down earlier, but when she loses her connection and comes back, it resets it. I hate to mute her after all. This is her own damn hangout. I hate you, Candy. You're on mute.
It'd take her a while to realize it.
No, every time I've done it, I try to bring it to her attention. I hope she knows I do it just to eliminate background noise. Because she can pull a weaker mic sound like it's breaking all up. When the background audio, you know.
Yeah.
If somebody else is talking at the same time and's got a weak mic, her background audio can overpower it. And it's got to be a hassle for her too. Mute, unmute, mute, unmute, mute, unmute. Let's see. Flip joined. Hey, how you doing, Flip? I remember you. You're Candy's friend. Met you through Candy. How do I look? Do I look like Candy? Yep,
Everybody's dropping. Like Ace joined. He dropped instantly. Like, is there a technical issue with the panel?
Not that I know of. Don't have the camera set up to hide or nothing from broadcast, and that wouldn't make them drop anyways. Anyways, did we do a shout out in chat today? Shout out to you, been taking pics. Boy, I've seen you. Mick Taylor, Ring of Fire in the house. Heard him the other day. Had one with Jim Panda going pretty good. At least it was being civil. THC, happy birthday there yesterday, THC. I'm glad I got to find out about that right before the end of my show. Hillbilly, can I ask you, ask for anybody, or east of Washington? I'm not east of Washington, sir. Or Washington State or Washington, D.C. Yeah, I'm east of Washington State. Let's see, Joey Styles, Roy McPherson, A4, Quest for Truth, THC, Rob Dizzlizzle, what crackin' lacking, bro? Let's see, Ace McCloud, THC, I ain't people. If you didn't get a shout out, sure appreciate you showing up to Candy Show. Don't let the trolls get the best of us. Go down below the video right now. Hit that thumbs up. Don't make me go full-blown hellbilly on you. Over to the left, the thumbs up, you'll see subscribe to Candy Franklin's channel. Please hit that. Take time out to ring the bell. I bored them to death. Mama, I bored them to death. They all left and went mute. Let's see, A4, what's your info on Hangouts?
Yeah, I can't add him to the chat. I'm trying to find another way to add Adam.
Yeah, I went to his channel for an about button. He doesn't have one there.
Nope. I just see uploads. I guess I could go to his most recent upload maybe and do it that way. I don't know. Well, now I can't because I just said it.
He better hurry up because let it be known we are in our last hour. If he wants to enjoy chat at all, he better hurry up and figure out a way. Give us an email. Matter of fact, I'm looking at the warning right now. We are in our final 30 minutes, people. 4:30 on the button. Nazi Tube will be shutting this hangout down.
There's a lot of competition right now, too, on Hangouts.
Yep. It's not about competition for me. It's about the truth. I've always said it. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about
that was a bad. Yeah, that's not a good. I don't know why I said competition, but there's a lot of options, I should say.
Yeah,
there we go.
I mean, to show that it's not about me. I'm a host of my own show here, doing a proxy host for somebody else on the exact same time zone. I don't care whose channel it's on, as long as it's about the truth.
Yep.
Thanks for letting me on, Candy.
There he is.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Yep, not much. Been drinking all night.
Oh, that's awesome.
Where you at, A4, Australia?
Yeah, man. I can take the role as a skeptic if you want.
Well, we're all skeptics, no?
Yeah, I guess
some of us repeat.
You know what I mean? That. But I've heard a lot lately. I've heard a lot of I don't like to put people in boxes. That's why I don't even like to say this statement. But I've heard a lot of so-called ball earthers talk a lot of shit about flat earthers, and that's the thing these days. Is a lot of these people that believe in whatever they're told, they like to criticize the fact that somebody else has stepped outside of the box and decided to think for themselves. And that's how I see it. That's how I see it. Is a lot of people that like to believe in what they're told are now criticizing people that want to think for themselves. Really. And then when we think for ourselves, we're called all these different names, from drug addict to psychopath to absolute moron, whatever it happens to be. The ridicule just keeps on coming and coming and coming and coming. And I've taken the role of skeptic a lot, where I've sat back in shows and I've just sat there, especially lately where I'm not allowed on anybody's show. I've sat back and I've just like taken the role as, all right, let me just step back and feel somebody else's shoes and let me look at it from their point of view. And it always seems that NASA is not telling us the truth. Whether I want to believe in the round ball, whether I want to believe in the flat earth, whether I want to believe in the concave earth, that doesn't really mean anything. The point of all this is that it's a $1 billion company that's paid to tell us the truth, and they're not really telling us the truth. They're making CGI imagery. Not even just CGI imagery, whether it be apparent composite pictures or so on and so forth. When you take these things down to their true core of things, they're not telling us or they're not showing us what's really there.
Well, there's no doubt they're hiding stuff with us and trying to fool us with CGI.
I would say it's more than just trying to fool us, though. It's in its entirety. NASA is supposed to be responsible for launching a missile to the moon in 1969. 1969. Like I know the dates. Like I know that you've been around for a long time, hillbilly, and I know that you know all your maths about this. You know what I mean? Like you're somebody like me that's done the research. You've actually sat there and figured out, wait, this is what they've said they've done. But that doesn't really make sense. How can they say that they've done this, but they're not willing to do it again? There's certain things that they say that they've done, but they're not willing to do it again because it'll risk a human life. So they were willing to send these men to the moon out on a limb, but they're not willing to do it now. Just seems so absurd to me that anybody that has a brain can turn around and say, there's something suspicious. They don't have to believe in the flat earth. I don't expect them to believe in the flat earth. I expect them to turn around and criticize people that are trying to indoctrinate them to a false belief. When somebody tells me that dragons exist, I'm going to say, well, I haven't fucking seen a dragon. If somebody says that fairies exist, it's the same thing. So when they tell me that the ball exists, it's the same thing. I've seen it on movies. Yes, I've seen this curvature that they're talking about, and I've seen in movies how they fly out in space and they always show the round curvature of a ball and they try and make out like that's true. They've never really proven it. They've never proven that. Proof is to compel the mind to assert something is true. They might have been able to compel people's minds that haven't been able to step outside of the box and question where they're living. Yes, I understand that the everyday Joe doesn't care about where they're living. They don't care. But me, I really care. I really do care about where I am living, what this existence really is. And when they say that I'm living in a ball, well, where's the evidence? There's proof. Yes, I can understand there's proof. Proof is to compel the mind to assert something is true. So there's a lot of images that are fakery that might compel somebody's mind to assert something is true. But there's no real evidence. Evidence is fact. Evidence is something that you can, like science in a way, where you can have experiments that are repeatable, where there's nothing that teaches us that this is round. It's all an assumption that we have to go off.
Living, I enjoy it, right? This is home to me. If there was another place to go, I don't know that I would want to go. So where I live is not important to me because this is where I live. What it is
exactly,
and
that's exactly the same thing for me. Is I agree with that. This is where I live, so it doesn't matter whether it's a ball. It doesn't.
Can I please finish? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, buddy.
All right. Yeah. So what is important to me is I'm being lied to about where I live because that's part of the slave. So it's the fact that we all should be mad that and doing it because we've been lied to. We're not going to change where we live. And if you could change it, would you want to? Look around. Place.
there's some things that I would want to change, and in the same sense, humans are humans. So we're on a path where we may be able to reach some type of utopia. You know what I mean? And that's what it really is all about. Is are we going to reach some type of new world order where we all are subject to some other man's rule and we abide by some other man's rule, or are we going to reach a utopia where everybody gets to expand their horizons the way that they see fit? All I care about is not being told something that's not true. You know, like whether we live on a ball or not, I don't really care. Like I've got to the point now that I could go back to believing in a ball, but there's no proof of it. And I can't believe in something if there's no actual proof. I have to go on assumption. Even just like the flat earth, I'd rather go off the flat earth because it's more solid because of what I see in my surroundings. I can be more tranquil with the things around me. I can be at one with the trees. I can be at one with the animals with flat earth. With round earth, they make me feel like I'm on a ball and I have to travel outside of the ball because this ball, it makes me, it's trapping me. And I'm surrounded by things that want to kill me. So if I don't get away from this, my existence is going to end one way or another, or even my bloodline's existence is going to end. There's no real substance to this life on a ball. If that makes sense.
Substance? No, not for us. It's a shallow, hollow existence here that we basically get on our hamster wheel in a suit with a briefcase, and we run the hamster wheel until we get too old to do it, and then we sit there and we wait to die while waiting for this Jesus character to come back and save us. That's kind of like most people's lives, at least in America. And to me, that's a trap. It's an obvious trap. That's an existence of slavery. It's a slave existence.
But a trap for what? Like, that's what I've always thought is like, is this really a trap just to make us work?
And
you know what I mean?
Like,
that's what everybody does in their existence is just work. You know what I mean? We get we go to school for a certain amount of time, and then
the higher plateau. They could not be at a higher plateau unless there's a way for them for us psychologically to believe we're on a lower plateau.
Yeah, so we're talking about somebody else that has a different existence in this realm than us. You know what I mean? That's what I've always thought is, whoever they are, do they think that they're living a higher existence than us? We're like brought up to believe that, you know, earning material things.
I would say agenda.
Beg your pardon?
I wouldn't say existence. They are no greater in existence than us. They exist so different than us. They just have a different agenda than us.
Oh, different agenda. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is their agenda? Does their agenda mean anything at the end of the day? Because we've all lived this mediocre life in the long run. Really, once it all goes and it's all done and dusted, we've all lived a materialistic life that really meant nothing.
To you, as I look at my grandkids, I see the fruits of my life.
Yeah, I do see things like, don't get me wrong, I do see extenuation is what I would call it, but that's only extenuation. We're only talking about extending things, you know what I mean? Extending your bloodline, extending something that's not you. But for each individual person, eventually they perish, for each individual person. So is it more about just passing on good moral judgment, or is it more about learning why you're actually here?
Well, that's what we're doing right now. It's more here, learning the truth. Yeah, and I'm nothing more than a proxy host for Candy, who had one out for Matt. She knew she wouldn't be able to have a stable connection, so I am her stable connection for her hangout. Just a proxy host.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about something like that, though. I'm just talking about in its entirety, you know what I mean? Like, human life and its existence is, even if somebody died and they believed in round earth, it wouldn't really change anything. You know, if I was to put that person into a type of judgment, all they do is they believe in exactly what they believe in, other than the fact that they might believe in a different shape of what parallel they live in. You know what I mean? What realm they live in. Most 99% of people believe in some type of a higher person that actually, well, not person, a higher an energy that created them. So what is this world really about? Are we just computer programming that are trying to like figure out the existence? Are we just like a smart computer code?
Well, I think this experience is pretty close to a virtual reality, but who we are at our source, I don't believe comes from this realm of reality. We do seem to have kind of like all of our chords basically go back to the same root, it seems, because before all of the programming and indoctrination, we are all very, very similar, very much the same. Like you take somebody from the other side of the world and you just take two people in a room and you expose them to the same type of imagery or whatever, they will experience the same things as if they're the same person, but they're not. They're two different people experiencing the same triggers, same that's initial thoughts. Like this all goes back to the same source. Like we all come from the same source. Then we branch out, we fractal out, we become individual and unique from there.
But what's unique really about us? See, I like to speak to you, Jimmy. You seem like reasonable.
Well, thank you. It's through our experiences that makes us the uniqueness that we are, I believe. Without those experiences, we would all kind of be drones and clones. But my experiences make me quite unique from, say, if I had a twin brother who lived just in another state, that twin brother of mine would be a completely different individual from the one I became, even though we're twins. Precisely the same thing, basically. We just become unique because of each individual's experience. Seems to be the case. Which doesn't really say much as far as like we're special souls. But maybe this life experience is to then be incorporated later to now give what was once non-unique will now be unique because of one individual experience that it went through. I don't know. We're really getting way outside the box here in theoretical land. But we have to keep climbing this ladder of questions to get to the final. Are we meant to get to the final truths in this life? I don't know. If we did, could we function, therefore, from that day forward, if we knew why we were here, if we knew what we really were, what this place really was, could we function? Could we go to work the next day? You know, you're going to be on a whole new level after that. You can't go back. So, you know, we have to think about those things too before we cross certain doors, because there's going to be a lot of doors down this road. And once you open those doors, you can't unsee what you've seen. And then you have to go. There's going to be a Monday morning that next week. You know what I'm saying? Can you now deal with this Monday morning with this new information? It changes everything. It's hard. And these are challenges we're going to be all facing, and it's best that we do them together. Because we're going to need each other. Even the ballers. We're going to need them too. It's going to be scary times. It's going to be good times, I think.
Yeah, need the ballers. Going to need them to pick up their own shit after they realize that they're on a flat earth. Speaking of shit, got one of them out there trying to raise a little shit, I think. I don't know. Flat Earth Dog. It is another disingenuous name. But hangouts and see where I ever talked about having a dog. You could have named yourself Flat Rat or Flat Earth Raccoon, because I don't have a dog. I'm a hillbilly without a hill, without a gun, and without a dog. Imagine that. Some piss poor hillbilly I am.
Yeah, why don't you have a hound dog now that I think about it? It's like that's a big piece you're missing there. You need like a basset hound.
I'm not over the last one I lost. I'll get another dog someday.
I'm like that with my once I have a really close pet and I lose it, it really knocks me back. Like I don't want to feel like kind of a loss again.
It's kind of not fair that we don't share the same lifespan because you're definitely its companion. It is your best friend.
Best friend, exactly. And what a hit, when you lose those pets. I don't think I can take too many more of those type of hits.
No shotgun, no hound dog, and not a hill to piss on. Some piss poor hillbilly.
You got to get some straw. So
I got a knife and a stick to whittle though.
There you go. Carve a stick. You're sitting rocking chair on your porch drinking country time lemonade, carving up a stick.
I can take you to the crawdad hole. I can take you to the bench outside to whittle a couple sticks. I got some possum belly in the refrigerator. How be goddamn if I got a hill, a dog, or a shotgun. Oh boy, you can tell it's coming to the last part of this hangout.
Oh yeah, how much time we have left?
Approximately 12 minutes.
After this one's over, quite a few very good Flat Earther channel hangouts currently running. I recommend everybody disperse to those locations afterward, as we're all on the same team. We all have the same goal, I think, getting to the truth. We are at our core, we're truthers. We're Flat Earther is just kind of like a side label, at least for me. It's just stupid labels. I hate them, but this is how we're going to be identified anyway.
Yeah.
We're truthers. I've been in this game since the moon landing fakery shit came out.
That's what I've said. I know I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not truly a flat earther. I'm somebody questioning my heliocentric education that leads me to indicate that water can only be measured to be flat. If other people who disagree with that want to don a label upon me, such as flat earther, I'll wear it proudly. Prove water to be anything but flat. And that's the question they're sidestepping. That's the question we can utilize or prove. Why? They'll keep on trying to tell you water bends as a ship goes over a horizon, but they'll dance around the question, why can't you see that same curvature left to right? Never answer those questions.
Isa had a pretty good hangout the other day with Gem Panda on it, and it pretty much like we pretty much concluded both sides that boats are not going over a horizon, but Jeremy, he just can't cross that boundary of acknowledging we are right about something, and that's, I think, a problem. It's an ego-based bias a lot of these well-known trolls have. They are locked into never being able to say, you guys were right with this point. They just won't, even though their silence is an acknowledgement. It's like, can we agree that the boats are not going over the curvature once and for all? And silence. They will not. That's the closest they can get. Now, that's an ego problem right there, clearly. If your ego is dominating your sensibility, look into that. That's a problem. And that's going to be a firewall that prevents you from seeing other truths. Because your ego stops you. No, boats are not going over a curvature. Absolutely not. Even the ball earth science measurement numbers of curvature, 1 degree, blah, 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 that even proves it as well, that we would not be seeing the boat going over a curvature at that small distance away that the boat is when it vanishes.
Try to picture yourself looking into a funnel, and picture the image of the ocean, a boat, and that working as it's being flushed down a funnel with no swirl added. It's got the vanishing point. When it goes through the tip of that funnel, that's the bottom of the boat meeting the top of the water. It's so simple. They won't admit it.
Easiest test to prove for flat Earth is take your sidewalk, take a street that's flat, put your camera on the ground, make sure that the lens is as close to the ground as possible, and then just walk away from it and record it.
Yeah.
And watch your feet disappear, and then it just moves up your leg into the vanishing point. You're not going over curvature, clearly, because you're on your sidewalk there. Just walk away from the camera. You will disappear from the bottom up, but you'll still be visible, like the Chicago skyline. It's the same thing. That's it. Easiest test ever. Questions 2 years later. Well, why is bottom of the building? It's like, oh, are you kidding me? Like, there is no remedial school, but these people might need it if they can't understand this. This is the easiest test to prove. The sun, same thing. Take a bright flashlight, do the same thing. Put the camera on the ground. Take the bright flashlight, walk away. The bottom of the light will disappear first, all the way to the top before it shrinks to a small dot. It will begin to disappear, like the sun at sunset. It doesn't need to shrink to a tiny, tiny dot before it disappears with all of the ground shit in the way, in the way the perspective works. If you get high enough, then yes, the sun will shrink smaller and smaller. And we do have video of this in time lapse from mountain cameras. I'm going to try to get another one from Mount Washington soon. So we'll have plenty of those perspectives from higher up of a shrinking sun. From the ground, you're not really going to see the sun shrink. I don't know. It doesn't get easier.
How high of elevation is the mountain?
It is, I want to say 6,500 feet at its peak, or 6,700. It's around there. It's the highest peak in the East Coast.
What, Snowshoe? Or?
What's that?
Snowshoe Mountain's highest point in east of Mississippi. There's a sign on I-80 saying that.
Well, this is the northeast. This is the highest in the northeast. This is the Adirondack Range, I think it's a part of.
It's over a mile.
It's over a mile, yeah. It's actually, there's going to be, depending on the day, clouds could literally be forming just below me or right at my level. But there's some really cool footage from Mount Washington on YouTube where you're right there at the clouds. It's like you're just above the clouds, just like you're sitting on them. It's really creepy, but awesome.
We are getting our 5-minute notice warning right now, people. Nazi Tube's going to cut us off in 5 minutes. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you had some Cracker Jacks, Juju beans, and sat back and set a spell with us. And while we talked about a little bit of truth and reality.
Yeah, I can start another one in about 30 minutes, y'all. I'm going to start another one because I didn't get to talk.
Oh.
I don't think they have it here. Yeah, they don't sell that stuff at gas station.
Any final words from anybody on the panel?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say before I got sidetracked, and wonder how many mountains that you're going to have to your west as you're trying to film the sunset. You have a good shot for filming the sunrise, no obstructions, but would you have the same thing to the west?
I do not know. I'm also going to try to see if I can see Boston from there. Just about 3 hours away. That'll be interesting. 150 miles or so.
Hey, I just want to say thank you for having me. And have a good day. I'm sure all you guys will probably be on later.
I didn't even know you were here.
What's that?
I didn't even know you were here.
Thanks for all the love, Mark.
I'm home.
Thanks for all the love.
All right, love you guys. I'll catch you probably within what? It'll take you about 7 minutes to get another room up. Somebody will have one.
No, not eye drops. I need contact solutions.
I believe Candy indicates once she gets home, where she can have her reliable contact and access. She's going to fire one then. Is that what you meant, Candy?
Yeah, I'll be at the hotel in about 30 minutes.
All right. See you then. Bye.
Bye.
To all the mods out there, thank you guys for keeping the chat more or less respectful. Chris True Seeker, Vinny-Bot did a little work behind the scenes to assist the hangout. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't
Candy
even
for
know Vinny was
host.
here.
Yeah, he was in a couple different times. Vinny-Bot for hosting, helping out. I meant to say Candy. Candy Franklin for hosting the hangout for Matt, who wanted to do a studio hangout. If you don't know who Matt is, he's the Flat Earth Dude. His name and channel link is in the description down below. Please remember, if you're not subscribed to Candy Franklin's channel, take an opportunity to do so. Ring the bell, hit the thumbs up. But other than that, Candy will be back in approximately 30 minutes on her own. I have been your proxy host for the day, if you would, and y'all know me as the political hillbilly. To all the people who've joined the panel, there's been so many of you. I'm sorry I can't give you a special shout out. But until then, Candy Franklin would like to say, now it's time to say goodbye to Candy Franklin and her friends. She would like to thank you folks for kindly dropping in. She will guarantee that it's truth and reality. And boy, did I mess up that song as I tried to make it original. Hey, people, have a good day. Candy will be back in 30 minutes. Bye bye.